Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome. This is the first time for us, isn't it, Huang?
It is. This is our first time ever commentating together. So I'm really excited to see how this turns out. But I think we have two, if I may say so myself, two very great commentators for
Agreed.
today's store regionals, right?
Agreed. We've got the knowledge, and knowledge is really the important thing here. We're gonna play off each other, see how it goes, because
Of course.
like we said, we've never done this together before, but I think the energy is there.
I mean, look, I don't know anything. Obviously, I'm washed up. I'm old. Like I'm decrepit. I haven't talked since
Whoa,
last
whoa.
year.
I think
Like.
between the two of us, I'm the older one here. Back in my day, Digimon were just Agumon, and where are
back
my
back
ties?
in my day, the one cost evolution on 4 was really good. Like,
These days, it's like, oh, I can reduce the Digivolution cost into this specific archetype. That's what we want.
yeah, so actually, I'm gonna combo my mental training with promo Vmon to actually evolve into my Magnamon for 0 cost, and then I'm gonna use Awakening of the Golden Knight to go into my Magna X for 3 costs.
Free,
Yeah,
free value,
it's so good.
free
But yeah,
values.
no, Digimon back then was really fun. Digimon nowadays is also really fun. It's just all fun, right?
It's
Um,
changed. It's
it has
grown. It's
changed very much
digivolved.
so. Yeah, we've gone from back then the game was a lot simpler for sure, and
Mm-hmm.
nowadays I feel like we've subscribed to the Dota like ideology where it's like if everything is broken, then nothing is broken, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like everything is just like high octane, like go crazy, whatever. It's like all this fun stuff. Um, but I know a lot of people are tuning in right now, and so I just wanted to say thank you all for coming onto the stream very much so for NRG. We really do appreciate everyone coming to watch us here. My name is Huang Zero. I am a content creator for the Digimon card game. Some of you may know me as Huang. I am not Zero. Fun fact: there's two different people, but I am the Huang component. Okay, zero is the other component who works in the shadows, telling me, "Hey, stop playing Leopardmon. It's not that good of a deck. Your name isn't Boris. Like, stop." Um,
And
so
I'm DigiPanda, other content creator. Basically slowly growing into more of a panda with the sedentary work that I do, basically sitting in this chair for hours at a time. And we are here for Nerd Rage Gaming's in-store regional today. We've got 64 players all battling out for the championship position. Man, how do you feel about the price support we've got for this
I
regional?
mean, the price support. What more do you need than the Nationals invite, right?
Right?
Like we're playing for the ultimate prize, the chance to compete at the like one of the highest level tournaments of the year. Like obviously the highest level is Worlds, so like the second
Mhm.
highest like level event, right?
I mean, but
Um,
we're missing out on those serial omnis, aren't we? Like those are
we're
those.
Yeah, we're missing out on cereals in general, which is really unfortunate. But we do get some really cool alt arts in the pack. Like we get Grand Gale alt art, we get
Yeah,
Chaparomon, Gatsu, Kokua. I think I'm trying to remember what else is in
it's a
there.
lot of floodgates and a lot of
Hmm.
Liberator support cards. I think we also isn't this where we also have the Pulsemon, the Bulkmon,
Oh
and
yeah,
the
Pulse,
sh-
Bulk. We also get Otama. Yeah,
yeah. But good times. Like I think I'm actually curious on your take on serial cards in the Digimon card game. We've had them in
hmm
events. We've had them with serial omnis. Now we're seeing them also in our booster boxes, our blister packs.
yeah. No, okay. So it's really cool that we have cereals in packs. That's fine. I don't mind that. But I wish we also kept it in tourney because as a tournament player myself, I love
Hmm.
like I actually I can show it right here. I still have my cereal Omni. Like, ta-da!
What number is it?
236. So,
Nice.
which if I remember correct, what's 236? I think 236 in the Pokedex is like Tyrogue or something like that. Like,
It's funny because I also have a
it is.
serial
Yeah.
Omni on my end over here, but
Okay,
it's
but
the
like wrong cereal Omni. Like, but yeah, I no as a competitor, playing for those serials was super super cool. I know like when we had those like those events sold out instantly, which to be fair,
Mhm,
events still sell out pretty fast. Within like the hour, like actually, this most recent regional wave we sold out in like 5 minutes, so
mhm.
still pretty popular. It seems like,
Bandai
um,
card games in general are very
yeah,
popular. We see it frequently with premium Bandai items. Uh, if you were there for the dreaded Gundam beta kits, we know how hard it was to even obtain one. And
yeah,
for a brief time, we actually saw that again with the oh, what was it called? The set with the gold cards and the leather, the
Mm,
faux leather deck box and everything. That
yeah.
sold out instantly. A second wave came up,
And then it
and
sold out
then
instantly.
yeah, and then the
Like,
third wave came up,
yep.
and people were like, "Oh my gosh, are we getting a fourth wave?" And it was just crazy.
No, it's definitely like Digimon, like as much as people as old as the game feels because it's been over 5 years, the game is still like kicking strong. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like it's still fairly popular. We're getting like
Yes.
constant support. Kohei Murata really designing some really nice designs. Shout out to him. I was mad that he didn't ban HPD, but then he gave me like all these cool decks. Like I guess I'll forgive him. Like it's fine. Um, his recent ban list cooked. Like I Kohei, you have my vote. All right. Um,
The
so
newest additions with our global unification
mhm,
release with World Convergence, it brought us
yes,
so many different archetypes. We have App Monsters, which
mhm,
debuted now in the Digimon card game. It's a
right.
brand new series that I'm gonna be honest, I haven't even watched it like all the way
Oh,
through. I've seen
okay.
maybe like half of one episode.
Yeah, that's fair. I okay. So I actually, funnily enough, I watched all 52 episodes of Applemon in order to prepare myself for the card game.
Nice.
And I will say, it is okay. It's very okay. Like it's nothing super crazy. It's definitely better than like
Is it the
some of the
worst series or
no,
is
it's
it
no,
like
no,
is it in the middle?
it's in the middle. It's in the middle.
Okay.
For 52 episodes, I did not hate myself. Like it was fine. It was fine. I I think the plot was really solid, and I
Mhm.
think that the mons themselves are pretty cool. My issue stems from like it definitely felt like it was catered towards children. So like as a 26-year-old adult, I'm not the target demographics, which makes sense. That's fair.
Wait. What about Ghost? You've seen Ghost Game, right?
Ghost Game is worse.
Okay, that's where I was like,
Ghost
when you
Game
say
is worse.
tailored towards
Yeah.
children, I think Ghost Game immediately.
Yeah.
And
Ghost
that's where
no.
I'm like, I've heard positive things from a majority
Mhm.
of female demographics right now that indicate that Atmon is really good.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. No, it's better than Ghost Game. It's better than 2020.
I can agree to that.
It's better than Frontier, but purely because Frontier had that 8 episode stint where Lord Knight Dynas was winning a little too much. It was
Ah!
it was not good.
Frontier. Okay, so admittedly for me, Frontier, I was a little biased against it because it
Sure,
wasn't
okay.
human and
Yeah,
Digimon partner. It was very
right.
much a human becomes Digimon. And I was
Right,
like, this
right.
is weird. I'm 12, 14.
Mhm.
I don't know what's really happening here. And
Yeah.
I rank Frontier higher for me though.
That's fair. Yeah. I okay, so like I know we discussed this previously. I think that Savers is the best series in Digimon personally. I
Interesting.
think Savers is the best, and I think Adventure Zero One is the second best. I think it actually holds up surprisingly well. Oh, actually, we're just gonna jump right into the game.
Oh,
Okay.
let's get going.
All right.
I mean, they're in the midst of shuffling still and setting up
Yeah.
security. I mean, we can still talk about it, and it'll be another conversation we can
Yeah, of
add
course, of
on for
course.
later. But at the same time, like we're expecting a lot today
Mhm.
because right off the bat we see a Cupimon going to Uko. Uko sends the memory to Eddie at 1. What are we playing here? You think?
Okay, well, so it's Galacti versus Purple Hybrid. And this is a really interesting matchup because, like, obviously on paper, Galactimon is like, I pop your tamers, you don't have anything to play with, rah rah rah, right? Um, but
It's
but
it's gonna be a rough matchup for Eddie. I feel like,
it,
or
it
sorry,
def-
not Eddie.
yeah,
Helios.
Helios, right?
Helios. Yeah.
Definitely, I would say that is and obviously it's Galactic favor. But Purple Hybrid is the one hybrid deck that probably has like a fair shot into this because you have so much floating and recursion. So even if they
Mid.
pop the tamer, you do have a way to get it back. So it's like it's not the end of the world, but definitely a lot harder. I think what's really interesting as well though is that post ban list, I think a lot of people wrote off Purple Hybrid. I know a
Mhm.
lot of people within my testing group, and then like we see it like sporadically, like are still on the Purple Hybrid. Actually, very interesting. We see Nidhogg Dober. Ooh.
What are we adding here?
Uh, gonna go ahead and add that Nidhogg. It looks like being the discard gain of memory.
That'll be nice.
Dober is really interesting though. We haven't seen Dober in a very very long time. On deletion, what reveal top three? I want to say add a Digimon card or Tamer and then like mill the rest, something like that.
This will be nice though because when Helios attacks in security, if that Ukomon is deleted, which it
It is
is
not. It's not. That's a
not.
1,000 DP Venmon. Yeah.
Yeah, if it is deleted though, when you do trash for Cupimon's effect to gain a memory, if you trash the Nidhogg, that's where you're going to gain an additional memory, and you'll go
Mhm.
up 2 instead of 1.
Yeah. I think you have to be really cautious about how you commit your resources though as the purple hybrid player, because if you commit too many tamers all at once, then Promo Destro is just looking at you like a free snack. It's
Mhm.
gonna wipe your board, right? Um,
Oh,
so
hard pass.
yeah, it feels bad. Because obviously you don't want to commit a tamer and just have it get shot, right? That's just like a waste of resources.
Yeah.
But we also do see like a little bit of the Louis in his hand. So we know we like if you look at Helios's hand, he's like a little sneak peek at Louis since we're like top down view.
Mhm.
So it could be some really interesting lethal lines from that position. Gonna go ahead and use the BT11 Vembon to add the Galacti. Is that SP Galacti?
I think it is an SP, and
Ooh.
then we've seen so far two of the promo Destromons, one added to hand, one to bottom of the deck. We also saw in the last search that a medieval Gallantmon was bottom decked as well. Now, do you run medieval in basically every deck these days?
No, I do think it's a very good card, and you could probably get away with it in a lot of circumstances. I think a deck like Galactimon, you kind of just want to streamline your consistency as much as possible. The only non-archetypal cards you generally see in Galacti is going to be like a training or like a scramble, because
Mhm.
those have like functions like training obviously allows you to reduce your costs and search for like your important pieces, whereas scramble allows you to play around the medieval whenever you're making a rebuild turn. But cards
You
like
know,
the medieval, it's not searchable. It doesn't accelerate your deck's game plan. So because of that, I don't. You wouldn't generally see it in a deck like the Galacti, but however, you would see it in a deck like the Purple Hybrid because it's such a free-form, flexible deck. Not really archetypal lock. It's just, do you have Tamer? Do you have Hybrid? Great. The rest of the deck, plug and play. You know.
interesting. I would have thought that with Helios's last turn, if he did happen to have the Codecracker Fang already in hand, why not just play it out, memory fixed for that turn, and then
Mhm.
if your Tamer is deleted, you can play it back or grab it back with the Lugamon when you promote out.
Yeah. No, it's totally valid. I didn't see. Did he move out and hit it off the Uko by any chance?
He did, but he didn't add it. He added something else. I think he added the
Ah.
other Luca to
So
hand.
maybe he just top decked it like on this turn specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, but gonna go ahead, swing security. This Ukomon refuses to die. Really, the chosen warrior over here. But unfortunately, he hits the fusion knives, which is going to accelerate Eddie's game plan. Um,
Oh, does that
ooh,
do anything?
yeah. So Psychmon is very good into specifically the BT18 Snatchmon, which is Digicross with 4 Vebmons to become a 2-cost
Ah,
hard slam. Yes,
that is true. Okay.
so into that specifically, it is pretty potent. Um, And so one of the core strengths of the Galactimon deck is the fact that you're able to rebuild super quickly whenever you're in disadvantageous board states. Like whenever your Galacti gets removed, you can just slam the Snatch for 2, use all the Venmons that were previously trashed from the Galacti, and then rebuild immediately.
I don't know why you would pitch here. Doesn't that Zenith set you to 3?
Yes, yes, it does. Uh, wait, did he pitch?
He pitched the Nidhogg, I thought.
Wait, oh, uh, sometimes in the heat of the moment we make misplays, but maybe I just missed something. I like wasn't looking at that
I
at the
mean,
time, but
it's also possible that we want to fill the trash up with more cards to potentially use the Jack Raid, but Jack Raid is now limited to 1.
right.
So
Yeah.
that's another factor where I'm kind of like, I can kind of see that use for that or why you would do it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we don't know all of the elements and factors that are in his hand, but uh definitely curious to see how he's going to pan this out, because if you look at the board state right now, you have double tamer plus the Uko and Psych. So no Snatchmon shenanigans happening because of that Psych. So actually in a pretty solid position since Eddie's only at 3 securities. So technically lethal is actually represented on the board if Eddie doesn't start clearing everything out. Because you have Uko swing, Psych swing, Luga swing and back, plus double
Mm.
tamer to potentially threaten hybrid.
Hybrid, yep, that's the big thing here.
Mhm. But I'm curious to see. We are going to go ahead and see the BT21 snatch. This is the one that pops a 4 cost or lower Digimon whenever you tuck Vemmons to the bottom of your deck. Um, so in that context, is actually pretty good here if he's able to tuck away his Vemmons. But I don't
Mhm.
see that happening anytime soon.
We do get the reduced Digivolution cost now with so many Vemons underneath, and we
Yes,
know that there's a promo Destromon in hand. So we could be seeing a few deletions here. Let's.
he's thinking about
Oh,
swinging because he
oh,
recognizes that he needs to clear the board, but it kills this Uko and he's passing turn because that Cupid's going to steal it, right?
Correct. And
So
the other issue there is that we don't know if that was one Nidhogg or if there was a second one just
that's
waiting in
true.
the hand as bait.
Yeah, and so he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna use the Fusion Eyes, which allows him to, because he has Snatch on board, it is a zero cost option, tuck away a Venmon, and if he chooses to, he can Digivolve from his trash either into the Galacti or into the Destro. Um, Going into Destro, it would be pop 7 cost, so he would be able to pop Double Tamer, which is exactly what he's gonna go ahead and do. And this is a pretty cheap Destro as well because of all the cost reduction. It is reducing it by an additional, what is that, 4 cost?
Mhm.
So it is a 1 cost evolution Destro. Pop Double Tamer if you want, but still, he is staring down at 3 swings, so he should be fine. He shouldn't be in lethal range. Oh, actually, gonna pop the Uko?
I would
Interesting.
probably delete the Psych if I'm honest here. I feel like the Psych's the better choice because then that opens up your plays next turn if you have a second Destro in hand.
Yeah, well, so I think the fear with the Uko, right, is that if he leaves the Uko, then he can rehatch.
Mhm.
And if he's trying to play around Louis, for example, then that could be like a really significant thing, right? Because that would generate an additional attack at 2 memory. Um, At 3 memory currently, he is able to go into that hybrid, say like Duskmon or something like that. And Eddie doesn't have any actual defenses to protect himself because the blocker or redirect inherits are only active once the Destromon is an inherit. So using the Galacti or not having Galacti out does mean you are wide open to taking some serious blows here.
If I recall, though, Eddie earlier when he was doing a search off of one of his effects, I don't know if I saw a Shadow Seraphi or if it was like a different like
Oh, interesting.
super.
Okay.
It could be like a one tech, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. And so here we actually are going to see the Arrestor Dramon Superior mode, a new tech that has recently been added to the Purple Hybrid toolbox, because it is a card that allows you to, what is it? It's plus 1000 DP for every source underneath.
Mhm.
It's red purple, so it's actually pretty great colors for a lot of the different sixes that you want to go into. Has raid piercing, so it removes a lot of bodies. Pretty great position in general, actually, if you are Helios, right?
Mhm.
Because of the Psychmon, you are unable to actually snatch and keep turn on it, which is again one of the strongest strengths of the Galactimon. So now, because he didn't get rid of that Psychmon, like you had said, it
Mhm.
is going to be a little bit awkward.
I think their intent was to choke at one
Yeah.
with Cupid, kind of gaining them that extra memory. But even then, with the Lugamon in the back, is where it kind of gets a little dicey because even if you hit an AG Nagasumi or a Code Cracker Fang, the big thing there is that you can just retuck it under with Lugamon's effect and gain a memory through Lugamon's, well, tucking effect.
I'm kind of impressed that you knew AG's full name.
Why?
Why do you know it?
Hey, I'm also the guy who reads the entire Digipolice option card.
That's I don't even know how to react to that, honestly. Like,
Yeah, I don't think popping AG was the right call. I would have popped probably the
oh,
Koji. Medieval coming down?
yeah.
You can't reduce though.
Oh, but he can't. Oh yeah, yeah, because it's like right. He can't reduce because it's
Yeah.
like. Yeah. So it is going to just be a raw medieval. The medieval would be able to actually remove double body because he could still suspend two. And so wait, right? Like he could still suspend two, and then I think that would allow him to while he can't reduce the actual cost, or is
Correct.
that technically the cost? Like how does that work?
Yeah. You're supposed to reduce the cost by suspending.
Right. So if you could still suspend, you just wouldn't actually get the reduction, right?
Correct. When this card would be played by suspending 2 Digimon, reduce the play cost by 4.
Yeah, so from my understanding at least, even with Psych on the board, he would be able to suspend with the Medieval Galamon. I'm sure Bash is on the scene right now, and he's going to let us know.
Hmm.
Um, but regardless, if I remember, yeah. So if he's able, so even then, right? Um, Medieval Galamon, if I remember correctly, it's a suspend then pop, so it's like a 2 different components. So even if he's not able to actually like double suspend stuff, he should be able to suspend one thing off the medieval on play, uh, and then pop a second card, and then he can just vortex into the other thing he suspended. So either way, it should be fine. But it looks like he is. It looks like he is going to get the suspend off of um, the medieval Galamon.
Mhm.
Yeah, so gonna go ahead, suspend the arrestor, suspend the psych. He has to be a little bit weary about aces. There are two Digimon that are suspended on the board, so this superior mode is within pop range. So if he wanted to play around, but it looks like he's actually no, okay, so he's suspending the Luga. All right.
It's up to 2 though, so it has to be 2.
Well. So it's suspend two for the first part, so the reduction part, and then the actual wind digivolving effect is suspend one, then pop one.
Oh, okay, got
Right. So he gets to suspend all three, and then the second part with the pop allows him to pop the superior mode, which means that he doesn't have to play into the ace. And then he could just swing into the psychmon. So he plays
Yes.
around the ace, removes majority of the bodies. There is Tamer plus Luga on board that is really scary, and we do also know that Helios. We know he has the Louis in hand.
Mhm.
So technically, he is representing lethal actually, with 9 memory especially. So
Oh, it's so gross. So much memory.
yeah.
We also know that this Luga can tuck the AG that was sent there earlier from the effect.
Mhm.
But no,
Yes.
I also did the Liberator, the Seeker read, so that's why I know AG Nagasumi's,
Fair enough. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
All right. So yeah, Duskmon gonna come on out. No Digivolutions do not trigger the medieval Gallantmon, so no interaction here, unfortunately, unless Eddie's running something crazy like Crimson Mode Ace, that would allow him to interact. But
That'd be so weird.
does Crimson Ace have a black text box to go over medieval? So like if he gets color changed,
No,
he does
it
not.
only goes over gallons.
No, with Gallant in name, so it would
Oh,
actually
really?
it would
Okay.
actually count. Yeah. Uh, yeah. So technically, if he was running something like a little funky, right? He could
Yeah.
go for the Crimson mode over the Medieval Gallimon to actually stop at least a Luga, right? But yeah, and then we're gonna go ahead, Evo Rookie and back Louis for game is show us the magic, right?
I mean, he could also just it got deleted, so he can actually whatchamacallit.
Oh, the
Uh
Arrestor Superior. Yep, that works. That does it. That does it
that
too.
does
All
do it.
right, so
Yeah.
multiple ways of lethal, right?
Yeah.
Um, But yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go into game two. So, like I said, despite being on paper, it is Galactic favor. Purple Hybrid is one of the few decks that has the ability to recur a lot of resources. So you're never actually out of the game if those resources are down, right? Like we saw the AG get removed, but then
Yep.
Luga just grabbed it back. So now,
Yep.
okay, well AG's back in play. Um, I definitely think that not removing that Psychmon was definitely something that came to bite him in the future because he wasn't
Agreed.
able to then digicross with the Snatchmon and make a recovery play. But I'm sure he has learned his lesson the hard way. So going into game two, he'll definitely be much more weary about that, right?
Yeah, and based on the fact that we've seen some of the searches, we know Eddie runs at least 2 medieval Gallantmons in his deck right
Hmm.
now. And from my perspective, I don't know if that's like a consistency thing that would bother me personally because,
Hmm.
I agree medieval Gallantmon is a great card, but do you necessarily need to run 2 or 3 of them in every deck is the question.
No, I don't think so.
Because I feel like for Galacticmon, your goal is Galactic and the Ragnarok cannon. That is what you want to see. That's what you want to hit.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Um, I know there are a lot of different builds with Galactimon. I don't think there's like a clean consensus in terms of like what is the correct way to build the deck, but um, I just in general, medieval I think is it while it is a really really good card, and oftentimes you can kind of just like splash it into whatever you need. I think in tournament settings you kind of just value the consistency, right? Like you need your deck to function for like 9 rounds in a row and like higher levels of settings. So you can't afford to have like a potential like non-combo starter, right?
Hmm. I
But
don't know
yeah.
if I saw the Shadow Seraphimon Ace. If I did, like, cool. As a one of, it's fine. But the more off archetype components you have in
Mhm.
your deck, the less consistent you're going to hit that top end point that you would really need to be at.
Yeah. So right here, he actually reveals the medieval Galamon again. I've spoken a lot with both Lychee as well as his name is Infinity. He's an Australian player that specializes in black. Both of them are on Galacti, right? Lychee
Mhm.
obviously playing Galacti for a very long time now. And Alex having played me and him, I'm also Alex. Fun fact. But he's the Australian me, right? Or I'm the
Yeah,
American
yeah.
him, whichever you want to call it. But him and I, we've talk a lot about like black decks. And he's been coaching me actually a lot in Galacti. and he told me that turn 1, you hard mulligan for Tamer, and you almost always slam Tamer turn 1.
Mhm.
Just because it accelerates like the state of your game significantly because you have so much comeback potential. So I did see that he had the BT21 Zenith in his hand. So that was an option for him to slam. When I was learning the deck, I oftentimes just slammed that Vemmon instead. But having played the deck a little bit more, I do think Tamer Slam turn 1 is optimal, but nonetheless, right?
I would agree. And at the same time, if you do happen to run, how many Ragnarok cannons are you on?
4.
So if you're on 4 Ragnarok cannons, if Eddie is banking on hitting a Ragnarok cannon in the security, that also technically lets you play Zenith.
Ooh, Rivals Barrage. All right, gonna go ahead, hit the Medieval Galamon. I don't think Eddie was expecting to see a security bomb from this position, right? Uh, from what I saw, I don't think he used the Vemmon ability just yet.
No, he didn't. He just attacked
Right.
directly.
Yeah,
So
so he's unfortunately not
waste.
going to filter out his deck for some additional cards. So unfortunate timing on for Eddie. But we are going to go ahead. We are going to see that BT21 Zenith coming on out. It is unfortunately not max rarity though, because I do see base rarity Zenith right there.
It could be pre-release. You don't know.
Okay, but like, is pre-release better than like alt art?
That's the thing. It's such a subjective question on what is max rarity when you're like, say there's 400 alt art Zeniths running around, and then you also have
Sure.
like maybe like 200 pre-release Zeniths running around. What is max rarity? What is harder and more sought after?
Definitely the one with the alternative art.
Okay, so we see the tuck with AG underneath the Lugamon.
Mm-hmm. But
A
yeah.
little bit of player banter. It's always good.
Yeah, no. At the end of the day, you're here to play a card game that you hopefully both enjoy, right? Like you're
Yes.
both trying to have some fun. And so okay, he's changing the color of the Zenith, so he's changing it to purple. They have little markers for it. That's cute.
That
Um,
is really cute.
yeah, but at the end of the day, you're both here to play a game that you both enjoy. So having a little bit of banter back and forth, why not, right? Just enjoy yourselves. Gonna go ahead mill 2. There is the Psychmon. Psychmon is now in trash. Purple Hybrid doesn't have a way to recur it. At least off of my head, it doesn't have a way to recur it. But he's gonna go ahead and hit that Snatchmon as well. Obviously, Velgar is going to be bigger because Velgar is currently sitting at 11,000 DP.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not even like mad if the Velgar like does die because like you just get back your Tamer. So it's like whatever at the end of the day. But we are going to go ahead. He's going to float back into that Koichi. Koichi allowing him to further filter his deck. And
Yep.
yeah, Eddie in a technically Eddie's on the back foot right now in terms of like a resource game, but like I said, Galactimon is a deck that is very, very excellent at recovering from various different board states once you have the 4 Vemmon in trash or hand, because it's Digicross from either. So as long as no Psychmon drops onto the board, he should be okay.
That's what I was worried about. Like the only thing that would really hurt right now is if we saw like calling from the darkness, grab back the Psychmon, play Psychmon, and then all right, go. Now what are you gonna do? You gotta out this.
Oh, so he's actually gonna go scramble into Dober. So a lot of interesting applications here. So he keeps turn because of the Lugamon inherit.
Yes.
That when you play a Son of Chaos or Son of Chaos,
Yeah, Sons of Chaos.
Sons of Chaos, and I'll go ahead and gain back the memory. So he's actually able to swing out the Dober. And like I said, if I remember correctly, Dober is on deletion. Check top 3, add a
Yep.
Digimon or Tamer, and
Yep.
then trash the rest. But he actually does hit the Vemmon, so it doesn't even die. So he and also Scramble is really interesting because that does mean he is able to grab back that Psychmon on a future turn, right?
Correct, but only
Mhm.
if Eddie has a Digimon in play. So Eddie needs to be careful here because if he does happen to go Vemmon, that's where it's going to be problematic because
Mhm.
assuming Helios had no Digimon in play, that's when the Psychmon can come back out for free.
Oh, he's actually gonna pass. He doesn't have a better play. I mean, like if you're in the Galacti position, you're almost always going to have to play something down onto the board. Otherwise, you're gonna like lose all your security, right? Because
Correct.
then you're staring down double hybrid plus Dober. And then again, we know Helios as Louis. Eddie doesn't know that, but you have to contest the board in some capacity, which means
Yes.
you are gonna have to play into that scramble. So you might have to stare down like a Psychomon. I have seen people use scramble as a way to grab back Rush Guilmon.
Yes.
So that could be like a really interesting thing because like both players are playing very interesting lists, right?
Yes.
Eddie with his medieval Gallantmons being a what's the word, like an alternative to like what the standard Galactimon list looks like. Whereas Helios using the Arrestor Superior mode and Louis to add some additional aggression to his deck. But yeah, we are going to see that Snatchmon come right on out. Digicross with the 4. And yeah, at this point, if you have the promo Destro, you can do you can stabilize pretty significantly here.
Yeah. And I think hilariously enough, I don't think this play would have been possible unless Helios had actually, trashed as many cards as he did with the Velger effect.
So you could always use Digicross from a hand components.
Correct.
So while he might be a little bit short, it still probably was possible. Fusionize for 0 to tuck an additional Vembon. So effectively, this is like a +1 memory in the context of the deck. Because it's adding the cost reduction to your Destro or Galacti evolution. One of the things that I learned while getting coached by Australian Alex or Infinity, however
Yeah.
you want to go about it,
Yeah.
is Evo Galacti over Snatch is a really strong play, actually. Like, because Evo Destro into Galacti is 11 cost, but Evo into Evo into Galacti is only 9 cost.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was really interesting. I didn't think about like how often you should actually evolve straight into the Galacti, which is exactly what we are going to go ahead and see Eddie do here. Galactimon is able to tuck any 4 cards with Vemmon in text.
Including options.
Yes, options and tamers. Fun fact.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
and Digi-Egg, actually. So
Yeah.
this Galactimon is such a large stack, and we're going to go ahead see the Ragnarok Cannon come on down. This is going to hit the Dober. He will gain an additional memory because of the Cupimon, and then Dobermon will filter 4 additional cards off the top 3.
Do you think we'll see something like Death Slinger or something like that from Helios's end, or
Rivals Barrage, it's close enough, at least in terms of like from the hand, right?
man? We got Velger, Uko,
And Uko.
double Uko.
Is he able to grab any of it? Like, let me double check. What is this Dober do? I haven't seen this Dobermon in like years.
It's all the way
It's
back. It predates like EX2, right?
it's return. Return any purple Digimon or Tamer from trash.
It's Matt.
Oh,
It's kind
it's
of like
Matt.
Matt.
It's Matt. Yeah. Okay.
Can't have the kid, have the Mon. It kind of helps.
All right. Yeah. So a lot of recursion. With Matt being hit to 1, I definitely the deck.
0.
Oh, 0. Oh my God, you're right. I forgot.
Yeah, we banned him. He's out. He's gone.
How did we hit Matt to 0, but HPD got to walk?
That's the same question I ask myself most days of the week.
Let's talk, Kohei. Let's talk. Like, but yeah, so with Matt being at 0, you do have to get a little bit creative in finding ways to recur resources. So seeing the scramble, seeing the Dober, really trying to make sure that you have the resource game in order to keep up with Galactimon removing so much of your board. But being at 4 memory, and double Tamer as well. He could make some good plays, but do keep in mind that Eddie's Galactimon, that being the promo Destro, is the attack redirect.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the BT21 BT21 Destro is an attack negate.
So in Helios's position, would you want to play either the Psychmon to like cut him off from playing Destros in the future, or would you play Luga at this point? And then if you, assuming you have an AG in your hand or trash to tuck under and gain another memory.
So I think it really comes down to, okay, like you have to remove the Galacti, right? If you don't remove the Galacti, then you end up having to deal with potential Ragnarok Cannon, just like completely frying your security.
You just need 2 Mons. You just need 2 Mons to counteract Galacti and also counteract the cannon.
Yes, correct. And he doesn't have BT21 snatch, so there is no pop either. Because if he had like Zenith, for example, he could swing and then pop a body and then resolve Ragnarok Cannon.
Wait, what just
scramble played out Psych?
Yes, but then he put Rivals Barrage on top. Why was Rivals Barrage put on top? I thought Scrambles could only return Digimon.
Let me double check. Double checking. It is Digimon. So we'll go ahead. I'm sure a judge will catch it. It's no problem. But yes, so he's currently in a position where with the Psychmon on board, plus he's going to go ahead and you. Oh wait, no. Oh no, Psych also is not a valid target either because Psych is 3,000 DP, but Scramble only plays
Correct.
out 2,000 DP. So yeah, so the Lugavon is going to come on down.
I forgot about the DP restriction too. I
Mhm.
was like, wait a minute. I mean, he could have returned Luga to the field and then put Psych on top.
Yeah. All right, but from this position, you have to get rid of this Galactimon, right? We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna see like Dusk Velgar potentially, but if he uses the Galactimon to just redirect the attack, and Galactimon should be 17,000 DP because he re-added the
Huge.
Sumemon egg. He
Huge.
should be larger than the Velgarmon, which means that
Yes.
Velgarmon will not get its pop actually. Being unable to actually get that pop does mean he has to get a little bit creative in how he's going to remove the Galactimon. But at one memory, it's your options are a little bit limited, right?
Okay, so we're fixing the game state right now. Helios
Mhm.
is returning the Rivals Barrage that he added back to hand, and the Psychmon was what was added to hand instead.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, games that little kerfuffle has been corrected. We should be all set to go now, and we're gonna go ahead and resolve the Velgar. Mill's double Vemmon. So I'm sure Eddie is ecstatic about that. Just additional resources to play with, and he does hit another BT21 Zenith. So BT21 Zenith, reveal top 3, and you can either play a Vemmon or you can add. Oh no, that's 18 Zenith. My bad.
18, yeah.
Yeah, it's 18 Zenith.
No, you're good.
It's all Zenith. Like,
I mean, you've got the thing is with Zenith, you've got the one that he's leaning slightly forward. You've got the one where he's just looking cool backwards. Likewise, Owen's kind of got the I'm just staring
okay,
at you with the
both
cold
Owens
look.
actually look the same. Like they're not even like different
No,
poses. Wait,
no, one of the Owens has literally got the Inuyasha hand thing going.
what? Okay, so BT18 Zenith, I mean, still pretty great hit, especially in combination with the already established 21 Zenith, because that means you are always going to start your turn at 4 as long as you have a Vemmon to pitch away, right? So I mean, we did see the redirect, right, coming out from the Galactimon. So that is going to go ahead and delete the Velgarmon. He is going to have to find a way to facilitate an additional body onto the board in order to play around the Ragnarok cannon. I don't think that's too much of a tall ask, right? You can just like slam something or evolve a tamer into a hybrid. Plenty of different ways for you to get out that additional body to soak up the Galactimon pop plus Ragnarok. And do note that because this is the BT18 snatch as well, actually this Galactimon stack is capable of an OTK, like even like air
Oh, the
quotation marks.
Unsuspended, right?
Right, correct.
Yeah.
Specifically because he has the 18 Zenith on board as well, because you
Yep.
could tuck away 2 Vems off the Zenith, and then that will activate 18 Snatch to unsuspend, and then he could swing again.
Yep.
So OTK is technically live unless another body is played onto the board. Maybe that's why he's incorporated the Medieval Gallimon into his list in order to play around people trying to play around a Galactimon, right? So if you like slam a body in order to deny the Ragnarok cannon play, the Medieval Gallimon is just going to be like, no, you can't do that. I'm not going to allow you. So
Because
maybe
if you
that's the
build,
thought process.
especially in the purple hybrid matchup, since they have
Mhm.
so many tamers and they're trying to build out so many Digimon, part of me feels like if you're gonna run like scrambles or the trainings, Death Xmon is still kind of a good choice as well.
Yeah. So Death Xmon, really interesting, right? We've entered a format where we have a lot of tamer heavy decks.
Mhm.
So like for example, all of the BT21 protagonist decks, right? They're all heavy tamer reliant for the most part. But if you take a look at what is considered tier 1, so decks like the Royal Knights, Sakuya, even decks like Leviah the Ghidra, these aren't tamer heavy decks actually. So Death X I think is really good into like the lower tier type of decks, but it's actually gonna fail to perform at a higher level. Interestingly enough. So we do see here that he is going to go ahead and facilitate double bodies in order to absorb the Galacti plus the Ragnarok cannon proc. So unless Eddie has a way to actually play around that, he is not going to be able to use he's not able to OTK. the longer the game is going to drag out, the harder it is going to be for Eddie to maintain his defenses, being only at 2 security. Whereas Helios, he has double tamer plus Uko, plus double body. So a lot of different attacks coming on out. This Galactimon's also looking really low on the Vemmon count. I actually can't even tell how many there are left because
I think there's 3 or 4.
I'm about to say it's sideways and like my eyesight is not the greatest. Yes. Also, I believe Galactimon is start a main mandatory pop, which he didn't pop the psych, so that's fine. Okay. But yeah. Okay.
I
Sorry.
also feel like if you are able to Ragnarok cannon, like a second Ragnarok cannon, that does technically set you up for potentially another trash, assuming the one security card at the bottom isn't a Rival's Barrage. Like that's all you have to be like scared about.
Well, with the Rivals Barrage only pops high as DP. So the new Galactimon has a bunch of different ways for you to actually reattach Vemmons to your stack. A couple of the cards actually just like they don't specify this stack; they specify any stack. So if he really wanted to play around the Rivals of Barrage, he could reload his Galactimon to 4 protection. In order to actually play around getting hit by Rivals Barrage and security. But with the Ragnarok cannon, you only have to risk up until the last security. So the odds that you actually get blown out by the Rivals Barrage are relatively low, I feel like. I think Galactimon nowadays has adapted to a playstyle where like you just don't even swing period unless you're going for game, right? Like you're very much so like a ticking time bomb style of deck because like Ragnarok Cannon is just going to do all the work and like what's it matter, you know?
And the other good thing about Ragnarok Cannon is, especially with the newest Galactic one, is that even if one copy is in trash, you can still use it later.
Yes, correct. And so, we're gonna go ahead and hit the Koichi. Wait, okay. Did he swing? He swung Vem, right? Or did he?
But why didn't he use the Ragnarok Cannon?
Well, probably because he didn't want to expend it, right?
So we're just going one check at a time.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So he used the beat. He used he used Zenith to bot deck 2 of his Vemmons to then use the BT-18 Snatchmon to unsuspend. So he's trying to get damage in while also maintaining a blocker. Because it doesn't have sources, so it's not a blocker either, actually. Yeah, so I think maybe he's just trying to like set up a lethal line on the following turn, knowing that it is probably going to be very difficult for him to set up a Ragnarok cannon. I think maybe like what's happening here. But this is kind of where Purple Hybrid's going to start to shine, right? You haven't removed any of these tamers, and this Ragnarok Cannon is not going off anytime soon. Galactimon doesn't have protection, right? Because there's not enough Vemmons in stack. So if Purple Hybrid can just clear out this board, it might just be able to go for game outright. There's a lot of swings potentially coming out.
You'll go to 4 memory, 5 with the Luga. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks, 2 security.
It's 4 memory, right? It's 4 memory with Luga.
That's not promo. That's a
that's 16 Uko, yeah.
Yeah. So 1 memory at most off of the Luga here in combination with the AG tucking under. So you go to 4, but that's still enough to Evo for 2 hybrids, right? If you want to go Tusk.
Yeah. So the big thing here, though, right, is that you need 3 attacks. You are actually no, he does. He actually should have enough because there's no blocker unless we see something creative like an ace play, or say something in security. I don't know. Galacti, weirdly enough, doesn't have very good security bombs in the sense of like
Ragnarok Cannon is the only
Ragnarok doesn't remove.
Oh yeah.
It plays out a card with Vemmon in its text that is 6 cost or lower, I believe. It's either 5 or 6. I think it's 6. Unironically, hits the Ragnarok.
I think Helios had a moment of panic, and then Eddie was just like, no, nothing gets deleted. You're fine. You're fine.
So I'm curious if the Snatchmon is able to reload this Galactimon immediately. Because if it can, then he could turn on the attack redirect.
Yes.
But no, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and play the 21 Vemmon, which will grab back a Vemmon card by discarding 1. So he's going to go ahead and grab back the Fusion Eyes. So not reloading any of his sources, nor getting his blocker back online.
That's
So still
unfortunate.
really spooky position to be in. Let me double check. Actually, I am curious. Yes. So
Oh,
he
does it have innate blocker?
what does the
The Galactic.
Snatchmon does. So BT18 Snatchmon. I do remember this now. BT18 Snatchmon gives blocker until the end of your opponent's turn, as well as the unsuspend, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct. So he does have blocker. So he should be okay. I think. Yes, he's going to be okay. It looks like we're actually going to go ahead. He's going to Duskmon swing into this Snatchmon. Not able to actually go for game here, but still Eddie in a little bit of an awkward position because there's so many bodies on the board that you have to deal with, right?
But
And
can
yeah,
Eddie
go on.
still redirect or no? Because that's where I'm kind of trying to figure out why the Velgar doesn't just go into security.
So I think it's because he knows he doesn't have game anymore potentially.
Oh, not enough hybrids in hand.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. He might just not have enough hybrids.
Wait. Well, Helios. If Helios also has calling from the darkness, he could
Well, so
technically.
yes, technically calling would work. I don't think calling's a very common card though in purple hybrid. From like what I remember, you could use it as a way to like recur your trash and everything, but like I don't think we see it
Yep.
that often. Actually, he's gonna go ahead and go for Louis here. Interestingly enough, so if he had swung the Velgar at security with arrestor, he's going to arrestor.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's arrestor
That's
for
right.
game.
Arrestor
Yeah,
for game. Arrestor.
is that a Keenan? Like, yeah, show us the arrestor. Yep,
There it is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that game, Eddie just didn't have enough. I mean, he didn't have any purple destros actually. So not able to remove any of these tamers from the purple hybrid side. So purple hybrid just got to be able to out resource the Galactimon player, just because like, hey, well, in general, one of Galactimon's biggest weaknesses are actually being able to go wide. So that way, then you just disrupt the Ragnarok cannon play in general. So from the purple hybrid's perspective, that's probably the best case scenario as you can get, just like not running into promo destro like whatsoever, right? So congratulations to Helios for winning round one, and hopefully we'll be going into round two pretty shortly, right? Because I'm curious to see what else we have cooking. But yeah. All right, and then while Ben is going to BRB real quick, I will entertain everyone. I am ready. All right, this is the solo Huang show. Never mind, he's back. All right, the coup is over, guys. I'm sorry, the rebellion has ended already. But yeah, I taking a look. Just really quickly, I wanted to say thank you again to Nerd Rage Gaming for inviting both DigiPanda and I to commentate on this event. We really do appreciate it. They have locals on Monday starting at 6:30 p.m. as well as Saturdays at 1 p.m. You can buy singles at nerdragegaming.com. And yeah, thank you all so much. They do buy cards as well as host case events every single set. So definitely be sure to give them a check out. But it looks like Ben's audio is having a little bit of a hiccup right now, so I'm sure they'll be trying to fix it. But in the meantime, you get to listen to the, I would say, soothing sound of Huang Zero, but I'm sure it sounds more like nails on a chalkboard to others. But yeah. Also, I just want to say thank you to everyone so much for supporting both Ben and I as content creators. We really do appreciate it. I know I've been advertising the Southeast Asia versus Huang Zero mod chat exhibition match. Due to time restrictions and whatnot, it's like scheduling conflicts. We did have to turn it from a from a stream to a video, but that should be up hopefully soon this week. Jumping right back into another game, actually, we have. I assume this is Giga Seedramon based on the Cool Boy, but then it's also versus Galactimon. So I think this is this game one? Let me see. Is this hello? Hello. What's up? I got you, man. Don't worry. Okay, so this is game three. I've just it's a I think it's both a popular deck and also a not popular deck. Like it's like you'll randomly see it a bunch, and then other events you'll see it none at all. So very hit or miss, right? But yeah, gonna go ahead. Let's see here. All right, what's the board position looking like? We have double Ragnarok cannon primed. It looks like he just hatched and evolved in raising. So this wait, is that no, that is new Galacti, right? Okay, that is new Galacti. Um, and I can't tell if there's BT18 Snatchmon in this stack or not. Just because again, it's like top down view sideways. Hmm. But yeah, so either way, he has Venmon in back. So with body plus the Galacti Ragnarok cannon setup, that is actually lethal status. We do see. Wow, this is a very alt art. I imagine it's a Giga Siegedmon deck. Oh, is this Blue Gallant? No, no, it has to be like a fish deck, right? Like there's the I forget what her name is. I'm sure you know Ben. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so thank God, because I have no clue. Okay, Ben. So now I have to know what is the option card's name? Can you? It's this is like the equivalent of like can how far much of pi can you recite? I don't even know how to respond to that. That was I'm genuinely like in shock and awe. Like that was actually that okay. That was simultaneously like the nerdiest thing I've ever heard, but also like that was really cool. I can't lie. Like so he's mhm. Well, so Ben, I'm curious. Did you notice? Did you notice something? You know where that you see what's on Boldy's board and what's not on JT's board? Yeah. Hard slam and Vizzy to de-digivolve the Galacti to prevent lethal. I mean, you yeah, he could just re-evolve into it. Yeah. Yeah, because you just re-evolve into it for low cost, and then oh wait, chat is saying that they may not be able to hear you right now. I might just be talking to myself, guys. I'm going crazy apparently. Yeah, and so hopefully we can have that fixed soon enough. Um, yeah, guys, I'm going crazy. My bad. Sorry. I was just losing it. I saw Siegermon and got really excited. Like, what can I say? But yeah. So, anywho, um, yes, the Invisimon is going to go ahead, slam down, de-digivolve all the way down into the Snatchmon. Potentially he is able to just go straight back into the Galactimon, which I think looking like he has it with like, yeah, that's it right there, right? Like I think I see it right there in his hand. Maybe, yeah. Okay, so there's a Galactimon. Okay, um, and he has double Ragnarok cannon. Does he have the BT18 snatch for lethal though? Is the question. I know Ben. You guys didn't hear it. Ben said he didn't see the blocker keyword in that stack, so maybe he doesn't have it. Um, but I think from this position, because he tapped out the Vemon, which means that we're gonna have to work a little bit harder to get this lethal. The first Ragnarok cannon is going to remove the Invisimon. The second Ragnarok cannon is going to burn the rest of the security down to one. Um, and then let's see here what is going to be revealed. Anything good? Uh, yeah, hopefully. For what it's worth, I can hear you. Yeah, so we are gonna go ahead. Oh, actually, even if he did have the BT18 Snatchmon in his stack, it didn't matter because he doesn't have BT18 Zenith on board. So he wouldn't be able to actually get an additional attack off. So unless we see something really weird like promo Gallant to go for like rush lethal or something like that, I don't think he has game from this position. Which I mean, if you're in Boldy's spot, you have four and back plus the yeah, you have four and back plus mem boost plus training, so you might be able to get some you might just be able to go crazy, right? Especially because
Could.
you have like Mega Seedramon X giving you unredirectable, so maybe you can actually just like sneak past the Galactimon entirely. Also,
Yes.
Ben, it sounds like you're good from our producer.
Yes. Yes.
All right, so welcome back.
Oh,
You are no
thank
longer
you.
a
Thank
voice in
you.
my head.
Yeah. This headset sometimes has issues with video.ninja, so I'm gonna get a backup headset ready just in case.
Yes, yeah. See, he does exist. Somebody said my imaginary friends are contagious because they can hear you now too.
Excellent.
But yeah, we are going to go ahead. We are going to see the BT18 Snatch grab back some additional Vembons, and then we are going to one cost Evo into the new BT21 Destromon. This Destromon does prevent you from having your sources stripped, as well as giving you Digivolution protection as well. So it kind of just does everything that the Galactimon
So
deck
nice.
needs it to do. Yeah, it's a really good card. So choking at 1, we have to see Boldy push through quite a bit of damage at this point. He's at 0 security. This Galactimon is set up to the T with protection as well. So Boldy is going to have to work a little bit harder to make either A, outright beat JT in terms of like smashing his security, or remove the board somehow. So yeah, I'm really curious. We are going to go ahead and we're going to see the Mega Seedramon. I believe I think this is the Deep Savers Mega Seedramon.
It
Uh,
is.
and if I remember correctly, this bounces a 4 or lower, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Most of the blue deep savers elements either bounce or gain like memory at end of attack,
Mhm.
which I still don't like that effect.
Why?
Because it requires you to attack. And if you have to do something preemptively and then your opponent's like blast Evo, kill it or de-digivolve it, whatever, then you're just like, I got nothing.
So okay, so we are going to see the Mega Seedramon X come on out. This stuns 1, I believe, and I don't remember if it plays a body out or not. I'm a little rusty on my Seedramon knowledge. It's been a while since I had to like really look at these cards.
To be
Okay,
fair, I
bounce,
mean, when
yeah,
we see the rogue decks now, it actually feels a little nice because of the
yeah,
fact that, you know, when we knew what was meta, we could just study those cards.
right.
Now it's a whole new wide ball game of what we're gonna run into.
Yeah, no, the unit. I mean, I'm very happy for unification. Not having pre-existing data to work off of is a little bit rough at times, but definitely it's a lot more fun. Mega Seedramon X is going to bot deck bot decks a 4 or lower, and then prevent something from suspending. So this Galactimon probably is likely the target if I had to take a gander at it. That Mega Seedramon X, previously it's an unsuspend plus a win attacking, but like he didn't attack, so it's whatever. But yeah, so you currently at 3 memory thanks to training plus boost, so a lot of room to work with here. But the question is like, what is your follow-up play, right? Because oftentimes the top end we see with this stack would be like a Gallimon X, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Gallimon X, you can go into it for I think it's a 4 cost evolution, right?
Yes.
It's a 4
4
cost,
from red, yellow, or blue.
right? And then 1 cost over Gallant.
Correct.
So in this position, if we did, oh, actually, he's just going to concede. It looks like not having a clean out in order to stop everything that's coming out, right? Because he has 1 stun plus maybe a removal for like 1 stack, but yeah, it's not going to be enough. So JT is going to go ahead and take the game. It looks like.
You said that was game 3, so the
Yeah,
match actually.
Matt. He's going to take the match, right?
Let's go.
All right. And then
Right.
we are going to go on break very shortly. But so far, I hope you are all enjoying the stream at home, watching some Digika content. And again, thank you all so much for tuning in. And we hope that you enjoy what more there is to come.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Nerd Rage Gaming. I'm DigiPanda, joined by the great.
Oh, me. I thought you were going to say
The great Hog Zero. Let's go.
yeah!
All right. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, do I introduce you or should you introduce you? But at the same time, like, it works out either way.
I mean,
Welcome back,
it's all fun,
everyone, ladies and
right?
gentlemen. Today we are doing a store regional with Nerd Rage Gaming. 6 rounds, 64 players. A lot of fun. We've already seen Galacticmon. We've seen. Would you categorize it as fish?
Well, we didn't get to see a 6 other than in Busy. So technically, by that logic, it's in Busy Fish, but I
Yeah,
digress.
yeah. And then we also saw Purple Hybrid, and now we
Yes.
are going to see a great adventure and some Digicrossing.
Okay, so I love both of these decks. Both decks very, very fun.
hmm
Adventure is a really interesting case where I expected this deck to be a lot more popular, given like you pick up 2 starter decks and then all you need is like the ties and like you're good to go, right? Like
hmm
you're set. That's a deck. But we haven't seen adventure at all in any of these like regionals or like locals or anything. Like it's a very like low representation deck. I'm very surprised about. Um, and on the flip side, we also have Crossheart, which is also a very low representation deck. But I think
hmm
both decks are actually pretty good. Um, so this matchup, I think, is favored for adventure because of the Our Courage United black option, right? Our Courage United, if I remember, if I'm saying the name correctly, I could be
Yep,
crazy.
it is.
Cool. That option states whenever a level 5 or higher adventure mon is removed from the board, you can then float into another level 5 or lower, right?
hmm
So because of that, what ends up happening is that cross EX6, cross EX6, whatever, how do you want to pronounce it? The
E cross
minus
6.
the minus 6,000 DP or minus 5,000 DP, depending on how much you have,
Yes.
plus the shooting star mon accidentally triggers the black option because it kills whatever five's on the board. So then
Yep.
you immediately get hit with like the Zudo Strip Rush or Digivolve, Bounce, whatever. But then it's also a mandatory when attacking pop. So the deck really doesn't have a lot of different ways to play around the black option. So what I've had to resort to doing is using the option can't turn my back to make double EX6, create a minus 10,000, 12,000 DP aura in order to kill anything that floats.
Yep. I
So,
believe it. I also partially think that Arbiter 1 will have a little bit of an advantage here for the fact that if you're on the top end that's primarily Metal Garurumon, you have ways to technically, I don't think necessarily unsuspend, but you can definitely put out a lot of bodies that
well,
can have rush, and you can also then alliance and be big enough. Because
you
what
actually
insecurity is really scary?
So you actually can unsuspend because of the Mega Kabuterimon.
Yeah.
How the interaction works for people that don't know at home is you can go Metal Garurumon, swing, play out the level 4 that free evos, evolve into the Mega Kabuterimon, alliance with the wait. No. It's you have to do it differently. How does it work? There's a way which you can do it is that you resolve the alliance portion of the Mega Kabuterimon first to swing out, and then you use the second part of Mega Kabuterimon to then unsuspend the swinging target. So you can actually swing twice if you order it correctly. But
Right.
on the spot, I'm blanking on how you pull it off. I just know you can pull it off.
Yeah. No. I understand the Mega Kabuterimon can unsuspend. It's just one of those like it's a very convoluted methodology with adventure that is honestly one of those. Adventure's one of those decks where you're gonna get pretty much judge calls where the judges has to come
Yeah.
in and kind of like walk you through the order of when can I alliance, when do I digivolve, when do I unsuspend, when do I alliance again.
Yeah. And so current game state, we do have Crossheart with triple tamers, not like literally the triple tamer, but like 3 tamers set up. We have double BT10 Taiki plus the BT21 Taiki. Only BT21 Taiki is going to generate the additional memory plus card advantage in this situation. And we do see double Atler Ballista plus, I think that's Omni Shout underneath. I can't really tell.
Wasn't it the so we got the shout?
It's a red yellow something. So
Yeah, but I know
oh
that
no, I think it's regular shout.
well, because it would have been one of them should be regular shouts because that's the one that got
Yeah.
deleted from battle. That's why we have a Pikmon's in the trash right now.
Right.
I don't know what the other one is though because I
Yeah.
missed what it was, but it
Yeah.
could be shout or Shoutmon King version.
True. And so so if you look at Arbiter One's trash, he actually has the Angemon, which in the community we call it the taste of victory, because if you've ever paid attention to his tweets, he doesn't stop talking about this dang card. But that being said, we've actually seen a lot of lists cut the free play tamer entirely from their adventure list because it's considered too slow. Because if you don't see it early game, it's kind of a dead card later in the game. Whereas the cards like the Toge and like the Burdra consistently have value throughout the game. So they're playing
Correct.
for like more consistency across the board versus like having like the spike in early game.
The only thing that I justified with Angemon is the fact that if your top end is primarily War Greymon Ace, for example, you can utilize the Angemon to DP reduce something enough to adjust the DP levels, so you can choose what the lowest DP Digimon is at that point. Theoretically.
Theoretically, right? So we are going to go ahead. We are going to see the EX6 come on down. Is this max rarity cross art? It's cool if it is. I'm here for it. I love cross art. But
I'm gonna go with no, because the let me look at Raptor Sparrowmon real quick.
I think it has a pre-release, but like stamps are lame, so whatever.
Hey, you take that back.
They are lame. All right, but this is going to be a fully discounted EX6, so it's going to be one cost. He's going to go ahead and pop the Palmon. No Shooting Starmon, unfortunately, so this is only going to be one check, but it does have Reboot and it does have Blocker, so it is able to get in the way of Arbiter 1. And then he's going to go ahead. He's going to pass his turn on the BT10 Taiki. Going to go ahead. Can't turn my back. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Best card in the deck. Coolest card in the deck. All right.
Can't you add it?
Yes, you can. You add one cross art card to your hand, and then you tuck one underneath a tamer.
And what do you know? He added it.
Let's go. Can't turn my back. Okay, Can't Turn My Back actually creates so many different lethal lines. It's actually pretty interesting, right? Because you're able to reuse your EX6 material. So you're, instead of having to like create a second EX6 out of thin air, you can just reuse a pre-existing EX6. You can use this to go EX6 swing 2 checks into a second EX6 2 check, and then slam like Omni Shout with like Taiki for lethal or whatever. You could also use it to like go Volder Jogress, because you could use double EX6 for Volder.
Yeah. What I'm trying to figure out right now is, can we... I feel like you need to have like the Metal Gray here.
Metal Gray is really good. Zudo is also really good. Lily is good. Mega Kabu is good. A lot of them are pretty good, to be honest with you.
I think for me, mainly the Metal Gray is on my mind right now, because you want to de-Digivolve E Cross 6 to kind of... Or, oh, wait. I think it's called... Oh, never mind. I remember what... I think E Cross...
EX6.
Or EX6. I think it stands
EX6?
for Extra Cross.
Probably. I believe that. Interestingly, though, he's going to go Toge into Angelwomon, which doesn't do anything in this situation because the Angelwomon can only evolve other Digimon, I believe.
Correct.
So unfortunately,
Sadly.
yeah. And, you know, he's starting up like the little hand motions, like, I don't got much more. Like, I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, the Birdramon is going to come on down. Is there another 5 to accompany? Maybe he was like hoping he gets like a 5 off the top deck from evoing Angelwomon.
Oh, there's another Angelwomon.
Another Angelwomon. Okay. So this Angelwomon will be able to evolve the other Angelwomon.
I mean, do you War Gray Ace here?
Could be Melga.
Do you have enough colors to... Oh, wait, I think
you do have enough colors to bottom deck this EX6.
Yeah.
Bot deck the EX6 and then hope he doesn't have enough pieces to do this all over again is possible.
Because the pieces don't...
Correct. They don't go back.
Yeah, because it has to be on deletion, correct?
Correct, yes. So Metal Garurumon, I'm going to go ahead, like we just said, bot decks the EX6, all those sources are gone. He is actually able to swing with this Metal Garurumon if he chooses to do so, because of the Angelwomon that's on board that will register the evolution, which will allow him to swing, generate an additional body, and he can actually double alliance. So he can make this a 3-check Metal Garurumon.
I like how Arbiter's like, gotta find something. I need something. There's the... Oh, no!
The black option, the bane of most decks. Like that option is so strong.
Yeah.
We've actually, interestingly enough, we've seen a trend with a lot of adventure lists recently where they've cut the Memboost entirely and played a higher increase in tamer count.
Yeah.
I think it's a really interesting adaptation because technically Memboost slows you down by 1 turn, whereas playing the tamer outright will just speed. Well, it's part of your game plan, right? It speeds you up. And so by doing so, it also allows you to play an additional copy of the black option, which is going to disrupt, most things in general, right? We are going to see the double alliance. He does hit the BT10 Taiki. This will allow him to regain some of those resources that he just lost with that EX6 being bottom deck, which I have now been informed stands for Evolution Cross 6. So fun fact.
Evolution Cross 6.
But yeah, so getting back some of those resources, we still have 2 more checks to go, though. So I'm very interested to see what ends up happening. But definitely a really difficult decision to make. It looks like he went ahead and not bot deck, but he tucked away one of the shooting stars because you will need that in order to make some plays.
Mhm.
And then do you grab the DX or do you grab the Omni Shout? DX does serve as both the Omni Shout component as well as the Greymon component, but you do need the Omni Shout to get the rush in order to actually play the game.
Mhm.
And so because there is no black option on the side of Arbiter, that does mean he can go into the EX6 without having much worry. Wow, another Taiki coming on now. Hey, King Shout. Hey.
No, I was just laughing that a shaman was like, okay, it's my turn, and Arbiter's just like, no way, I got 2 more checks to go. You just resolved your tamer.
Have you ever seen this many tamers on the side of cross art?
A long time ago in BT11, yeah, and
Long,
then
long ago. In
big
Hades
bad
Force
Blackboard
format.
Greymon X would just be
Yeah.
like Hades Force.
But yeah, so hitting the additional Taiki does mean he's going to be able to generate some more memory on top of everything, right? I think he's going to go to 5 now because I don't think he's used any of the Taikis yet. So he likely does have enough gas to actually just go crazy here, right? Yep. Okay, gonna go ahead and use that second Taiki as well, I believe. Yep, there it is. He can remove the Metal Garurumon pretty easily, which will then allow him to generate overflow, right? Exactly. And so with Can't Turn My Back, he should have a clean lethal line, assuming he has, another EX6 in his hand, right?
I think the big thing here for me, so you're gonna blanket board DP reduction, right, with the E cross 6.
Right. And we do know he has a shooting star as well. So he is able to kill the Bio, kill the Angelwomon, and then when attacking, kill the Metal Garurumon.
Yep. And
So
then as a result, overflow, play
Right.
another E cross 6, and
Well, so
then
even without the overflow, he could use Can't Turn My Back to go into the second one.
yeah.
Yeah. So here we are. The infamous. How much text does this thing have? Because it's a lot of text. To be fair, it's a lot.
We are getting to the point in Digimon where there's more and more text on each card.
Yeah.
And some Digimon are actually getting not just 1 or 2 keywords; they're getting like 3 to 4, which
But
is
generally
impressive.
speaking, if they have that many keywords, they probably don't have that much text otherwise, right? I feel
Yeah.
like the new BT21 War Greymon, right? Has 3
I was
different
about
keywords.
to say that.
We're on the same page. That's why you're my imaginary friend.
Oh, okay.
You live in my mind. You see. Yeah, so gonna go ahead and use a three component EX6 that is going to be 5 cost because it reduces it by 2 for every material that you use. It does have rush, so he is going to be able to just remove that board. This is 2 damage. The Shoutmon's going to deal the last damage, and then if he has Omni Shout, he can slam it, Digicross, use the Shoutmon, and then Blitz with the Taiki. So that should be a game as long as he has a copy of Omni Shout in hand.
I don't see anything. That hand is looking mighty tiny there.
No. You just have to believe. Like it's definitely there. Surely.
Oh,
Dorulu Cannon also works if he has that. Really, just anything that can cross with the shout. I've weirdly enough had to resort to using Superior mode. That works too. That also works. Yep. The burning was it burning rock?
Oh, the unsuspender.
Burning soul something. Meteor rock impact. Holy crap!
Yeah, it's Meteor Rock Soul.
Meteor rock soul. Meteor rock impact. Hold up.
Meteor Rock.
Meteor rock soul. It is Meteor rock soul. Okay.
I'm so good.
Yeah, so that is gonna go ahead, allow him to unsuspend, and then he's just gonna go ahead finish off that last of the security. Crossart is a lot better about pushing damage nowadays, actually, because of the new Taiki. Not only is it generating additional resources, but effectively giving you blitz does mean you're able to push damage a lot cleaner nowadays.
We're also seeing that a lot more archetype. I wouldn't say traits, more like archetype series decks are getting that end of turn attack more.
What else got it?
Well, I feel like War Greymon was the first one that got it in BT14.
Sure.
And then we started seeing it with hybrids in BT18 with the Takuya and Koji.
Yeah.
And then technically we also get it with Takata with the Blitz originally from EX2, but then we kind of evolved into further with the new BT19 Takata. Yeah. So red in general for these different archetypes, we're seeing more of that.
Yeah, I mean, which makes sense. Red, if any color is going to have it, it should be red, right?
Yeah.
Which, I mean, Kohei has an agenda. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, because even like a Restadramon Superior mode, like you Evo, you can immediately attack with it too.
Also red.
And then you can attack again with
also
it. Also
red card. See, the agenda, dude.
Yeah.
All right, so going into game 2, I'm curious to know if Arbiter is elected to go first or second. if I was in his shoes, I would unironically consider making Crossheart go first, just because he needs so many pieces to actually make the EX6 stack. That giving him one less card to work with could be potentially a game changer in this situation.
I would
Also,
go for it.
I was gonna say also as adventure, depending on how much memory you're past turn 1, you can go like double tamer, and that would accelerate you exponentially.
Correct. And with the fact that Shaman is playing Crossheart, the average Crossheart player doesn't really go 3-cost Evo or Evo in the back and then Evo again.
No,
Because your purpose is to Digi-Cross, not Digi-Evolve. So you're
correct.
most likely going Digimon in the back, Tamer, and every Crossheart Tamer is 3 to 4 cost.
Yes. And so often, I think probably best case scenario turn 1 is like you drop that tamer, like either the old Taiki or new Taiki, specifically because he is on red Pikmon, and red Pikmon draws and tucks, or tucks and draws specifically under a tamer. So without a tamer, your draw engine is going to be turned off, and you also want something to save under as well, right?
Arbiter decides to go first, probably grabbing Kabuteru and the option.
Yeah, definitely pretty great choices there, I will say. That option is the make or break for this matchup. It really simplifies a lot of the game plan for the adventure side of things, because you're just like, all right, well, good luck trying to disrupt my play. But yeah, Arbiter going to come on right on out. Or not come on out.
I don't think he'd come out yet. I think
mean,
he'd use the Biomon.
Well, so he could, right? He very much so could come out, because he could swing the Gabu. If the Gabu dies, then you just grab back the Gabu, right? And then, because you're getting a hatch on the next turn anyway. So it's, at the end of the day, it's still like a positive tempo play if you're in Arbiter's position. But I'm going to stay in the back, not risk hitting a tamer from security by not swinging out the Bio. And then he's going to go ahead and use the black option, setting himself up preemptively, so that way he doesn't have to worry about dropping it down later on. Also, I just want to say that this is round 2. We have already passed round 1, so just a heads up. But yeah. And then looking at the current situation, we are going to go ahead. He does have the tamer established. He's going to swing the shout. If the shout does die, which, I mean, it's 1000 DP, like surely it dies, right?
I'm going to say tamer.
I mean, could have hit a tamer. That would be pretty bad. It's not a tamer, so best case scenario. He is going to be able. Does he hit a tamer here? He does not hit a tamer, unfortunately. So he is going to go ahead and bot tech all those components. I'm going to go ahead and save. Just notice this is not max rarity Crossheart, because those are not all Ultimate Cup Shoutmons.
Or pre-release triple tamers.
No, Ben, stop with this sticker stamp agenda. Stop it. Okay, we don't condone this behavior.
Don't worry, the guy Arbiter 1 also isn't max rarity, because his aren't stamped either.
Oh my. All right, so anywho, taste of victory. It's gonna come on down to the board. Play out a free Mimi Joe. Really great position if you're Arbiter, to be honest. You have tamer setup plus black option, but at the same time, we do see that Crossheart. That didn't end. There's like a shaman. I want to say the Crossheart player's name is Shaman, right?
Oh, I say Shaman.
Shaman, okay. On Shaman's end, and I'm so sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Please forgive me. All right, but having double tamer set up, both tamers that do generate memory, he is going to be able to play off a 3 memory threshold from this position. He does have the Shoutmon in the back currently. You could go into an EX6 from this position. I don't. He does have a shooting star actually loaded. There is shooting star
loaded. There's also the Jaeger Darula, Atler Ballista, and the Raptor Sparrow.
Yeah, I mean, he basically just does everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, and the Shoutmon. So yeah, it's all there except for
Omni Shout plus Zeke.
Omni Shout and Zeke, I think.
Yeah. If he top decks here, though, then he can still. There's Zeke. All right. There's Omni. Show us the EX6, because with the new Taiki, he will just be able to swing out anyway. So, and then he could choke him on 1. So if he goes into the EX6, he could choke on 1, also deny the memory gain from the Mimi Joe. It would be a crazy play. Like, just show it. Show us the card. Do you have it?
Show us insanity.
If he had it, I feel like he would have dropped it already. Okay, or Digicross? He does have it. Alrighty. Okay. So that is going to be a 1-cost Digicross coming on down. So there. Wait, no Zeke.
No Zeke, Ray. No Zeke.
Wait, but didn't he add it? Or am I crazy?
No. He. No.
Oh no, he can't add it. He can't add it. It's a BT10 Taiki.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. It's not a valid target. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Not. Look.
Did you watch the English dub show for this? Cross Wars in general?
Not English, no.
Oh, okay. It was pretty funny. Every time they're just like Digifuse, and then they're just like each one gets their own like little animation sequence as he yells each of their names.
Digifuse is such a gross word. I'm not gonna lie. It rubs me the wrong way. I don't know.
Ooh, double Matt and TK.
Also, we are gonna see that actually isn't a Raptor Sparrow. That's just Sparrow.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's just Sparrow because
Oh,
this was a 5 cost EX6. So I mean, you are dealing 2 damage, and that's fine and dandy. Howdy do. But that is going to be triple tamer on board, so he could play out the level 4 that free evos for only 1 cost actually.
yeah.
And once that's established, if you can evolve into a 5, that black option is going to be live, and it's going to pose some significant problems on the side of Shaman.
So
Yeah.
in this situation, would you have promoted out and then evoed into Bergermon for 2?
No, I think you would much rather use you slam it for like the 1 cost. I think is totally
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
That being said, this is assuming he doesn't have anything like a Mega Kabuterimon in hand, because if you're in his position, what you could do is you could play Mega Kabuterimon for 4 costs and then Evo Bergermon into the Lilymon, then bot deck the entire board, and then swing out for 2 checks. And then by doing so, you also present black option as like a deterrent, which would be pretty good because again, like we said, not being able to ever swing this EX6 ever again into the black option is pretty significant. We are
Oh,
going to go ahead and see the
Garudamon.
Garudamon, so that is going to be a +1 security attack, plus 4,000 DP. So this
For every 2
Lilymon,
colors?
for every 2 colors, is plus 2,000 DP. Yes. So it is going to be pretty huge, actually. So if he chose to, this could be 2 check at what is that? 7,000 plus 4,000. So it's 14,000,
11.
18,000, 22,000 DP.
Yep.
Yep. I can do math. Look at that.
Oh wait, the Bergermons also have inheritable.
Yeah, I counted it. Part of
Oh,
this
okay.
20. Yeah. See, you could tell I went to Kumon as a kid.
Now, were you counting the Alliance too, or no?
Yes, I was
Okay.
actually. Yeah. So it's 7,000 DP plus 2,000 DP, so 9,000 DP. Garudamon is 9,000 DP as well, so that's 18,000 DP plus 4,000 DP from the Garudamons, putting it at
Yep.
22,000 DP. See?
Yeah.
Yeah, all those Kumon lessons really paying off there. Yeah. That being said, you still have to deal with this EX6 that's staring you down in the face. Because Lilymon only rests Digimon that are 5,000 DP or less, and then it suspends 1 for every 2 colors. EX6 obviously is not 5,000 DP. It is sitting at
If
a whopping,
only.
if only, right? Sitting at a whopping 12,000 DP. So, I mean, you could Alliance. It is going to get blocked. That being said, it's going to get bot decked. So, say la vie.
Justice for our green friends.
Yeah. So we are just going to go on ahead. This is going to swing with the Alliance. He can do a double Alliance play again. We are going to see the Biomon. This looks very eerily similar to the original setup that he had game 1, actually.
Adding Melga just tells you right now that, hey, I have another Blast Evo target here. You attack me, it's gonna be a bad time.
Well, I mean, he also just has the Lilymon on board, right? In general,
correct.
So, yeah.
But the big thing here is if you remove the Lilymon preemptively, you're just gonna play another level 5 with the Courage option for Breaker.
So that's a little bit spooky because we just saw 2 copies of EX6 actually hit the trash.
Wait, was Fort Security just broken?
Correct, because it's double Alliance plus Garudamon, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And so yeah, from this position, what we're looking at here is that with double EX6 being bot decked, yeah, double EX6 being bot decked, plus 1 EX. Oh no, double EX6 being sent to trash from security, and then 1 being bot decked. That does mean that there's only 1 copy of EX6 still in play, unless actually Crosshair doesn't have any trash recursion in general.
Nope.
So he has 1 copy to actually play with. So definitely, if you are the Crosshair player, that is a little bit spooky. Not gonna lie.
This is where the Melga is actually really good because you're not deleting their Digimon, you're bottom decking them. You're removing them or bouncing them so they can't gain value from their own deletions.
Right, yeah. Yes. And then just give me 1 second. Can you go ahead and take over really fast, Ben?
What happened?
Can you take over really fast?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks.
So I think they're just trying to correct a few things in the game state right now. It looks like Shaman's thinking about what to do next right now.
Okay. All right, I am back. Sorry about that.
Attacking with the Shoutmon? Oh, no. They're triggering the main effect.
Yeah, well, I mean, though they're triggering no, this one got with Shoutmon. They're using Pikmon to tuck a card and then draw a card. Trying to likely see if he's willing to commit the EX6. But we are gonna. Oh yeah, actually gonna go ahead. War Greymon, interestingly enough.
And now we've got immunity for 2 Digimon, so you can make your Wargrey and Melga immune from Digimon effects.
Correct. Yeah. So you can target 1 Digimon for every 2 colors you possess.
Yeah. However, if you were to like DP reduce them with an effect that lingers, then it would theoretically at the next unsuspend phase just get deleted by the DP reduction.
Correct. Which, I mean, Crosshair doesn't possess that tool. So, while you are staring down double of these adventure sixes, being immune does mean that you're not able to trigger that overflow either. But that also means he doesn't have to actually play into the black option, right? Because you can target the immune Digimon and they won't pop. So the black option actually doesn't go off, meaning you actually might be in a better position because of this than you were before. I don't see another shooting Starmon on the board, so unfortunately he wouldn't be able to go into like EX6 and to like double check into like swing for lethal. But we are going to go ahead. We are going to see that Taiki come on down, revealed top 4. He is still at 1 memory, so if he does have all the components, his EX6 will be able to go into he'll go into EX6 for 1. If he had the shooting star, he'd be able to like swing for 2. But unfortunately, that is a hypothetical that is not currently existing from what I can tell.
It doesn't look like Shaman can do much else. And looking at the chat, we did see some of the ruling calls, and it is true that the level 5s are mandatory effects that must resolve at the instance that either a Digivolution or Digimon is played, which means you wouldn't be able to trigger it a second time. So
yeah, and so we'll leave that to the judges. We'll let them decide how they want to rule that. But we are here just to provide quality and entertaining content as well as educational content. Hopefully, again, I'm old and washed, so
I think another thing that, as 2 commentators can, speak on this, it's the fact that even though misplays do happen on stream, it's important to also understand that there are instances where once a move has occurred, the sooner you can get a judge to fix the game state, it's important. But once it has resolved way past a point where you can wind it back, it's normally just an accepted game state at that point.
Yeah, and like we said, we'll leave it to the judges to see how they want to go about that. But it looks like we are going into a game 3. And so if you are Shaman deciding go first, go second, I think you probably want to go first. Oh no, but second. I apologize.
I go second.
Go second, get the additional piece to work with here. That would allow you to potentially have all of the pieces to go, hit the gas a little bit harder. That being said, if you go first, you are able to get off the chip a little bit faster. And by chipping your opponent to 4, that puts them into range of an EX6 lethal line, because you can go EX6, swing twice, and then Meteor Rock Soul again, or Can't Turn My Back. Either way, right? There's a lot of different configurations that you can do in order to inflict 4 damage into your opponent, and then you can game them with the Blitz Taiki. So going first, getting that 1 chip off is pretty significant if you are, willing to actually give up that 1 additional card. So it looks like the judge is talking to the players at the current moment.
Yeah.
We're gonna go.
I think the only situation there was if they had Digivolved on top of the Lilymon, you then would have been able to trigger the Garudamon's effect to gift Alliance, right? To that stack and then attack.
Wait, so God, okay. So you have double stacks, right?
Yes.
And you want the non.
Because from my understanding, what happened was we played Birdramon, we evoed into Lilymon.
Right.
We then played another for free.
Yes.
Then we played another Birdramon and evoed into Garudamon. Since we Digivolved there, Lilymon's effect would then
Would
trigger.
trigger on the Garudamon, yes. So
Correct.
giving it the prompt to attack. He did not take the attack. He evolved on the Metal Garurumon, but the prompt had already passed. What he
Correct.
needed to do was evolve the Metal Garurumon over the Lilymon, which then prompted the Garudamon to then allow the Metal Garurumon to attack.
Correct. But then you wouldn't have broken as many securities there.
No, you still would have, because
the Garudamon gets
gives
a
to
security
any.
check.
No, it gives to any.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So you would have had to strategically place all the security checks on top of the Lilymon.
Correct. Yes.
It was just order of operations there.
Yes. And so looks like they're handling it. I'm sure everything is all fine and dandy. We're gonna go ahead and get ready to go into that game number 3, the decider. With once again, that Nationals invite is on the line at the current moment, and I'm sure both players a little bit anxious, a little bit nervous, but I'm sure they're gonna both rock on out and give us a very entertaining game 3.
And we have no idea where Nationals is, correct? For the first
No, we
wave.
don't. There are 2 waves of Nationals, which is
Yeah.
crazy. So shout out to Bandai for that one. One in, I believe, September is the first Nationals, and then the second one is in January.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is it September or is it like
I
February, March?
I think it's September, because March is Worlds. So I think
you're right.
September is the first wave of Nationals, which is what this invite would go towards if they decide to play it, and then the second one is in January.
So interestingly, Shaman decided to go first. No level 3 in the back, plays the BT10 Taiki Kudo, reveals, slots the Shoutmon, and then adds the not the double tamer, the double color Taiki from the newest set.
Yeah, so he's deciding, right? Because it's like, well, obviously you don't have Rookie, otherwise you would have evolved the Rookie. So do you choose to take the Rookie, or you choose the Tamer that could possibly filter you for additional pieces later on, right?
And then bottom decking with Superior Mode at the top.
Yes. So Superior Mode being your best answer to Galactibon is definitely a really powerful card. I've also used it to create interesting game states because, for example, you can remove Partition from various stacks. You can use it to remove Protection. A lot of different like cute shenanigans you can do with that.
And that's
in
what
general.
I like about current Digimon, in that we have more ways to remove the protection before you can use the protection.
Yeah.
There's actually a discussion point that I want to make for next week on a certain video. That'll come out sometime then. On Arbiter 1 side, we see Palmon in the back with on top of Suno, and then double our Courage United. So, man, that's a +1. I wanted to say a certain card, but it'll just be +1 for each card. You know what card I was going to say, though.
So what I think is really interesting here is that with double Courage United, that does allow you to float into double 5, assuming one of your 5 or higher is removed.
Correct.
So you can do a lot of different interesting configurations. You could do like a Mega Kabu plus Lily combo in order to like remove a fair chunk of the board. You could use Zudo plus Metal Greymon to get some really interesting Digivolution shenanigans happening as well. There's a lot you can do. Adventure is a deck that thrives off of knowing exactly what they're playing into, what the meta is, because they have so many tools in their toolbox that they can really spec it in multiple different ways.
And even though the deck just came out, I do think that a lot of players do need to, play it more and more to really figure out the timing, along with sequencing your effects in an order that is most optimal for you.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think Adventure is a deck that's very easy to pick up because obviously it's 2 starter decks. You mash it together, and the gameplay itself is very straightforward, right? It's like, oh, I play Tamer, I swing face. Okay, Evo for free. Yeah.
Yep.
But then, like, at a higher level, you have so many difficult lines that you have to like recognize and navigate through. Low floor, high ceiling, really great deck to invest in because it's also getting support in EX9.
Correct.
Yeah. We are going to go ahead. We are going to see the Shoutmon with the Darulu Cannon actually coming on down. Darulu Cannon, if I remember correctly, is a when attacking pop. It's like minus DP, then pop something, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's minus 2,000, tuck a card, and then pop a Digimon with 3,000 DP or less. So he actually is able to pop the Kabuterimon should he choose to do so. Because Kabuterimon is a level 4, it will not be able to trigger the Courage United, but the Sunomon will be able to grab back a card if he does choose to do so. But Sunomon only grabs Digimon cards. It is not able to grab back Tamers, Options, nor Eggs.
It's also a little bit of a shame because because the Kabuterimon was 4K and then the Palmon was an all turns plus 1000 DP buff. It didn't matter because the Darulu Cannon brought it down just to the threshold it needed to delete it.
Mhm. Yeah. Which is really funny. The fact that it was like so close to not being able to delete it because of that plus 1000 DP.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna drop the triple tamer, actual triple tamer. If you're in the position of arbiter, you're not going to gain that additional memory from the Mimi and Joe. You could slam a level 4, but the level 4 really wouldn't do very much because the Toge plus Birdra both need 3 colors on your board in
Yep.
Tamers in order to get the free evolution. With only having 2, a little bit awkward, but we are going to go ahead. He's just going to go Lilymon for, what was that, 6?
Oh, and that does bounce it.
Yes, it bot decks it, yes. So yeah, anything that is already suspended is susceptible to getting bot deck. Anything that's 5,000 or lower will get suspended and then become a target to get bot deck.
Yeah. Yep.
Pretty solid play. This, to me, what this reads is that Arbiter is kind of lacking in terms of like the gas department or the setup department rather, right? Because I think if you're in a position where you're just looking at a Rulu cannon, it's not exactly the most threatening thing in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably could have invested like multiple tamers instead on that turn, like 1 or 2 tamers, and then that sets you up for a future play because like you play this Lily and then you bot deck. Well, I guess you do have double black option actually. So maybe the angle that he's shooting for here is using the black option or using the Lily to bait the opponent into like thinking it's a free removal, and then triggering black options, and then float into double 5, and then from those double 5s he'd be able to like regain tempo.
I also think right now Arbiter might have maybe 1 or 2 Ace Digimon in hand. So he's kind of like, okay, attack me. Like if you attack me, I can blast Evo. I'll draw. I'll find more pieces that I need, maybe my tamers. But always being dependent on those tamers is very interesting.
Yeah. So what I would be very, very interested in, right, is if Shaman has the ability to go into double EX6 by using cards like the Can't Turn My Back as well, or just like outright having double EX6 materials, which like he doesn't have that many cards in his hand, so I don't think that's like feasible. With Can't Turn My Back, he would be able to create a minus 10,000 DP or minus 12,000 DP aura that would prevent the black option from actually fully resolving, thus allowing him to play through it if he chose to do so, right? Because otherwise this Lilymon is just staring you in the face and it's telling you like, hey, good luck. Like you really don't have much room to like play around here with.
Because right now, if Arbiter 1 attacks with the Lily gets deleted by battle. That also triggers.
Yeah, it's just whenever it leaves the field. Yeah, really powerful card. We are going to go ahead and see the Jaeger Dorulumon coming on down, though. Jaeger Dorulumon being stun a Digimon or Tamer, I believe, and then a Digimon. Wait, no, I think is it Digimon and Tamer? I'm trying to remember.
It's Digimon and Tamer.
No, it's just Digimon. It's just Digimon.
Really? I thought it was both.
I just checked it. It's just Digimon. Sun's a Digimon. That Digimon cannot unsuspend, and it also has its Wind Digivolving turned off. So having this Lilymon effectively disabled for the turn, pretty solid. But that being said, Lilymon's second effect is still active. So if he wanted to give something Alliance, he would be able to go ahead and do that. So if he went ahead and evolved into the 4 and then the 5, for example, which doesn't look like he's going to go ahead and do, but he could go ahead and trigger that. He is going to hit Memory Tamer Taiki. Pretty good swing here because that means you're always guaranteed to start at 5 memory should you have enough fuel in the tank.
I was thinking about Mon, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so we are going to go ahead. We are going to see that Togemon. He does not have the requirements to get the free evolution, unfortunately. So he's just going to go ahead, Evo Toge, and then play out this Map TK. I imagine he chose to Evo the Toge, expending that resource because he valued the additional card draw. But again, I think if you're the adventure player, you're still in an okay position. That is a golden cross 7 superior mode. Jeez. If only. I wish that was me, dude.
Surprisingly, not that expensive, actually.
Okay, Mr. Moneybags. I see you. You and your stamps. All right.
Because I think the superior mode, the gold one, is only like $70.
70 is a lot. Like 70 is a
comparatively
lot.
to a Magna X, it's like 800.
Do you own a Magna X, Chase?
I do.
Moneybags.
When it comes to the Digimon card game, I'm probably more collector than competitive player by a long shot.
Yeah, that's fair. Ben, I struggle to justify buying alt arts. Period. I had to the last time I bought an alt art in the last like 2 years or something like that was for my birthday.
Nice.
I had to justify it with a reason. Like
yeah. we'll have to have a private conversation later.
But yeah, we are gonna go ahead. Where are we currently? So it looks like a Courage United was actually procced here. He
Correct.
traded the Jaeger Garudamon into the Lilymon. Garudamon is going to come on down. That's probably one of the best case scenarios, being the fact that like you have nothing on the board for the level 5s to actually interact with. So forcing him to expend a Courage United here is pretty good. He still does have a second one, so that means like you're not out of the woods completely just yet, but definitely much better position than he was a few moments ago. We are going to go ahead and see the EX6 come on down, though. That EX6, how many materials do we have? We have the Omni Shop. Do we have a DX Zeke component? No, we don't.
No, we skipped the Z. We go
We
straight to
skip
Jaeger
we skip the Atler. So it is going to be a 5 cost, unfortunately, unless he has another material just like hiding about. Nope, he is going to go ahead into that Shooting Starmon.
How many cards are in Shaman's hand right now? Is it like 2 or 3?
Great question. I'm not really sure, but
because I'm guessing that card, the Joker, next to Pikmon's is his hand.
probably right. So we are going to go ahead. He's going to direct the minus 3,000 from the Shooting Star onto the Togemon or onto the Togemon.
Yep.
Or actually, wait, is that illegal? Because wait, how many colors is this? This is minus red, yellow, green, black, purple. So that's minus 5,000. So no, it's not a legal target because the on play to play out the Shooting Star is the same as the minus DP aura, correct? Right. Let me double check. Hang on. Yes, it is. So because of that, by the time the Shooting Starmon is able to resolve its on play, the Togemon should no longer be a valid target because it's under minus 5,000 DP.
And it's already gone.
Right, correct. So then he's forced to then direct the minus 3,000, that is a mandatory effect, onto the Garudamon, thus forcing him to trigger into the black option. But it doesn't look like Arbiter actually has, he either doesn't have a 5 or he doesn't have a 5 that he wants to use in that situation. Because he's actually elected to not use the other black option that he had. He went ahead, took the damage. He hit another black option, funnily enough. So now we're kind of back to square one because even though really great position overall, but yeah, Shooting Star, gonna go ahead and get bot decked, but you still have this EX6 that you do have to deal with. I do see the Metal Garurumon in Arbiter's hand.
I do too.
That will be able to bot deck this EX6. We are going to go into the Birdramon that's going to pass on 2. Do we see an Angelwomon, perhaps?
I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to see Bird to Angelwomon. Angelwomon is going, Lily's going to gift the alliance to, has to be another Digimon, right? It can't be itself.
Correct. Yeah, that is correct.
So you'd have to gift mandatory to the Angelwomon.
Well,
and then Angelwomon.
Lily giving the alliance really doesn't matter here because it's Angelwomon allow Melga, and then Melga will see the Angelwomon proc. Then that'll, so.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, so go ahead, bot deck that. That's probably a backbreaker, to be honest with you, because we saw that he was pressed on resources to begin with already.
Now he's got nothing. The Tamers are limited, you know.
Like I see Cross 7 Superior, I see Raptor Sparrow, and I see a Jaeger Darulu, but I don't see an Omni Shout. I don't see Atler. We know he doesn't have Atler. We know he doesn't have Zeke. Was that his last Omni Shout? Like, that's a little rough. And once again, this is a double alliance as well. Oh, can you give alliance anywhere? Hold up. Let me double check.
For which one?
Adventure 5s. Hold up. You might be able to. I mean, either way, it wouldn't. Okay, it is any of your Digimon. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so it is any Digimon, but in this case, it really wouldn't matter because the amount of alliances that you're really applying here is the same. Yes, thank you for correcting me, chat. I do appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and hit Can't Turn My Back. This does play out a Digimon, or it plays out a cross art card with a play cost of 4 or less, I believe.
And you said this was backbreaking.
I mean, it still is pretty backbreaking.
But now he's turning.
Oh, you're funny.
I'm a dad. I can do this.
Oh, he's rich and funny. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, so no, it's play cost 5 or less. I don't remember. I just know it plays out a card. Can't turn Yes, it is play cost 5 or less. So Raptor Sparrow is great. Being able to use that Raptor Sparrow, he is going to be able to dig into his deck a little bit further to try and find those missing pieces that he might be short of. Knowing that he is short on the Atler and the Zeke, and hopefully he has an Omni Shout in hand.
I think he does.
Yeah, hopefully, right? But again, he is staring down at the double black option here. So again,
Yeah.
really spooky. If he tries to play around the Metal Garurumon ace, he will get black optioned. If he doesn't play around, wait, what's up?
Did he just put a E cross 6 underneath the Taiki?
He might just have extras at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's just like, I want memory. Give me the memory.
It probably was the case. Like everything else in his hand must be like super valuable at this point. Oh, we're okay. Taiki. So he's accounting. He's trying to dig for his pieces. There's a shout. There's a DX. That's a Zeke component.
Omni and Zeke. Ooh.
Well, he can't grab the Zeke, but he can grab the DX.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's exactly what's going to go ahead and happen. He's going to add the Raptor to his hand, and then he's going to tuck away the DX. But again, you're still in this like really awkward like position because if you swing, you get Melgood Ace or potentially get black option, and if you don't clear the Angelwomon, you end up getting. Well, okay. If you don't clear Angelwomon, you get Melgood. But if you do clear the Angelwomon, you get black option into a 5 that possibly just Melgas you anyway.
Yeah.
So
Do you think we need more cards that prevent delay effects from going off?
Yeah, do you like my hero Justimon?
Yeah.
I like Justimon the delay eater. Like one
yeah, same with Lucy. I think Lucy's the only other one who can like nom options.
I think it's Lucy and Justy are the only two right now.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm just saying, Hacker's Memory. I'm just saying that could be the wave, you know?
The eaters?
I meant Cybergermon support, but yeah,
that
too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think it'd be funny if eaters literally come up and they're just like, send one of your opponent's options to the trash or yours or whatever, and then activate this eater effect. Just eat.
Just eat something. What if they just transfer the entire device gimmick to eaters? Like,
right?
But they made it competent. You know, that's the difference.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, so we are gonna go the EX6. He wait, how many colors is that? That's red, yellow, green, black, purple. So that's minus 5,000 DP with the shooting Starmon. That is minus 3,000. So he could direct the 8,000 DP onto the Metal Garurumon actually.
Back over it.
Yes.
Or sorry, delete it. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. So and then trigger the overflow. We're going to go ahead. He is going to respond with ace timing on this into the War Greymon. This will make both stacks immune, and he will be able to pop a Digimon as well. He is going to head.
Is he responding to the attack, or is he evoing off of the Angelwomon's effect when it was played by our Courage United?
Technically, could be either. The answer was to the Courage United.
Okay, so both. Both is good.
Yeah, both is correct. So yeah, but with 4 memory to play with, knowing that he has 3 cards in hand. Ooh, that's spooky. Is there another? Is there another? Oh wait, is he Omni Shout looping? Hold up.
Oh no.
Wait, but he only has 3 cards. He only has 2 cards in hand now. Hold up. Does he have enough? Wait. Pause. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. He swings the Raptor. He hits the Metal Garurumon. Raptor is gonna go on down, save itself.
But the superior mode can play from Digicross the cards from the trash.
Correct. So if we did see he tucked 1 under Tamer, right? Oh, but he's gonna pass on the Taiki.
Rip.
So yeah, unfortunately, not having any Omni Loop shenanigans, really unfortunate from this position. And it might just be game, but we'll go ahead and see, depending, right? Because we could possibly hit something out of security, like for example, some kind of like security bomb, or maybe he just doesn't use Alliance, and then maybe like a cross 7 superior comes on out and like slaps his level 6, and then that results in like overflow. But definitely, what's up?
They're at Arbiter 1's at 4 memory, so the overflow won't happen unless you're at 3.
True, yeah. So you can't pass turn here either, actually. Gonna go ahead. Yep, Evo Burdra. I mean, yeah, play out Burdra, not Evo Burdra, but play Burdra. This will evolve into a 5. That 5 will then have Rush thanks to Matt TK, so he should have plenty of attacks to actually push for game here. All right, and then you're gonna go ahead. He is going to bot deck the Shoutmon thanks to the Lilymon because it suspends 5,000 DP or less than bot decks. Hits the Raptor, I mean not Raptor, but hits the Sparrow, and that is going to be GG. Adventure is going to go ahead and take it versus Crossheart. Rest in peace, my max rarity Crossheart deck.
Close. So, because we also, like you mentioned, we need the Shoutmons from Ultimate Cup,
Mhm.
right?
This is true. This is true. I only have one right now, but
Yeah.
either way, what matters is that he was on the can't turn my back technology, and that's what makes me happy. That's what life's all about.
I
All right.
definitely really like the direction
Mhm.
that the format's currently going, and with a
Yeah.
global unification, it's made it so that nothing's really well known. And I think that's what's important for me, because when you already kind of know what the meta is, players aren't willing to test anything and
Yeah.
everything.
I think we relied so much on historical data like from Asia that
Mhm,
a lot like we'll have to develop an entirely new skill set for players that don't like test months in advance. Because like
mhm,
I when the set fully drops in Asia, I start testing like immediately online, right? So like that's why I do my tier list ahead of time because I'm like, okay, well I've been playing this format for like 3 months now. Like I kind
mhm.
of have a general idea what's happening.
Yeah, yeah,
But that's no longer the case anymore. Now we're all in the trenches together.
correct.
So
So like
yeah.
as EX9, the next set, I think it drops actually in 1 month.
Yeah,
Like we
it
get
drops
it next
June, I
month.
think, right?
Yeah, and then July is when we get BC22. That's where we're going to see
Oh,
a
man.
lot of, new cards, new
Mhm.
archetypes. Even Dim is its own kind of self-contained new archetype right
Yeah.
now. And you can actually expand beyond like the typical Digivolution lines like Agumon to Greymon.
Yeah.
We're still seeing the weird, you can go Agumon, and I'm not entirely sure. I haven't read all the cards yet. I should probably look at that before I make the statement, because I'm
It's the you can evolve the version on the version. So version 1 can go over version 1 and version 2 or version 2. It's supposed to be
yeah,
like
dim
multiple.
one to dim,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, like a Garurumon can go from an Agumon, correct?
No, 'cause Agumon's version 1 and Garuru's
Oh,
version 2.
because it just says Digivolve level 3 with dim trait.
Am I crazy? Hang on, wait. I might be crazy. Hold up. Hold up. I take it back. You are correct.
So literally, we are at the same aspects of adventure, where it's like you can just Digivolve generically from an Agumon to a Kabuterimon to an
Yes.
Angelomon, and then you're like, this line makes no sense.
That's what Digimon's all about.
But yeah, that's the thing, and that's what, like, we've got. It used to be color matters, Digimon doesn't. Now
Yeah.
it's nothing matters.
Yeah, which I mean, that's what fans love about the series. It's just like that free form. You get what you can get.
Yeah,
So we're about to go take a break. Thank you everyone so much for watching so far. We have plenty more Digimon to come, so be sure to stay tuned.
we'll see you in a sec.
And welcome back, everyone. Joining me today, DigiPanda back on stream with me, Lonely Nobody. But I just wanted to say, first and foremost, we just got off a Crossheart versus Adventure matchup, which I think nobody really expected. Those are two decks, well, at least Adventure, it's everyone expected, and then really hasn't seen
Mhm.
in a while. Crossheart, I feel like, has flown under the radar kind of entirely. So really happy that we got to see that matchup. What are your thoughts on Crossheart, Ben?
In regards to a lot of the matchups we've been seeing, I think they're pretty typical. And with Crossart in particular, I think there's a reason why it's been flying lower under the radar, because all the support that was introduced for it in Special Booster 2.0
Mhm.
or 2.5
Yeah.
was basically manga only related. So unless you read the manga and also at the same time had a love for Crossheart, would you really get into it?
Yeah, so actually, we're just gonna jump straight into round three. Um, we're gonna have McGee versus Adventure. So
Ooh.
Arbiter stream once again. Both players are currently 2-0. Again, playing for their nationals invite, so a lot on the line right now. Both players trying to make it to have the chance at the World Finals, right? But we are gonna go ahead. We are gonna see that Cherries, Mr. Top Four. I believe this is who we. This is a player that made top four in
Nationals.
nationals. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
And he is elected to go with the McGee being one of the more competitive decks coming out of this new set, being able to push so much damage immediately. You have so much float. You have a lot of recursion. You just have a lot of ways to play the game in general. Um, oh, go
So
on.
we saw the Growlmon X. I forget what was added. Was it the Megidra?
I didn't see, unfortunately.
Okay, but the thing about the newest Groundmon X and Groundmon X, which is what now we're seeing actually. Both these Digimon have the inheritable of when a Digimon is deleted, you gain a memory. So it's just really nice in regards to, like, keeping turn, or kind of like, you attack, you utilize the new Takato Matsuki from BT19. And then after you've dealt some damage and or deleted a Digimon, you can unsuspend and then go again for another attack.
So interestingly enough, a lot of Megidra lists that you see don't run any tamers, period. And the reason why that is the case is because often you are just relying on like your members and trainings to allow you to keep turn with the War Growlmon.
Mm-hmm.
And so as a result, you generally don't need the Takato to give you that blitz like effect. You rather just play consistency style cards, because Takato being pure red in a deck where you want to run purple trainings kind of clashes, right? Maybe when you get Scarlet Memory Boost, the red purple one, I think it's Scarlet, later in October, then maybe that changes a little bit, because then you have like you can mess around with your consistency a little bit. But for the time being, that is not the case. I actually think this matchup, Adventure versus Megidra, is actually Adventure favorite, surprisingly enough. And the reason why is because Metal Garurumon, very powerful. Obviously, you can have War Growlmon X to kind of
bottom
deter
decks.
that. Right. War Growlmon X would allow you to deter being bot decked, but you still have to play around the black option. So, for example, if you have tie plus Izzy, you can set up blocker, which then allow you to trigger black option pretty easily. Once they nuke your board with the what should I call it? The Megidramon, you can also trigger black option. Really, there's like a lot of different configurations that you can do to make it really difficult for the Megidramon to like actually push for like damage. But we are going to go ahead and see here that he's going to swing the War Growlmon, which will allow him to evolve into the Megidramon. Megidramon reducing the cost of evolution by 1 for every 10 cards in both players' trash. And so this is going to be a 4-cost evolution. He's going to hit the tie plus the Palmon. Megidramon is going to nuke itself, and then the Megidramon is then going to float because of the on deletion. It is going to burn the Mimi Joe with the War Growlmon inherit. He's going to gain plus, I think it was the new Guilmon underneath, so it's going to go plus 2 memory from the Growlmon, the Guilmon, and then the Gigimon is going to grab back 1, but he did hit Adventure Tie, so he's going to go to 3 regardless.
Yep.
that was a mouthful. That was a mouthful.
Almost the perfect plan. Like it almost all came together.
Yeah, if he didn't hit that tie, he would have been in like a great position for sure.
Yeah.
And so if you're in Arbiter's position, like yes, hitting tie feels really fantastic. It's a really great feeling. Free memory tamer, woohoo, right? But it's only a 1-color memory tamer, right?
Correct.
You need an additional 2 colors to really get your plays up and running. Megidramon also has the ability to float. I believe it starts at 3 play costs, and then for every additional 10 in both players' trash, it increases by an additional, I think it's 2. If I remember correctly. I don't play Megidra myself. I just play into Megidra, so like I haven't really committed it exactly to memory. Yes, I am correct. It is play cost 3, increased by 2 for every 10.
To be fair, there are well over 4,000 cards in the card game at this point.
I mean, it's like how do you memorize every single Digimon? How do you have every Digimon card, every Digimon DP, every Digimon effect?
Correct.
But if you ask me, what's the periodic table? Good luck,
Wait, you can tell me the number 1 element in a periodic table?
Ben, I haven't been in school in like a decade, man. Come on, cut me some slack here.
That's fair.
Wait. Hydrogen?
Yeah, it's hydrogen.
Okay, thank God.
Hydrogen's the first one. That's why I was like, number 1, and I think number 2, I think it's helium, and then I'm just like, at that point you lose me. I can name like a couple elements.
I was really good at balancing equations. I'll say that though. The Kumon Learning Center kicked in with that one. Yeah, so we are going to go ahead. We are going to see the Lilymon coming on down. Lilymon,
threatening ace.
With only 1 color, that means you don't actually get to bot deck anything. So even though you suspended the Growlmon, there is no bot deck to accompany that. So if you are Cherry's going to go ahead, he technically has lethal right now, actually. But I assume you just imagine that the Metal Garurumon is going to come on out. So interestingly enough, what he could do though is that he could swing, assume 1 is going to get bot decked by Metal Garurumon, and then if he has the Rush Guilmon in hand, if 20 cards are in both players' trash, which I assume they do at this point, slam it. That is going to be game.
Yep. But is that truly what we're going to anticipate here? That's the question.
Well, it could also not be the Rush Guilmon, but it could also be Gallantmon, right? The
or
new promo Gallant or BT13 Gallant. What?
Or Cherry's just gonna run that one of Arrestramon Superior mode.
Ben, just because we saw it on stream once does not mean every purple deck has a
That's
Restringramon
fair.
Superior.
So we got the War Growl coming down. If you
Yeah.
delete the level 5,
Mhm.
our Courage United is still going to be problematic.
Correct. Yes. So him evolving this War Growl, what that tells me is that he doesn't have a way to facilitate lethal without triggering the black option. So this is kind of like an awkward position, and we do also see the Crimson Ace in his hand, so to me a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, from this position, I mean, it's like you can swing the War Growl. If it gets bot decked by Metal Garurumon, you're in a really awkward position because with only one memory to play with, like, what are you gonna do? Evolve Growlmon past turn? Like, you're not doing a whole ton. You're really here. You're swinging War Growl. No DP on this either, so it's not like you can raid or anything like that. But he's gonna go ahead, swing the War Growl, go Magidra probably, and then Magidra Dark Hole, and then hopefully something crazy doesn't come off the Adventure United. He's going to go ahead. He's actually going to swing the Guilmon, actually. So by swinging the Guilmon, he has to either let the security go through or, yep, exactly, go into the Ace. But he could
can't touch War Growl because War Growl, he doesn't have enough colors.
Oh, you're right. He doesn't.
Starts at 4, it goes up 1 for every 2.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, not enough colors. All right. Also, I mean, at this position, you just go, you swing War Growl, you go into Magidra. Magidra destroys the board. You float into Rush Geel.
Is there one in trash?
I don't know. Great question.
Because the one that we saw, I think that was the plan. I think he wanted to attack and hopefully it gets deleted in security, and then on the lethal attack. But
well, so okay, so if you go War Growl, swing Magidra, nuke the Metal Garurumon, depending on what 5 comes on out, he could possibly go into Gallant if he doesn't have a target to revive, and then Gallant could swing for Rush, right?
Oh, that's kind of nasty.
That one hurts. That one definitely hurts.
I missed it. How do we delete the Metal Guru and then Overflow?
Retaliation.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so War Growl gains both raid retaliation, actually. So then it's going to go ahead, trigger into the Metal Greymon. The on deletions gaining memory, as well as the overflow plus the memory gain inherits. I'm going to put him at 6 memory. This is a lot to work with here, but that is another 5 staring you down. If you go into Rush Geel, maybe you can go for like another War Growl play, because that put you to 3, Evo to Growlmon. Oh, no, that's not enough memory, actually. So Gallant, either he goes double Geel, double Rush Geel, or he goes Rush Geel plus Gallant. Like there has to be a certain configuration here.
I feel like if you Gallant just clear the level 5, then your
Gallant can't clear the 5 because Gallant costs 6,000 or less, and then 13 or higher. And then the other one is only 13 or higher. So actually, this 5 is completely clear from getting Gallant.
What about Crimson Mode Ace? What if you just slam out?
I mean, if you slam the Crimson Mode Ace, surely you're just asking you to overfloat and then like whack, right?
I mean, with what though? They don't have a level 5.
Well, so they would have, okay, Crimson Ace is what, 7? You choke on 1, tie go to 3. If you play Tamer, you start at 3 because of tie. You can then slam 3-cost Tamer, evolve into Birdra Toge, or slam Birdra Toge for 2, evolve into an Adventure 5, depending on which one it is. Zudo, for example, removes Crimson.
Zudo would.
Zudo removes Crimson. And
but we've seen Arbiter enough at this point that I feel like he's on Garuda, Lily, and
but it's also Adventure, so it could just be a bunch of funny one-offs.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? It's the one deck where you can kind of like get away with like having like this crazy toolbox.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, it could also just be Hard Slam Metal Garurumon as well. Actually, Hard Slam. Oh no, that wouldn't have enough colors. But yeah.
Well, because nothing in play, so.
Yeah. So Gallant is gonna go ahead, swing. He hits the Metal Garurumon. Does he have a Rush Geel? He doesn't. Is that a Rush Geel? I think it's a Rush Geel, right? No, Gallant coming on down. That is another Rush.
Oh, replacement.
That'll do it.
Man, did you see the price of this promo?
It's like what, $30 now?
Well, it started at like 12, and then it jumped to like 20, and then it was like 30 for a little bit. I think it's back down to 18.
Well, hey, you know, if you need to get a hold of promo Gallantmons, be sure to check out Nerd Rage Gaming, right?
Yeah, they sell singles.
Yeah. They also buy Digimon cards. So if you
I have
need
so
that,
much bulk I need to get rid of.
but yeah, so definitely this game, what we saw, Cherry's having a lot of additional attacks outside of the War Growl in order to like push that additional damage. If you are Arbiter, what you're probably thinking to yourself is like, okay, I didn't have enough Tamers, so my Metal Garurumon wasn't bot decking anything.
Correct.
Putting you in a really awkward position. Maybe you need to like refocus in terms of like how we're allocating those early resources on. Because while Black Option is very powerful, if you don't have the Tamers to back it up, it's kind of boneless, which is exactly what we just saw. So I think Arbiter may play a little bit heavier for setting up those Tamers at a faster pace. I'm very curious what his Tamer count is, though, because I feel like across the board, we've seen pretty low like Tamer play from him, right?
Agreed. Typically, you see like 2 of each Tamer and then like 2 to 3 ties.
Well, so if you're on the non-Memboost variant, we actually see a much higher count, right? We see
Correct.
like anywhere from like 3 of like multiple Tamers, right?
Correct.
So very interested to know, because I think we've seen across the board, we've seen him play like 2 Tamers at a time at most, right? Something along those lines. But nonetheless,
Yeah.
very, very interested to see just how both players are going to adapt. Because again, I do still think that this is adventure matchup favored on paper, just because of that Black Option and Metal Garurumon giving you a lot of interaction with the Megidramon. But Megidramon being a deck with being the ability to push so much damage and have a lot of burst, really can just surprise lethal out of nowhere.
I'm a fan of that promo Gallantmon. Like I'm
yeah,
honestly
it's really good.
Like really huge fan of it.
Yeah, no, definitely very, very big fan of that promo Gallantmon. I think being able to get Rush and play this out with a reduced cost while having a body on board makes it very unique in comparison to the BT13 Gallantmon. Okay, so we are going to go ahead. We are going to see the turn 1 Matt TK. So seeing that reprioritization of what we're doing turn 1, right? Just like we
That's
talked about.
good.
That
Like
is
having
good.
2 colors already out is a really good start to the
No, yeah, it's fantastic
for Arbiter to like, actually do better this game.
Yeah, because if he had the 2 colors last game, he would have been able to bot deck that War Growlmon instead of having to trade with the Retaliation, which would have given him that lethal setup. So having that 2 colors immediately is fantastic. We do know Arbiter is playing, I believe he is playing the Angemon as well as the Kabuterimon. So he could set up a 3-color setup minimum pretty quickly, actually. This Tamer, however, does not generate memory, unfortunately, but we are going to go ahead and see the Growlmon Hard Slam, actually, so that will allow him to go into the Kabuterimon just like that, and then play out another Tamer. Does he have the Tamer, though? Yes, he does. Mimi Joe, kind of come on right on out. But slamming the Growlmon, to me, kind of telegraphs that, like, okay, Charities might not have a lot in his hand going on for him right now.
Are they going to play Bergermon?
Like Hard Slam? I mean, he could go for 2, yeah.
Hard Slam Bergermon, Evo into Angelomon. Angelomon Evo's the Kabuteri into another Angelomon.
That works, yes.
And then go into the level 6 for free on top of the other Angelomon.
Yeah, so then the Angelomon that you just evolved over will then be able to attack, because then the other Angelomon will see the Metal Garurumon, thus registering the ability to Alliance Swing. But I mean, this works too. This works too.
Yeah.
Lilymon, Botek, Growlmon, can't be mad about that.
That's pretty good.
If anything, this is probably technically better, because you don't like leave this like overflow like mess on your board to potentially like pass over a lot of resources.
So now you'll attack plus 9, plus 2.
I think it's 20. Oh no, it's 18,000, right?
Yeah.
Is gonna hit. Oh, training is really nice if you are a Cherry's position.
2 memory though.
Yeah, 2 memory, but you do have the training, and training, as we all know, goes a very, very long way, because now you can go into your 4 without passing. But unfortunately, he would not be able to go into the War Growl without passing, which is kind of the caveat here. Interestingly, though, he's on the red training. Because being on red training means you're not able to grab the Digimon I designed, but you would be able to then grab BT13 Gallant. So it's a give and take.
The other interesting thing about playing offense training here is that it doesn't work with the purple Gigimon.
It does not,
That's the other issue, too, because what?
I mean, he's confident. He's like, okay, well, you've expended double 5. Surely you just don't have another 5 to back it up.
Well, the other good thing there is, since there's no Our Courage United, that means, hey, no self-replacement, like, correct.
That is 6 memory is a lot to play with if you are in Arbiter's position. Not to mention the fact that you have double Tamer as well, so you can play out the Berger Toge for 2 costs and then make a play from that. At this point, I think I do agree with the fact that like he probably just doesn't have the Zudo, which would have been super huge for this matchup right now. But we are going to go ahead and see the Suno allow him to grab back the Bergermon, so he probably does have another 5 to go along with. And yeah, okay, Evo, Bio, and back. And what 5 are we going to be met with? That is the question. We're playing like a little bit of a roulette. I also haven't seen Mega Kabuterimon, I don't think, actually.
I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, Mega Kabuterimon, I think, is actually the best level 5 in the adventure archetype, to be honest.
Agreed. After doing more testing myself, using it with a War Greymon Ace is disgusting.
Oh, it's really good. Yeah, because War Greymon's not once per turn.
Correct. You can, assuming you attack Evo into it and attack with it, that's 2 removals, and then with Mega Kabuteri, that's another unsuspend.
Yeah.
And assuming you still have the memory in turn, you can attack again for a 3rd removal.
Yes. But yeah, so here we are going to go ahead and see that Bergermon come on down over the Biomon that he played for 1 cost and then Evo for 2. The question now is, what 5 do you choose to go into? Metal Greymon's not going to do a lot. Lily's not doing a lot. Angewomon's not doing anything. The answer is Garudamon.
If only this card had Raid.
Hey, you're asking for a lot, Ben. Hold up here. if you want to raid that bad, go grab your Skull Greymon.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, I just like having security attack +1, raid, and
I think he might actually have lethal depending on what the rest of his hand is, actually. So you Garuda, this is 2 checks. You Evo Metal Garurumon without passing. Metal Garurumon without passing, swing, play out a 4, depending on what 4 he plays out. It immediately has Blitz if he evolves it. That's and so if he plays out a 4 with the Metal Garurumon, then it evolves into a 5, then he could swing with Alliance. That would be 3 check. And then if you slam a 5, that can immediately attack, assuming the body that he spawned turned into a 5, that would give it Alliance, allow it to attack, Matt TK. That would be lethal. He technically had lethal.
You can raid retail. Yeah.
That also works.
Because you can raid retail into the Crimson mode Ace.
Dag Overflow, yeah. And then float into another body, which will then you potentially can extend because of the Matt TK allowing you to have Rush. So a lot of different ways to configure lethal here.
Cherries is kind of like, wait, how can it attack? And Arbiter's just like, this nice little boy and his brother.
Brotherly love.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead. This floats into a level 4, or well, not level 4, but a play cost of 4 or less from trash, so including Trait Tamers. He can grab the Bergermon that was just placed into the trash. Surprise, surprise.
Do it again.
And do it again. But he's actually going to choose the Biomon.
Yeah.
But hey, he got back all of his memory to work with.
Oh no.
Toge's pretty good. But I feel like if you're doing Bio over the Berdra, you might be pressed on 5 to begin with, possibly. But nonetheless,
they didn't alliance. They just attacked for the raid and retail.
Well, why would you alliance, right? Because
that's fair. There's no truthing.
Yeah, exactly. So here you could go Metal Garurumon, play out the Bergermon Evo into the 5, alliance with the Biomon, that would be 3 checks, and then swing with the 5 for game. So he is lethal.
Yeah.
But does he recognize it? That is the question.
I kind of wish, because we saw the Togemon ad. I don't know if he had like the Angeomon, because then if you go Evo into Toga, Angeomon, and then into the Melga.
I think in general, at like a certain point, it becomes like you can just simplify like your lethal lines pretty easily.
Yeah.
I feel like, and you like. Adventure as a deck, I feel like you have like multiple different lethal lines at any given moment. You can get really creative with it. And so at a certain point, some cards become like a little win more, I feel like. Whereas at the end of the day, you just need to go fast and like beat down their security. You know, like
they were like, wait a minute, I allianced the wrong thing. I need to leave this up.
Yeah, so that will go ahead. I mean, even if he chose to alliance with the Metal Greymon, he could still possibly represent lethal, actually, because all he'd have to do is evolve Toge over the Bio, and then that turn into a 5.
Right?
What?
He's at 1 memory, though.
Well, that'd be okay, because you go Toge Evo into a 5, and the Metal Greymon would allow that 5 to then swing.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so again, still lethal. He has multiple lethal lines. We're going to game 3. So really, really close set so far. What are your thoughts, Ben?
So when I first saw Adventure, I thought Adventure was going to be convoluted. And I think for me, and I mentioned this in one of my other videos in the past, where I talked about how I'm used to color matching colors, red goes to red, etc. We had special Digivolution black box texts that, allowed you to kind of circumvent color requirements. And now we're at the point where we have archetype themed decks versus archetype tribal. So we'll have adventure, we have wind guardians, we have royal base, we have all the fields in general. I, for one, like it because it simplifies the game immensely.
Right.
But with the triggers of alliance and how the effects all interact with each other can get very confusing and convoluted for newer players.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There's a lot. There's definitely a learning curve for sure for these
Yeah.
type of decks. Um, but maybe this is just me being like as competitive as I am because I very competitive. I love when there's a challenge, when there is a learning curve. Like
Yeah.
like it feels rewarding when you're like you see the vision.
I
Like
agree. I like finding new combos, new deck techs, and you're kind of like, is this how this works? Like, I think one of the earliest ones was with BT17, where
yeah.
BT14 Agumon promotes out with Tai, and then you're
Mhm.
like, I can free Evo into the BT17 Greymon, and I can delete something
Mhm.
with basically 10,000 DP. If I have certain level
Right,
twos with
right.
Tai Kamiya, it's like it goes up to 12 or 13. And you're like, what? That's free deletion?
I remember I was playing 3v3 with Donkey Nog, and he got taunted by Doru Gora into Doru
Uh-huh.
Gray. He moved out BT14 Agu, evolved into the Greymon, attempted to pop the Doru Gray. He was forced to protect, and then he just won the game from there. I was like, that's cool. All right, but jumping into the game, we do see that Cherries has elected to go first. He's going to offense training, grab the Megidra, so now that is confirmed in his hand. Adventure is, let's see here. We do see he has double Tamer in his hand already.
Yeah.
He could just play Tamer, choke on 1. That's not a bad start.
That's what I would do, Tamer. Oh, memory
Actually, we're gonna
fixer.
go ahead and we're gonna go into the Tai.
Tai, Taiki, Tagiru,
Takuya.
Takuya. One thing that I do like with Cherry's deck right now is that he did Digivolve into the Guilmon and then played the offense training. I think it's nice that you can kind of like color cross them. So like the only downside is if you're lacking that level 3, does it become hard?
Yeah, I think so. If you're in Cherry's position right now, when you're taking a look at it, you have Rookie, you can training into Growl, and then you can Evo into War Growl, pass on 1, but then obviously Tai puts him back to 3. So like it feels really bad. I'm very surprised that he decided to move out the stack, putting it at a risk of being removed. And then I mean he's gonna go double offense training here and then possibly cap off on like a Growlmon, for example. He actually is gonna go ahead and swing it, which I
Oh,
understand.
I mean, just one check is fine. That's a memory gain right there, right?
No. Oh yes, because it died. Yes. So I think it's really important to note that without any red sources left on the board of Cherries, he can no longer play any options. So like, what is your play here? Like you slam like a body, either you like play a tamer. The answer is Gil X is going to come on out.
I mean, you search. The only downside with this is that wait, never mind. I was thinking about a different level 4. Some of the level 3 X antibody Digimon actually cost a play cost of 4 versus 3, and Guilmon X, surprisingly, being a dual colored one, is like I cost 3.
Wait, who costs 4? Gazi X.
Impmon X and the BT11 Agumon X are all 4 cost, and they're all
Oh,
monocolored too, which is kind of gross.
that's fair. I completely forgot about that actually.
Oh, you're good. Like I said, very like arbitrary, obscure cards from the past.
Yeah, that only you would know.
I play what I like to play.
Yeah, so we are going to go ahead. That Gabuterimon is going to come on down. He's going to play out the Mimi Joe. Feeling really good at this position. And then he's allowed to draw an additional card on attack because of Tai. Mind you, this Tai is when any Digimon on your side attacks. So it is not adventure restricted. That is why we do see that card played in Hunters. Check out the Huang Zero Hunters deck profile by Llama Boy if you want to see more details on that information. Yeah.
I looked at that time and was like, do I play this in Greymon? And then I was like, nah,
Probably not. Yeah.
nah, like, nah.
Yeah, so we are going to go ahead. He's able to resolve the Suno. Suno will grab back a piece, and then he could just play that Matt TK we did see in his hand. Magitra not having the ability to interact with Tamers whatsoever. Pretty good here if you were in Arbiter's position. Setting up
Yet.
the 5 colors. 5 colors being meaning that your tie is actually also able to play out a level 5 as well for 0 cost. But instead, we're actually going to go into the Togemon for 3 with 3 colors present on the board. This Guilmon not Guilmon. This
Spawn.
Togemon is able to evolve into the Lilymon, suspend, and bot deck the Guilmon. So pretty great position if you're Arbiter. Your opponent sitting on double training plus nothing.
I mean, the trainings are out already. What is that? You wait a minute.
He's playing both
You
Wisdom
play
and Offense.
the Wisdom? Is that Wisdom right there?
That is Wisdom training, yeah.
That is so funny. I was like, wait a minute.
Actually, I'm curious. Have we seen a Digimon I designed yet?
One.
Did we? Okay, I didn't remember. I didn't remember if we saw it or not.
I think we've seen one. God, why?
That's a lot of trainings.
Boy, have you skipped any training day?
He's just getting ready for EX9 with all the new training mechanic, right?
Yeah, right? It'll be
Yeah,
so
so
interesting. Imagine Machine Dramon support's going to be like, oh, for every face down card in your Digivolution source, just flip it up.
that's what I was thinking. Like Machine would just turn all face down cards in your stack face up, and then like
Yeah.
you get all those inherits. And like I love Machine Dramon. You know this, Ben. I love
Yeah.
Machine Dramon.
Yeah, and I've got a mat too with that too.
But yeah, so going to 4 memory because of the Mimi Joe. If you have an adventure Digimon, go ahead, start additional memory. This is a lot that you actually have to play with, right? 4 memory means you can slam Toge, you can slam Birdra, you can slam Rookie, and then evolve that.
I think
Really a
we're gonna
lot that
search
you could do.
first. I see the BO. I think we're going to play BO for 2.
Yep, Evo, and then
Search.
Evo for 2. I can see it. Yeah.
You can go BO for 2.
Mm-hmm.
Find another Toge or like another. Oh, there's the Toge.
And BO grabs both a Digimon with adventure trait as well as a tamer or option, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's gonna go ahead. He's gonna grab the Matt TK plus the Toge, bot decking the Metal Garurumon. So that is really great knowledge to know if you're cherries, because either that means he has the Metal Garurumon or he just doesn't value it. Probably the former. And then we also have to recognize the fact that like we don't see a black option just yet. And that's
we haven't seen it. They're probably in security. I see one in the hand, and I think I see another Matt TK in hand too. If we go Toge into Angelomon can then Digivolve the Lily into the level 6. We'll attack Alliance.
Yes, this Lilymon is able to give itself Alliance because the Digimon was played. Go ahead. Let's see what we hit. We do hit the Galamon. That Lilymon is going to go on down. Really awkward position. You could evolve Toge into another 5 and then play black option, but then you're passing over quite a bit of memory. I'm curious, but if you go black option, pass on 3, then you have 3 colors on your board. But that means cards like the Metal Garurumon won't be able to actually remove the 6s. But he is just going to go ahead. He's going to choose to black option the choke on 1. This is a really dangerous spot to be in if you're an Arbiter, right?
Yeah.
Because cherries, I mean, you have 4 training stacked up, first of all, right?
Yep. That's
there's no ace. There's
delete.
no black option interacting with you. Yeah, I mean, you just go crazy at this point, right? That, what is it? It's War Growl for 1, go to 0. Oh, he has the Growl X2. He can float into a Rush Deal. Ooh.
Gross.
There's the Rush Deal. Okay.
Oh, he's like, cool. I needed that there.
So that's 2 damage off the Megidra, 1 off the burn, and then Rush Geel for 1. He just needs 1 more hit after that, and that would be lethal. And there's so many different ways that you can get there. Whether it's another Rush Geel, the Gallants, perhaps, plenty of things to do. I think swinging that level 5 and having it die to security, definitely a super risky play. But will he get punished for it? That is the big question here. Yeah, I'm curious. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. No. I was just thinking out loud. Go for it.
I was going to say, we do know he has a Megidramon as well in his hand.
Correct.
What are the odds he has lethal from this position? Because Adventure, again, it's a matchup where like the more time they have to set up their game plan, it's gonna be a lot harder to break through, especially with that black option.
Mhm.
Also, yes, the Magidra player should be trashing cards because of the War Growl, so he should trash an additional 2. Nothing significant, but it does count towards the trash count, which is important for Magidra, Gallant, and etc. Yeah. How many cards is that in hand? 3? No, that was more,
Adventure
surely,
or
right?
cherries?
Cherries.
I think cherries is at 4 or 5.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so we are going to go ahead. The Magidramon is going to come on down. That is for a cost of 3, which means that there is at least 20 cards in both players' trashes, which I would not be too surprised at this point. We are going to go ahead, double check. No Tamer, and then War Growl is going to go ahead, resolve, burn 1, burns the mat TK.
Oh, another
Feels bad.
tamer!
Yeah, that feels bad. He's going to gain an additional 1 memory. I think that's the right Gilmon, if I remember correctly. I hope it's the right Gilmon. But it won't be enough to keep turn, actually. Because
Correct.
because that's the EX3 Growlmon that doesn't gain a memory. So actually, uh
Correct. It goes to 1 or sorry, 2, and then they go back up to 3.
yeah, no, that wouldn't be enough, unfortunately. So the turn actually going to pass over back to Arbiter. So Arbiter is going to have a chance to like try and make a comeback, but not until Cherries goes ahead and starts rebuilding a board. He does have a Growl X underneath the stack as well, so he can go Gil +1. The question is, what do you do as your +1? War Growl, it looks like.
Because there's also no Gallantmon Ace.
Correct.
But if you do happen to play it, and I don't recommend this by any means, but if you play the level 4, you could technically go Growlmon or War Growlmon Ace.
Ben, do you own Chase War Growl?
I have 0 of those.
Oh,
Yeah.
huh.
I,
It's a good art
I,
though. It's a very good art.
I've cut back on hunting certain SPs for the time being just because of merch.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Can't do both. Can do one, can't do both.
Yeah, so we are going to go ahead and see that Guilmon discard an archetype card in order to draw 2. At this point, with only 3 security left on Cherry's side, the question is Adventure able to break through this? We do have the Gabumon. Only 3 colors, though, to play through, right? What could possibly happen is we could see the Toge Birdra for reduced cost and then evolve into Angelwomon. Angelwomon evolve the Gabu into the Metal Garurumon because of the warp condition. That could be a play.
I think Arbiter had to spin the tie because he needs specifically. No, he already had 3 colors, so you can already spin the War
But
Growl.
4 colors gives you the ability to. Okay, wait, hang on. He gets the additional reduction by doing this, right? Because both Tamers can actually reduce. Also, the War Growl does have to trash again. Yes. Because the War Growl is both on play as well as when digivolving. So he does need to discard an additional 2 cards. Or a mill additional 2, but.
Toga for 2.
Right. Because, yeah, if he kept the tie, he would be Toge for 3. So Toge for 2 is fine. We do see the Angelwomon going into the Metal Garurumon, just like I called. I see the future. And, yeah, Metal Garurumon, pretty great here. Should be able to possibly push for lethal, depending on what he's able to revive, actually. If we had a Mega Kabuterimon, this board state would be very, very simplified. Just saying.
And the Warp Digivolution here works explicitly not because there's a Digimon with 10,000 DP or more, but because there are Tamers with 3 or more colors in play.
Yes, and that is Gabumon's special condition. He's a special, special boy. Yep, so they're gonna go ahead. He's reading. He's like, "What, Nani?" But it's like that's the anime. That's the anime at work right there.
No, you got to do C protagonist. You got to be like, "What?"
Yeah, so they're gonna go ahead and confirm that. That is how the interaction works. Whenever they get around to it. But yes, so Metal Garurumon going to be able to possibly revive the Birdra Toge, whatever you want to call it. I know he has one in trash. That can evolve into another 5. That would be 2 checks. The card that just comes out is able to then swing. And then if you slam another 5, that will then gain Rush from the newly played 5, and that would be lethal. So, yeah, as long as he has basically just a single, he has 2 5s in hand. If he has 2 5s in hand, that is lethal.
There is an Angelwomon, so yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Alrighty. And so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna bot deck that War Growlmon. No funny ace shenanigans. There is no ace level 4 in the game just yet. I don't even know what it would do, but it probably wouldn't do anything impactful. He can then now we can swing the Metal Garurumon. The Metal Garurumon does receive the alliance from the Angelwomon. And this is going to be 2 checks. He does have Goblimon inherit as well. So if he doesn't have the second 5, he can just dig for it.
So you have 2 checks.
Yep, there's Toge.
Uh,
As long as he has 2 5s, he has it. That is game.
yeah. So there is the.
Okay. Oh, that also works. Garuda will also get you there.
Oh, because then you can just give all the security to the Metal Garurumon and then break 3, and then Andrew 1 can just attack for game.
Correct. Alternatively, what he could have done is swing alliance, play out a 4, turn the 4 into a 5, and then that's for 2 checks. You swing with the brand new 5, and then you slam a body, and then that'll have alliance and then swing for game. So multiple different ways to achieve lethal in that position. But Angelwomon really clutching there, giving him the ability to go all the way with the limited amount of memory that he had. Really smart play on his end to use the tie to trade it out for the Matt TK in order to get the additional rush plus cost reduction. So really great on that end.
Adventure takes it again. So we've seen Adventure, we've seen Galacticmon, we've seen Crossheart, we've seen like 2.
Wait,
Purple Hybrid.
We've seen Purple Hybrid. We've seen Crossheart Adventure, Galactic twice, Megidra.
Oh, the fish.
We saw fish. We saw fish.
Yeah, fish and busy. So a very diverse meta, diverse format. We've got maybe about 5 to 6 minutes left in the round.
Mm-hmm.
Huang, what do you think of the regional so far? Thank you again to Nerd Rage Gaming for
of
having
course.
us here.
Like Ben said, thank you to Nerd Rage Gaming for hosting us. We really do appreciate it. I'm having a fantastic time. I hope everyone watching is also having a great time with the commentary. Ben is doing an amazing job as my co-commentator, so thank you very much for that. I just want to say I'm here to give chat what they wanted. I'm going to unbutton the top button. Okay, chat. All right. This is what the people have been wanting. This just like that. All right. No more. Subscribe to the Huang Zero channel. Donate to my Patreon.
Do it.
This is what the people wanted.
Yeah.
But yeah. That being said, the tournament's been really fun so far. Really excited to see. We have what 3 more rounds, I believe.
3 more rounds
because it's 64 people.
We haven't seen Royal Knights yet. We haven't seen Virus Imperial. We're kind of saving like those towards the tail end because we are anticipating that Royal Knights will have a pretty strong showing at the end. I think there was an event that happened yesterday that was like a regional level event, and I think there were 2 Royal Knights at the top.
For EU, right?
I can't remember location, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, either way.
Yeah.
Royal Knights definitely really powerful deck. I expect to see more later towards the day. I'm sure we're just trying to put on, while we're still in the early rounds, the more fun decks before they get phased out by Royal Knights.
Yep.
But yeah, so with all that being said, please stay tuned for more to come, and we'll be going on break. Thanks.
See you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am DigiPanda, joined with the great Huang Zero here.
Oh.
Yeah. We are here with Nerd Rage Gaming, a local store in Buffalo. Oh, God, what's Buffalo Grove, Illinois.
Yeah.
I was like, I have the location here somewhere. They host locals every Monday at 6:30 p.m. and Saturdays at 1 o'clock p.m. We are doing the Digimon regional event today. 6 rounds, 64 players for all your trading card game needs. Check it out.
Yep. And so we are going into round 4. This is going to be Red Purple Imperial versus Gallantmon. So we have 2 red decks going at each other, probably trying to beat each other in the dome. And what else do you want me to describe it? I mean, that's really.
You're not wrong. It's literally just who's gonna like lose the headbutt first, because we've got. Funny enough, there's no Vmon involved in this, but even though he is, some of them are red actually right now. But I mean, I feel like Miguel has already got a great setup with the Guilmon X, the Growlmon, and both Staccato setup already.
So this is kind of like the spooky part, right? So in this matchup dynamic, what you have is you have Red Purple Imperial, and they have the full combo, which interestingly enough, I don't see anything as trash, so that's a little spooky. He's actually going to evolve Pyodra in the back. That's also really spooky. So I'm wondering if he's just bricked right now. But at the current moment, like it's like you go the Pyodra combo, or you go the Imperial combo with Dino B, and you deal like a lot of their, you deal what, 3 security checks.
Mhm.
You apply a Crimson Blaze like Floodgate, and if the
Mhm.
Gallantmon player attempts to remove it, they float into an additional 3 bodies.
Yep.
So as a Gallantmon player, it can be a little bit difficult to actually like deal with the Imperial stack just because like there's so much
Oh,
happening.
this is a
Um,
gross stack.
this is a gross stack. This is a +1 security inherit, +1 memory, +1 memory. There's just a lot going on right now.
Isn't
Yeah,
it +3 memory? Because you got memory from the Growl X, Growlmon, and oh no,
It's
there's no
Growlmon, Guilmon
Growlmon.
X. Yeah. Oh no,
Yeah, sorry.
it's starter deck Growlmon plus Growl X. There's no Growl X.
Correct. I thought there was a
Yes.
Growl X.
No. But yeah, if you're in this position, I mean, like it must be really awkward if an Imperial player, right? Because your partition isn't live.
Correct.
That's like really spooky if this is you.
I like how both players kind of just staring at each other at the face right now, kind of like, "Hey, you promote up." No, you promote up.
Well, because I feel like if Miguel had the Gallant, he would have done it last turn because he has Blitz, right? Effectively.
Correct.
And so you should like recognize like, oh, my opponent's like bricked right now. He doesn't have a lot of resources. Let me just like dome. Oh my god, it's SP Imperial.
Yeah,
True
double SP
SP Imperial.
Imperial.
Wait, with the not the world, but the national finalist Imperial fighter mode?
The sleeves?
No, the card.
Oh,
Like the card. Wait, does it have a card? Am I crazy?
I don't know. You're
Wait,
talking about
okay.
the Imperial Dramon fighter, Dragon mode?
No, the fighter mode, like the blue-green one.
Oh, yeah, it has a
Wait,
champion one.
it does, right? I'm not crazy? Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. It does exist. So this guy, this might actually just be max rarity red, purple, Imperial, but that aside, right?
I'm gonna once again cite the lack of pre-release.
Ben, we need to talk after this. All right,
I know, I know.
we gotta talk, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, so the Rose Duelist is going for it. They're like, we are going for it. We are going
Yes.
to go into the fighter mode.
So this does burn 1 security because of the Imperial. If you have the Dragon mode in security, you do burn 1. And then it is swinging with Blitz because of Dragon mode. This is going to be 2 checks because Pyodramon giving you an additional +1 security attack. And so now you're just saying like, hey, respond to this or you're going to lose the game.
Yep.
Well, actually, lose the game is a strong word because what's your following blow? Like you just swing for an additional 2 checks. What's the last hit if you're the Imperial player? Like
Rush
Omni
Gilmon.
X, like Rush, but it wouldn't be Rush Guild, right? Because they're probably playing like Worms and V's.
That's true.
For consistency's sake.
So Liberator Omni then?
But you're not playing red boost, you're playing purple boost. Because so much
Also
of your
true.
deck is like mono purple, right?
Yeah.
So this is my kind of gripe with red purple Imperial often is that like you do the combo and you chunk them, and then it's like, what's your follow-up after that? And it's like you really don't have one, to be honest. It feels a little weird. Like you hope they can't respond to your play, and then you just like whack them again.
So if you attack over right now, does anything play out?
No, actually. Pyodramon sec +1, XV doesn't have an inherit. Wormmon is suspend on swing, and Minomon is on swing, discard 1, draw 1. I mean, discard 1, pop level 3. And Dragon mode does not, not Dragon mode, but Fighter mode does not float either. So no, it actually would be. This is a no float Imperial stack, actually.
Sad.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Miguel has the perfect stack here, almost.
I mean, so he did not go ahead, remove it. It's the -4,000 DP into the 10,000 pop. So unfortunately, he did consume the unsuspend, I believe, but he's going to go ahead and swing out here. I think if you are Miguel, you have to be a little bit weary about like what could possibly pop out of the security, right? If you hit something like drastic, like an analog, for example, or like a boost or like a boost, maybe you like accelerate the Rose Duelist game plan, so maybe he can make a comeback. Because really, all you need is like Slam Worm, Evo Shadra revive of 3, and then turn that 3 into like a Flamedra or Shadra, and then you jog rest and then go off there. And then the Gallant wouldn't be protected, right? Because it's only if the memory is on your opponent's side or 0. So that would be a really easy way to make a comeback. But alrighty. So it looks like the turn has passed. Rose Duelist is at 1.
This is a 22 2000 Gallantmon X antibody that is unaffected by Digimon effects.
Right, and then did he gain the memory from the inherits?
I
He
don't recall him gaining memory.
we'll just float it by the judge really quickly.
I don't think the Rose Duelist is getting all their pieces. Although I think part of the conversation we had in regards to sleeves is kind of funny because in your opinion, would you play sleeves that match your deck, or do you want to be kind of?
I would never do that. I'm so I would never want to give my opponent like that knowledge. Okay, unless it's like a smoke screen, like, oh, I'm playing Imperial sleeves. JK, it's actually playing Sakuya or something like that, right?
You're right.
Because I think you can. Not a lot of people think about it oftentimes, but like the way you mulligan early, you can mulligan based on like what the matchup is if you know the matchup, right? Like, it's like if you're playing versus a deck that doesn't have a really great early game, you can like capitalize on like playing a little bit slower and like setting up more, or like if you need to go for like gas and to keep a certain hand, right? So definitely that matchup knowledge is really powerful. But yeah, so like I said, he went worm, go Shadra, revive worm, that worm turned into Shadra, Jogress, Dino B.
Dino B to Pyildra.
Yep. There's it. Yep, there's the Pyildra. And then Dino B, Pyildra, Jogress, Dragon Mode, Swing, Blitz, turn into Fighter Mode, Pop, Gilmon. Oh, no, because he has Pop Gallon X. Gallon X is too big. But then how do you kill the Gilmon? There's no Minomon. There's no Minomon inherit.
Is there no retaliation?
Are you willing to retaliate into this? Don't think there's retaliation.
I know there's raid.
Yes. So, well, that's Dino B. Oh my god, Crimson Mode.
But when it would be deleted, now you go into the other one.
Yeah, that Pyildramon having that when deleted effect is so funny, by the way.
Yeah.
Because I play it in Medusamon, and obviously you never resolve it, so I always forget it has that second component, and like when it does happen in front of me, I'm like, oh, that's goofy.
It is really funny.
So yes, so Dragon Mode Ace gonna go ahead, pop the Gilmon, and this allows him to evolve into the Fighter Mode. Fighter Mode burns 1 on Evo, and then that is gonna go ahead and remove the Crimson Mode as well. But there is no. Oh no, does it pop the Crimson Mode? I think it does, right? It does. Yes.
It does.
Oh no, it doesn't. Does it?
Doesn't? Hold on.
Fighter Mode. Am I tweaking?
I'm like. Some decks.
As much or a low DP. Yeah. So the Gallon X is probably too big. Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, can you imagine if there were like 30 cards in trash right now?
For what? Oh, Gallon X burn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, apologies, chat. I don't play Red Purple Imperial because I'm too poor to afford that deck, so I forget that it's based on DP. Whoopsie.
I also don't play it, but I also just don't care.
Do you own 4 Shadras?
Yeah. Collection.
I'm envious. Yes. So, I mean, given this current board state, like, I don't think this is a blocker or anything like that. But the way you pop it is a little bit awkward, right? Because I mean, it's not like Gallant Crimson can actually like pop it. It's not on swing. It's on Evo / on play. So a little bit weird here, right?
But if you attack, isn't the Fighter Mode gonna just attack over you next turn, or is it the same DP?
That Fighter Mode is only 13 right now, I believe. Because the DP inherit generally comes from like analog, nice. It comes from the what is it? Something gives it plus 2000 DP. I'm like trying to remember what it is right now.
Shadra?
I don't think it's Shadra. It's something.
No, sorry. I'm looking at what are they gonna add, because I know the VMons and XVMons have DP buffs.
Yeah. But yeah. So from this position, I don't think he can actually effectively kill the Crimson Mode, funnily enough. But
oh no.
Is it Promo Gallant coming on down? Come on, just do it. Because Promo Gallant, pop I think fighter mode is 13. Yeah, fighter mode is 13, so it'd actually be a valid target to pop. But it
Yep.
would float into partition, and then I guess then you would have to worry about like oh no, because
Blast Evo.
but it partitions into double 4 actually. So there is no blast Evo threat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's actually unless there's like War Growl Ace, ooh, but I don't even think that pops anything. So I think
Yeah,
it'd be
it doesn't.
fine. That being said, I'm not exactly kept up with like what Gallantmon lists look like nowadays because it's like
they're pretty standard.
well, it's like yeah, it feels like it's pretty solved, and also like Digimon exists, so like that's kind of where my
Yeah.
attention's been turned to recently. But
Yep.
Very interested to see like are we able to push for like lethal here because like he's at 0 security, like surely we have to do something, right? Okay, chokes to was that 2 1? I can't tell. It's like in the middle.
2.
Oh, it's a 2. Okay.
Yeah, 2, right?
Yeah. So play the training. If he swings fighter, and then he's no, he doesn't have. What do you do? How do you lethal from this position, right? I'm trying to think. I guess Worm, Evo, Shadra play Worm, Evo, Shadra, Flamedra, Jogress into Dragon Mode Blitz.
That would be one of the only avenues.
I think that is the only avenue. Unless Omni? Surprise Omni? Like,
Surprise Omni would go ham here.
does that Dragon Mode have Liberator trait? I'm just curious. That fighter mode?
No.
No. Lame.
I'm like 90% sure it doesn't.
It does not. I just looked it up.
All right. You mentioned the Worm. Worm
Okay,
gonna
so
go
the Worm,
into
Shadra, Worm.
Shade. Play Worm.
Come on. Where is it? Where is it? I know you have it. Yeah.
Worm.
Let's go.
Into
yep.
Shade.
Shadra Flame. Okay. Then we go Dino V. Then Dino V, Pyildra.
I mean, can't you just stop at the Dino B?
Yes. But like, where's the fun?
Oh, okay.
All right, that's game. Okay. For never having touched a red purple Imperial card in my life because I'm too poor, the fact that I called that is kind of sick. No,
I agree. No.
That's kind of cool. It is almost. Wait. They weren't here because they all thought you were an imaginary voice in my head. Ben, what is the full name of the D Brigade option?
Oh, the Metropolitan Police. The Metropolitan Police Department Community Safety Bureau Cybercrimes Division Investigation Unit 11 Digimon Crime Response Team.
I hate the fact that you know that so well. You could say it so fast. Like it is both the nerdiest and the coolest thing ever.
The Metropolitan Police Department Community Safety Bureau Cybercrimes Division Investigation Unit 11 Digimon Crime Response Team.
Okay, can we do like an ASMR situation?
The Digi police.
But yeah,
okay,
God,
so
yeah,
Miguel was reliant on the tower focus of Gallantmon X. How would you, if you're in Miguel's position, kind of adjust for game 2?
let me think. Popping the fighter mode results in like 3 bodies floating usually. If you're able to remove the 3 bodies, you're generally in a pretty good solid position. The power of Red Purple Imperial, in my opinion, not only the fact that like it swings for like 3 and then like it does 3 damage plus like a Crimson Blaze effect, but like it's the fact that you can make a play off of like very limited memory. Because if you're at 1 memory, you use Evo Shadra, right? Then you like do your play.
Mm-hmm.
If you're at like really anything, you can go like like we just saw the worm play. So there's a lot of different configurations that you can do to make a recovery board game state, similar to like how Galactimon has the ability with like BT18 Snatch. If you are in the position of Miguel, I think it's really important for you to make sure your Gallant is bigger than fighter mode, like we just saw, right? I'm curious if he didn't Crimson mode, would he have been in a better position? Because if you don't Crimson mode, then you can swing, unsuspend, burn 1, and then maybe have a better position from that point. But not having blocker is a little bit wacky. We are going to go ahead and see the BT17 Takato. I don't personally like this card myself. I think 19 Takato is kind of like all you need at this point nowadays. But BT17 Takato, if I remember correctly, it's the Warp Takato, right? It allows you
the Warp Takato.
It allows you to turn Gil into Gallant with Growling War Growl and Trash. But we are going to go ahead. Shadramon is going to come on out. That he's going to hard slam the XVmon. Jogress shenanigans will now ensue. Show us the Dino B. Dino B has emerged. Is there a Pyildra in Trash?
I mean, he put it there for a reason.
There's a Pyildra in Trash. Swing Give it plus 4,000 DP.
And security. No, it doesn't have security tech +1. This is an alliance.
No, it does not. Correct. It's just 4,000 DP. Okay. Checks, hits Gilmon. He is good. And yeah, that's going to be it. So we're choosing not to Jogress. Maybe he just doesn't.
If anything gets deleted, he's gonna DNA anyway.
Oh,
so,
right, true.
yeah.
Which in this matchup is pretty good. Does the Pyildra effect for all turns, does that apply when the Dino Bee is also deleted?
No.
Well, is it only when it is deleted? No, it is. Yeah, when any of your Pyildra or Dino Bee are deleted, you can DNA.
Rip.
So it's almost like a checkmate, no?
Yeah, it's kind of like check. Do something. I dare you.
Like, okay, well, you're Gallant, so everything you do is a mandatory pop.
Correct.
And if you're a mandatory pop, you have to play into the Pyildra.
Now, if you don't delete something because of Gallantmon, Gallantmon X's effect, you do get the unsuspend?
Correct. So if you order it in a way where you don't pop something and then you can unsuspend and then apply the 4,000 DP, but both Digimon here are under the 10,000 threshold, so they actually will be forced to pop.
Because I'm in agreement with you from game one, where I feel like going to the Crimson Mode Ace wasn't Crimson Mode Ace wasn't the right play.
Because he ended up just Jogressing anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, what did you really remove?
Nothing. You just made it worse.
But it looks like he's actually just going to go ahead. He's going to opt into just straight out Jogress into the Dragon mode. For 0, I believe it costs 0, and then he could just go Fighter mode now. Which would be pretty good. Yep, there's Fighter mode. He's swinging, blitzing, burn security, pop the heal. All right. And then it's going to go ahead to check. And because...
Can't play it.
Oh, yeah, he's under Crimson. He's under Crimson Blaze. I don't know if that matters. Tamer. Yeah, I don't know if that matters. I don't know if he just games them from this position, but... Okay. Yes. So you're gonna go ahead, grab the Dragon mode. Or was that Dragon mode? I think it was Dragon mode. But yeah. So from this position, I mean, like, you're not in too much trouble because, like, you still have 5 security. You're sitting on this body that, like, floats in a 3. Not the worst position in the world. I mean, like, you're in a really good position, right? Your opponent's at 0 security. You can do, like, quite a bit, right? You have, like, a lot of leverage.
I'm still like, they played the Tamer. I don't know if that's going to be crucial for later, because... we got the judge.
It looks like the judge is on scene. We're correcting it as we speak. Yep, and Takato is going to be sent to the trash alongside the rest of his Digimon. Yep, there it goes.
Rip.
Rest in peace. And that's one of the really, really great strengths of the Fighter mode, right? Is that being able to Crimson Blaze both Digimon and Tamers. So no wacky shenanigans coming on out of that security, right? All right, so you're in this position. You have Wargrowl X. You have training plus the Warp Takato. Not like Warp Takato's doing very much because obviously you are already on the Wargrowl, so we already got there. But what do? You can go Gallant, not pass turn, and then Gallant could swing.
Nothing has end of turn attack.
No, what Wargrowl is that underneath? Is that 17 Wargrowl, or which one is that?
17. 12, I believe.
Is that 12 Wargrowl? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 12 Wargrowl. It's not 17.
Yeah, okay. I think it is 12 Wargrowl too. Yeah, that's the one that gains 2 memory and attack if your opponent doesn't have a Digimon.
Yeah, and this Digimon is Groundmon or Gallantmon, and its name gain 2 memory.
Oh, interesting. So actually, the BT13 Gallantmon, which is able to actually pop the Imperial because it is 13,000 DP.
And Partition.
Not just Partition, right? Shadramon Inherit as well. Also floats into a Wormer V.
Yeah.
He will gain some additional memory because of his inherits, and he will be able to pop an additional Digimon on top of that because the Gallantmon also pops. If he goes and pops one more swing off the memory gain, Evo Gallant X pop another body, and then unsuspend pop. Oh no, it doesn't unsuspend, but it pops another body because the 10,000 pop, then 4,000 pop. So we can actually clear the. Oh no, can you? Oh, you can't partition Shadra. Correct. Yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, partition resolves before the Shadra. So actually,
Wait, why didn't they partition first and then do Shadra?
Because partition is a win.
Oh.
Yeah, so actually you can't do both. So you can only get 2 bodies out of most. Good call, chat. So yes, so I'm gonna go ahead. Reading is hard. Again, I don't own these cards.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I don't play red, purple, Imperial, so for me, like when I see it, I'm just like, oh great, it's this deck.
All right, but Gallon X coming on out. That is going to burn 1 unsuspend. This is going to be what is that? Is that
2 checks, right?
Is that Wargrowl X underneath? It is, right? It's
Yeah, it's
Wargrowl X.
Wargrowl.
Yeah. So it is a 2-check. 2-check into Blitz Omni or Omni X, whatever. That would be lethal. That would be a line. Show us the magic. Okay.
Oh, because we've already used the unsuspend effect, right?
Right, correct. Because for the here to unsuspended when he swung the BT13 Gallant. Okay. And
I think you just pass.
nope, he gained memory.
Oh, 2 memory.
Yeah, because there's nothing on the board, so end of attack. There's nothing on board. Gain that too. And then he's gonna play the Guilmon, so no Omni X to secure lethal. So it is now Miguel's turn. Not Miguel. It's Rose Duelist's turn. He is at 1 memory with the purple memory boost. And if we've learned anything from Purple Imperial or Purple Red Purple Imperial, it's time. Commence the Blitz operation. Like, so what? It's just Evo Shadra Revive, 3 Jogras Dino B swing. Well, I guess you have to, I guess you have to be afraid of you have to be afraid of whatchamacallit, Crimson, right?
Mode. Crimson? Yeah, Crimson Mode.
But then he can just go in. He can go into Dragon Mode off the Pyildra and then Blitz anyway.
Correct.
So assuming he has everything, that's fine. Here's the worm. The worm evolves. I feel like it's like the patella connects to the knee bone or something like that. Right? Is it?
Hold on. You said knee bone?
Look. It like in my head it rhymed. Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you can connect it to really any bone, because the leg bone's the femur.
It's the patella. It's your kneecap. It's connected to like.
Oh, that's it. GG.
Yeah, that is
GG.
Yeah. So even with Crimson, yeah, that's not going to be enough because if he has the Dragon Mode in hand to Blitz, that's game. So yeah. GG. Rose Duelist is now 4-0 going into the upcoming round 5. So congratulations to him.
It's a rough matchup because I think having that ability to kind of like maintain your level 5s and kind of utilize them for the game is really nice.
Yeah.
We're switching to another game now where we've got Hunters versus Galacticmon. This is actually going to be kind of interesting.
So the dynamic of this matchup, it's like on paper you're like, okay, well, Tamer heavy deck, Tamer popping deck. Surely
right?
Galacticmon has an advantage, right? But Hunters is one of the few decks that can spawn Tamers like thin air.
Correct.
Because you have both the King Shoutmon as well as the new BT21 Arrestor Dramon, which means you can actually generate more Tamers than they can pop sometimes. Not always, right? Sometimes you can't. But yeah, that is a really big determining factor. And Hunters is also very, very fast. It's a deck that has a lot of low-end aggro potential that also scales really well. In general, it's just a really good deck, actually.
And it looks like this is game 2.
Yeah, Hunters took game 1. So it looks like, yep, the Arrestor Dramon is going to go on ahead. Arrestor already smacked the stack that is existing. It is huge, by the way, because it's plus 1,000 for every source in its stack. So, I mean, at this point, like, how do you want to cap off your turn? It looks like we're going to go ahead. We're going to use the BT12 Taiki.
And they know that they're going to fix to memory to 3 anyway. So they're kind of just like, okay, cool. We'll just do that.
Yeah.
Trigger BT in 18 or 19? Yeah, 18. Zenith, and we're going to gain that memory.
Yeah, so I'm going to go on ahead, add the Fusionize off the Vemmon, and then it's going to tuck another Vemmon. So right now, the concern that you have is you have to be able to remove this Arrestor Dramon Superior Mode, as well as remove enough Tamers from your opponent's board to prevent them from just setting up like rush Arrestor Dramon shenanigans to like just smack you on the dome, right? So I'm going to go ahead. Snatchmon is going to reveal top 3, add a card, and then he's going to attach double Vemmon. So I mean, we did see that he had double Vemmon and Trash already. We do know he has Fusionize as well. So if he wants to tuck another as well for 0 cost, because it's 0 with Snatch on board, he can go ahead and do that. And we did see he did check a promo Destro as well from the security. So we do know he has that in trash, even though we just came in a little bit late on the game, which means he will be able to remove, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can remove 8 cost. So he can actually remove Taiki plus Tageru if you wanted, or he can remove double Tageru. There's a lot of like different configurations you can do there. But that would be pretty significant. And then if he's able to go into Galacti, shoot the Arrestor, and you're in a good position.
I'd probably remove double Tagiru because one of them's the memory fixer.
Yeah. All right. So here is the Destro coming on out. He's going to go ahead. He's going to pop the, double Tageru. No, Tageru Taiki.
Interesting.
Okay. Oh, no, it's double Tageru. Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Alrighty. And so now you can go into Galacti, pass your opponent over to 5. And that's okay. Since, obviously you just got rid of their tamers, you have the Ragnarok mechanic set up, you have protection. Your protection does make you immune to the superior mode tuck as well, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah, so there's the Galacti. Pass them over to 5 and attach 4. Again.
Wait, which Destro? Would you mentioned immune to the superior mode, you said?
Is it immune to old superior mode?
It's only immune if it is the newest Destromon, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, because the new Destromon prevents your cards from being trashed or something.
Well, because old superior mode tucks you under a tamer or Digimon, right? So is that considered leaving the battle area in this context? Because Galacti is immune. Because Galacti is immune to like leaving the battle area. Period.
Oh yeah. I think it would then.
It's always. I remember there's a ruling change at some point about how like cards get tucked and whatnot, and it's. I'm sure it'll be fine either way. But this Galacti is huge. Again, Galactimon effect tucking anything underneath with the Venmon text. So Digimon, eggs, options, tamer, all fair game. And then setting up that Ragnarok cannon. So even though his opponent is at 5 memory, you just got rid of their 2 most important tamers. So like, really, what are they doing right now, right?
Is that the Adventure Melga?
That is Adventure Melga, yes.
Let's go.
So Adventure Melga Garurumon, if I remember correctly, does it care for the Adventure trait?
It does not. When you play it, it's at the level 4. Yeah.
Yeah. So and it also plays any level 4 from trash.
Correct. I've been tinkering with it in a pure purple Garurumon build.
Yeah. So with that being said, that would give him the ability to not only revive the Rush Arrestor wouldn't have any sources to rush with, but he could revive the Tamer Play Arrestor. He could revive King Shout. Like there's a lot he could do, I think.
The only downside about the new Metal Garurumon and similarly the War Greymon is the fact that neither of them can Digivolve from a level 5 with Garurumon or Greymon in its name, level 5 wise, for a cost of 3. They are explicitly Adventure trait.
Bandai really trying to gatekeep these Melga players.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead. It's gonna pass to Chalmon's turn. We do see here there are 2 bodies. He's going to get rid of 1 using the Galactimon start of main, and then now the question is he able to remove the what is it, Clockmon? Yeah, Clockmon, yes, in order to trigger the Ragnarok cannon prior to the Ragnarok cannon firing off. The Venmon is on the board, so he could possibly go into like Snatch plus Destro Pop. I could see that, and then swing Galacti into the freaking whatchamacallit.
Security.
Yeah, right. To nuke most of it.
Keep in mind, chat, and viewers, we're in round 4 right now. I think we've been at this for about 4 hours now, give or take.
Yeah, it's it's a long day. But so we're just gonna go ahead. Does he have the Snatchmon that pops a 4 cost? Oh, he might. That one is the it is. No, it is. It's BT21 Snatchmon is whenever a card or whenever sources are returned back to the bottom of your deck, you're able to pop a 4 cost or lower. Which is exactly what he did using the BT18.
Oh, that's it.
Pops the watch. Yep, nuke security, the 1 check coming out, and then that is going to be game from the Venmon. So going into game 3.
What sleeves is the Venmon player on?
I don't know. Let's see. They
look kind of cool.
They're very shiny, very holographic.
Yeah.
Rocking the X antibody sleeves as well in his eggs.
Those were like limited release, by the way.
Do you have some?
I do.
Why am I not surprised?
I mean, outside of chase cards, like I pretty much collect as much as I can with the Digimon card game.
How many of the gold $200 sets did you buy?
I don't want to talk about it.
Did you buy 4?
I don't want to talk about it.
Ayya!
The worst part is I bought 4 for myself, and then someone was like, "Hey, I don't get paid. Can you spot me for 5 of them?" I'm like,
5?
I guess.
5 then? 5?
So I technically bought 9.
Oh my god. I bought 1 and I felt bad.
Yeah, I usually feel bad when I buy P Bandai things because I'm like, why can't you print 4 in just one product? Why you
It's
gotta
a
make me buy 4?
Hey, at least it looks really good, so you'll be
I
happy.
agree. I agree.
Yeah. That Magna X, Hexablau, Medieval, like, say less. Cherubi.
Dude, so many deck boxes. I'm just gonna be like, I don't need this. Anybody want this? Oh wait, no, giveaway item on the channel.
Oh, true. Giveaway. That's smart.
Yeah.
I I wish I get why they did Blitz Omni as like the card in it, but I also wish it was like the whatchamacallit, the 13 Omni.
Can you imagine if it was the Omni X from Liberator?
That would have been insane.
Yeah, I've been like, hey, you just printed this. Yeah.
You ever,
And
well, to be fair, they just printed Medieval too, so like
I know.
oh man. All right. So going into game number 3. What adjustments do you think Hunters is gonna make?
Go fast. Gotta go fast. Like I feel like you gotta get your tamers down quick, and you gotta build up to a stack that's big. Because if you can make your Arrestramon superior mode stick, you can hit 2 security each turn.
Yeah, like I said, I think the really important part here is that like being able to facilitate having like a numerous amount of tamers, to try and like avoid like the amount of pops that the promo Destramon is able to put out, right? If you're able to put it into quantities of 4 and 4, I think you're generally safe, right? Because let me think. Them add 1, Snatch add 2. That puts you at 3 underneath. Oh, but then if you Evo, that puts you at 4. So, no, yeah, you still only pop 7, actually. So off a pure line, you promo Destro only pops 7 cost. So if you're at 4 and 4, you're actually safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Think
No
think
Vem off the Vem though. That's kind of sad.
that is unfortunate.
Still no Vem.
But yeah, I think like I said, I think the optimal turn 1 play for Galacti is like Tamer Slam, and I think oftentimes you just like hard mulligan for that Tamer. So I'm curious I'm curious to know if this player also applies like that same philosophy when it comes to like playing this deck. And then we did peek into the Ragnarok cannon in his hand as well. And then here is the Arrestor Dramon going to go ahead, play out the old Tageru, and he's going to actually swing over. Because I think the new Arrestor is 6, and I think Snatch is like 5 or
Correct.
something like that, right?
Part of me wishes like they attacked with the if they had superior mode, they just go into it and just chip for 1 damage.
Yeah.
Because the more you chip right now, the more you're just giving how do you want to pronounce this player's name? Kalman? 30?
Isn't it Shaman?
Shaman? Unsure.
Apologies.
Apologies in advance if if you were rewatching the stream. Knocked, I get. I don't know if the CH is Chal or Call. I think it's Chalman.
You know, whatever your heart decides. It can't be as bad as Modokai Betamon.
Oh God.
I'll never live that one down.
Do you say Madoki or Modokai?
I say Madoki.
I say Madoki.
Other people say Modokai.
Do you say Koella or Sealamon?
Sealamon.
Okay, I say Koella.
It's literally Seala.
I only say that because in the English dub of Digimon, they say Koella.
Okay, do you say Ayatar or Agitar?
Agitar.
It's Ayatar.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't
English
pretend to know these languages of all the cards, but yeah.
English is hard, man.
Yeah, English is very difficult. Don't even get me started on the Chinese sounding ones.
Oh man.
4 sovereigns? You're like, why?
What is it? Azulong, Ebonwu. Azulong?
Azulong is what I say.
Azulong? Wait, what did I say? Oh no, I'm going crazy.
No, you're good. You're good.
The imaginary voices are catching up with me.
It's the bird that it gets a lot of people.
Zuchao?
Yeah, I say Ju Chao.
Is that how it's supposed to be?
Ju Chao. I mean, so my Chinese name is a ZH. It's Z, but in Cantonese, which is another sub dialect of Chinese, it's a J sound. So that's why I say Ju Chow.
Oh, so
Depends on where you're from.
I'm about to say, is it dealer's choice in that case?
Pretty much.
All right, so back to the game. We Damemon making an appearance. You would think at this point
Ooh.
people are like done with Dame, right? Like you would think that's the case. Because you're like, oh, you have Arrestor Dramon, you have Hunter, Shout,
Wait.
King, what?
Wait, okay. They sent Venmon to trash. And I'm like, no. It goes under Tamer,
Yeah,
and that's even
Supreme.
worse for Galacticmon because now it's stuck there forever.
Yeah, that's rough. That actually, funnily enough, small anecdote. When I was playing Machine Dramon back in BT12, Hunters was like a really annoying matchup because like you analog, and then like obviously they tuck your machine because you're not immune to it. So I was like, okay, just don't play analog. But sometimes you hit analog from security, and you're like, well, I'm stuck with this analog. So I ran Sephirothmon in order to get rid of my analog.
Oh my goodness,
Smart Huang, dude.
that is big brain.
Thank you. I actually got the idea from my friend Plague, who was like, "Why don't you play Mercury?" And I was like, "Why don't we play Sephiroth? Taunt him, make him run into the machine." All right, but yes, that aside, right?
No, you're good. I
Yeah.
mean, not much has progressed. I think Chalman's kind of just like, well, I kind of needed that Venmon. It's kind of stuck under this Tamer now, and
Well, he has two
yeah,
Vem, three Vems in trash right now.
that doesn't leave you much room to do stuff with.
Yeah, with oh no, he's gonna go. He's gonna do the snatch play.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
he's
have
just
a
gonna
better
cross from
look at this
hand.
sleeve now. Is it a dragon? Is it a Godzilla? I think it's Godzilla.
Is it Godzilla? I love Godzilla, dude.
Dude, I love Dinomon. What are you talking about?
Dinomon is sick. I with the little V pet on his like shoulder. Oh, it's so
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, nah, good stuff. Good job, Bandai.
All right, so Snatchmon comes out. Digi crossing with 3 Vemmons, I believe.
Yeah, so it's likely what it means is that he doesn't have. Oh, he probably only had 2 in hand, 1 in trash because he wants to. Because we know he had 3 in trash, so he wants to save 2 in trash to attach the additional 2. Is what I'm assuming is happening. That, or I'm mistaken, and that wasn't actually a Vemon in this trash. That could be the case.
I see. Is that all that's left in his trash? Those 4 cards?
I don't know. I don't know if it's like off screen or like what the situation is. Um, really wishing that Vemon was not underneath Zenith though, right?
Right?
But yeah, Hunter's in a really commanding position at the moment, unless Promo Destro swoops on down and starts like shooting the board. Um, okay, so we have just been informed by the producer that he only has those 4 Vemmon that we saw currently on the board. So there is no other Vemmons to be playing around with.
No, I think the trash. I think those are the only 4 cards in trash.
Oh, okay.
Could be both. Could be both.
Maybe, yeah, might be both. The statement may be true for both.
Yeah, because 4 Vemmons or 4 cards in trash. Either way, it's not a great time to be a Galacticmon player right now.
No, it's not.
What's your opinion of the name change, by the way?
From Ragna to Galacti?
Yeah, Ragnamon to Galacti.
What is the origin of Ragna? Like, what does Ragna mean in the context of the super spaceship?
I don't know. I think for me, like, we have Ragna Lordmon. So when people were saying Ragnamon, I was like, what?
I don't know. Wait, now I'll look it up later. It's fine. Oh,
Yeah.
Ragnarok. Oh, that makes sense. That's cool. But Galacti's also cool. They're both really cool.
We get the Digivolve with the Destro, and now the sources can't be trashed.
There's
Can't
also,
be
yeah,
Digivolve can't be stripped.
right, which is a relevant thing for hunters because of 2-Armon, right? 2-Armon being the old tech where it's like 1
Yeah.
cost Evo over 4 or 3 cost over Rookie, and that allows you
Yep.
to Digivolve for every 2 sources, I think. Or no, it's Digivolve 1, but add a level for every 2, I believe. It's been a while. Yeah. So if you are in the hunter's position, I mean, like you're staring down this Destro, your tamers are intact, you have watchmakers up and running. Really, you just start going crazy. You have 4 memory. You can go arrest. Yep, there it is.
I was gonna say, can't you just do that anyway? Because it's not Digivolving or stripping sources. You're moving it.
Yeah. So go ahead, tux the promo Destro that you need to be on the Galacti to stop that.
Vemmons in trash again.
Assuming we're not dead, because this watchmaker just turned this into a 3 security attack arrestor Dramon. That is lethal, actually.
Correct.
But the question is, does it make the checks?
It should. Doesn't it have Watchmon underneath it, which gives
Does it have clock? Does it have watch?
sorry,
Clockmon?
clock.
Yeah. Does it have Clockmon?
I can't tell if Noct has it in the sources.
All right. He has to resolve the Vemmon. There's the promo Destro. Oh. Yeah, so he grabs a Vem actually, bot decks the promo Destro, one more check, hits the Ragnarok Cannon. Ragnarok Cannon is
Ooh.
going to play out a 6 cost or lower. I mean, it was 5 cost or lower, 6 cost or lower. I always get this
6 costs.
6 cost. I always forget which one
For a
is.
while, I thought you could, if you hit Ragna and you have Ragna in hand, you can Ragna cannon. No. Option cards are used.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Sad.
go ahead play out the old Vemmon, which will grab back that Snatchmon to make a recovery play. Should he manage to survive? But if this Psychomon connects and this Arrestor Dramon does not go down, that is going to be game. That is going to be game. That's it. Yeah, Arrestor Dramon with the ability to attack end of turn. If you have 4 or more colors, is going to clutch out the win. So Hunters is going to defeat Galactimon in a 2-1 fashion.
I really like how Bandai took the old Arrestodramon and said, okay, when Digivolving you do this, you can attack with it, then end of turn you can attack again.
Yeah.
And then Bandai came out with the second Arrestodramon Superior mode and was like, okay, now when you Digivolve, you can immediately attack. And then suspend it for a second attack. It's like,
yeah.
just
Well, so the logic I think is like new Arrestor, you can't attack twice with it, like over multiple turns with it. Where I punched my desk just now. Dang. That was I talk with my hands, so I'm like, all over the place, and I whatever.
It's okay.
Yeah, old new Arrestor, you can only do the attack while unsuspended once, or not without suspending, and then the old Arrestor, you can just like do it every single turn. So that is the key difference. Like, it's not like a direct power creep, which I do appreciate. Good job, Bandai.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of power creep, interesting topic. How do you feel about new Lydramon? Do you think new Lydramon is a direct power creep of old Lydramon? Because this is a hot topic in the Huang Zero mod chat. Let me tell you. So for context, old Lydramon suspends level 4 or lower. New Lydramon suspends anything and also gains 2000 DP.
I also like that the new Lydramon also has piercing, though. Like,
yes,
the ability to have piercing and DP buffs in combination with your Vmons, who potentially give you DP buffs in combination with the Demi Vmons that also give you DP buffs, means that your Lydramon, in essence, can challenge a lot of level 5 or higher Digimon.
So the point that I made as to why it's not a direct power creep necessarily, in context of armors, it is. It's way better in armors than the old Lydramon for sure. But in terms of overall, Imperial, I think, is like the one fringe case where you can argue old Lydra is better, because oftentimes you're using Lydramon to remove like floodgates and stuff like that. At least the old Lydra, right? And so if you're using new Lydramon in that context to remove a floodgate, you swing new Lydra and you pierce and you hit something that is larger than the Lydramon.
Armor Purge.
You armor purge, and then you have to reinvest that memory in order to jog rest into Hyelodramon. And I think that if it's a high risk, high reward situation. On average, you're 8,000 DP, which is bigger than majority of 5s in the game. So generally, you are safe, but you are taking that risk where if you hit a 6, you have to reinvest all that memory. So I think in the context of Imperial, it's depending on like, do you rather always guaranteeing having the play and removing a floodgate, or do you take the high roll and risk it? I talked to Dan about it. Dan said, take the high roll.
I would high roll.
Right?
I'm a high roll person. I like high rolling a little bit. I also like the fact that the piercing could help you to check additionals security, which means that you have less to check as you go up.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's a very interesting conversation, right? That like, do you value like just the outright additional power that's behind the card, or do you value like always knowing that your play is safe? There's a lot that goes into it, I think, but I think
it's a good discussion.
It is a good discussion. I think Kohei did a really great job in designing new Lydramon, to where you can even make that conversation to begin with. That being said, everyone calls me crazy for thinking there is a conversation to begin with, but I stand by it. I stand by it.
I think there's a conversation. And we just got a message from our director. There's about 3 to 5 minutes to the next round. We might just yap away for the for that duration, because I think that there's a lot of good discussion here in regards to that. There's always new cards that come into the game that represent older cards and power creeps them. I think one of the big discussion points right now is with EX9 coming in literally less than a month. We've already been hinted at a lot of the cyborg trait Digimons. We saw Andromon recently with that inheritable blocker, dual colored now, black yellow. So I mean, you're getting more and more toys, and the question becomes, what is your next Machine Dramon going to be? We've seen already that we have Puppetmon Ace, we've gotten the Metal Sea Dramon Ace, and we've gotten the Piedmon Ace.
Oh, you think
the
it's
only
gonna be an Ace?
Member
Ooh,
is Machine Dramon Ace.
Do you think they would make this Machine Dramon specifically for the Dim archetype, and then they'll make a second Machine Dramon for when they print the Metal Empire archetype.
Probably.
Because Pied, Puppet, and Metal Sea are all for the respective field archetypes.
Correct.
So it wouldn't make sense to make the Dim machine the ace, right? You would wait until the Metal
Correct.
Empire machine.
Potentially. But that's the
That makes
thing
sense.
where we don't
That
know.
makes sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm just spitballing here, kind of like information to talk about, because with Machine Dramon, it's a fan favorite. Everyone
It is.
loves
Yeah.
the design of it. It basically is kind of like paying homage to Mecha Godzilla. If you watch Zoids, it reminds me of Gojulus, and
True.
other stuff like that. I mean, what's not to like about Machine Dramon? And the only thing is, it's the deck itself, because
Whoa,
it's
whoa,
either,
whoa, 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 whoa. Pause. That deck is cool. That deck is really
it's
cool.
cool. It's
It's a
just too slow.
Megazord. It's a Megazord.
Yeah, I agree. I think, it's interesting that people were kind of like, oh, like, for a while when we had four of every Ukos, it
Mhm.
was really funny to play purple base Machine Dramon and then
Uh,
kind of just be like putting out the Ukos and then being like, okay, now we're going to slam down this Chimera, we'll blow up some stuff, and then we'll play out the machine.
Chimera.
Yeah,
Chimera.
yeah. I was playing the dumb
What?
variant.
Okay, so I play a lot of Machine, and I result wise, I got second place in Dallas regionals back in 2024, I think, with Machine.
Mhm.
Um, so and I've tried to make Machine work like every format because I have some kind of like voice in my head that's like, do it, just do it.
Do it.
Just do it. It's like how I can't put Leopardmon down. It's like at least once a format I have to take a crack at Machine.
Yeah.
Um, and then, like there's obviously like there's stack variant and there's also like slam variant where it's like you're using like supreme connection just to like go super fast with Machine.
Yep.
But then like you have like a hand size of like 2 where stack is like you have a lot more cards to play with. Obviously, you're a little bit slower. I think what's gonna be really good with these new machine cards, like the Andromon and the Metal Mamemon, for example, is they're both fives that actually do something to the board state, right? That was
Yep.
like a really huge issue that Machine had, was that you didn't really do anything until 6. And like, yes, your 6 was like really, really strong, but not being able to interact with the game in the year of 2025 prior to 6 is like a huge detriment. So Andromon having lingering DP, Metal Mamemon stripping sources. You actually have like ways to. I think Metal Mamemon actually bounces something too,
It's
right?
really weird. I saw Metal Mememon was blue, and I'm just like,
Wait,
why are you blue?
I think what is it? It's yeah, it bounces a mon without sources. So
Yeah.
I think the training mechanic is really interesting in that aspect, right? Because as like, what's the payout, right? We had this discussion earlier. I'm thinking the payoff is like when you evo into machine, turn every card in your stack face up.
Yep.
Yep. And then all of a sudden those inheritables become online, and then you have like a super Megazord, and it's gonna be so sick. And if Bandai doesn't give this to me, I think I'll shed a tear.
I mean, that's
Um
why right now I'm not predicting too far ahead, because I know that if I expect something, it ain't gonna happen. Because for me, I was kind of like, I want tribal for everything. So like having
yeah.
a Tentomon that finds Izzy, and an Insectoid trait Digimon, and then you have a Kabuteria that plays Izzy, was where I was
Mhm.
really excited for. Come on, Bandai, you did it for Ty, you've done it
Yeah.
for all these other, like, you've done it for Matt. Technically, Sora has one,
Yeah.
Togemon has one, and you're kind of like, why you gotta be mean to my boy Izzy and Joe?
Well, look. Technically, Kabuterimon is the one that plays out a tamer.
Adventure, I know, I
And
know,
technically
I know.
Kabuterimon can play out Izzy.
Yeah,
Ty Izzy, but it plays out
yeah,
Izzy.
yeah.
So
Like,
I'm just saying.
I'm also wondering whether we're gonna get rebranded like adventure trait, like ties and Izzy's in
Mhm.
the future. Like, we already do have some of them, but like standalone tamers.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then also, when are we gonna get Adventure Try, Adventure Kizuna, uh, is Adventure Zero to the Beginning? These are all deck archetypes that Bandai can whip out. They have no issues making like 3 different copies of Luffy, so I don't see why not,
Correct.
right?
And then eventually you'll have cards that say with adventure in its traits. So now you can
Yeah.
literally search for
And then we
all this
mix
stuff.
and mash.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can mix
it's
it all.
sick.
Yeah. That's one of the big things that I'm kind of like, Bandai has so far revealed EX9,
Mhm.
BT22, EX10, which is all villains for that entire like series set.
Yeah, new Apocalypse. Oh.
Yeah, I don't Apocalypse Ace.
Okay, like surely Bandai has learned their lesson from printing the 15 Apocalypse. Like surely we've learned our lesson, right?
Uh,
So
I'm
I can't.
scared.
I mean, like, okay, if Apocalypse didn't just reduce for 3 for every Dark Master, it'd be like so much more manageable. But it did. So
I also feel like it should have been specifically for Dark Master trait, because by making it
yeah,
generically any level 6, people were like, "Oh, Magnadramon, in you go.
Metallic
Craniumon, in
Dramon,
you go.
Crania. Yep,
Belfiamon, in you
yep.
go." It's just like, god dang it.
It was, hey man, like the design was really cool. It's a
It
very
was
cool design.
cool,
Yeah, it was
but
very
like
cool.
it was heartbreaking to see Japan like go through that
Yeah.
entire format, and they didn't really get to see what decks would do well. And then, when it got introduced to the West, it was immediately smacked down. And then this is where, like, when you have ununified releases, it felt like, okay, we get to experiment with everything now, but we have no idea what's going to be good.
See, now we're all in the trenches together.
Correct.
It's really funny because Apocalypse was legal, like fully legal for one event. It was an Ultimate Cup. I decided to play so said Ultimate Cup, and I played Apocalypse. Surprise!
I'm pretty sure I commentated that event too.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember Nightmare was actually in Houston that week for an event. It was like a convention, and
Mhm.
PPG was selling cards or whatever, and I bought 4 Apocalypse at an increased price, and I played it for the event, and I went X2, got top 32, hooray! And my only 2 losses were to Apocalypse.
I know, right? You're just like, what am I going to match up against? And you're like, oh, I see what you're doing. And then it became a game of who's going to get their Apocalypse out first.
Yeah, so it was, and like I went to Apocalypse, and he went into Apocalypse, and he milled my Apocalypse, and I didn't have any more Apocalypse. It was awful. Don't. Surely Kohei has learned from his mistakes, and now he cooks. So bless our Lord and Savior Kohei Murata. And also, speaking of which, if you are looking for Digimon singles or Digimon cards in general, be sure to check out Nerd Rage Gaming.
Check out their store in
Check out their store.
Buffalo. I think it's Buffalo Council.
Is
So
that
we're
is that
No,
gonna
it?
get
Buffalo
Rose
Grove.
Duelist
Buffalo
again, and
Grove.
then it's
Okay.
gonna be a red-blue hybrid player.
Okay, and then
Oh,
just from go on. Sorry.
we just got news from our director. We've got Rose, who's going to be on stream again, and we got red blue hybrid.
Ooh, spicy. Okay, so
I
Ancient Garurumon red base probably.
Yeah,
Even though Promo Lobo got hit, we do know that deck has been creeping up just a wee bit in Asia. We've seen that. Um,
so obnoxious.
yeah, no. Oh, okay. I have so many gripes with that deck actually, but that's like a whole can of worms. Like
Yeah,
I actually don't think that deck was very good, but well, it was like tier 2.
it's
TBH.
it's the on play and then the reducing cost that's kind of in the Digicrossing where you're kind of like, okay, if it gets deleted, I can kind of just recycle and use this again. So
My issue with Ancient Garurumon back then, and like it's not like it's changed at all now, is that like it was very telegraphed. Like it was very easy to predict like exactly what was going to happen. So given the amount of memory that they had to work with, you could just like drop a rookie to protect like your important stack, and then like Ancient Garu is like, what are you really doing? Like you're bouncing to 3, and then like okay, well the 6 is untouched, and you go like the Beowulf and stuff, and then you're susceptible to like aces and whatnot. So like I didn't really think it was that good. And then in the format, if you played Nume, then like Kokua plus Chikuri would like kind of cook the deck.
did you
But
play the Ancient Guru Omni variant?
wait, which okay, wait.
There was an Ancient Guru DNA Omni variant.
No. You know what I did play though?
What?
Yellow base Nume with Bushi Agu, Ancient Garu, Blitz Omni.
I'm okay with that.
It was sick. I OTK'd somebody with it. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Just not good, but it was super cool. The base, I go Monzai X, Evo Ancient Garu, and they're like,
Huh?
huh?
Bounce, return, and then you're like,
Burn 1, swing. Yeah, it's sick.
play the Bushi.
It was sick. Monzai X play Bushi. It was sick.
Monze, I remember the Numa days too. That's another like format where I was kind of like, all right, I'm kind of good with these level 4s that can either like the X antibodies that are level 4s.
Oh, right.
We've learned a lot from them, but
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, jumping in the game, we do have red blue hybrid. Sorry, red purple. Bleh. Red blue hybrid is going to go ahead and start first. Uko opener, always a great turn 1 play. And we're going to
Easy.
go ahead and we're going to see the worm coming on down. Worm is going to be able to search top 3, add 1 to hand, trash 1. V plus XV, those are your 2 targets. And let's see. So the question here is, okay. So yes, Imperial has on deletion, but it does have partition. So it is able to float into a couple things. We do know that this red-blue hybrid list is likely on Crimson Blaze. That's one of your main reasons as to why you play this list. And Crimson Blaze obviously shutting down any Shadermon shenanigans. But at the same time, red-purple fighter mode is also able to Crimson Blaze the Tamer effect. And by doing so, that means you're not able to free play any Tamers, and Tamers from security aren't going to float. So both players are really just telling each other, hey, get Crimson Blazed.
Interestingly, and I just had to look this up to double check, the Pyeldramon and the Dino Beamons that you can DNA with into the Dragon mode, they must be deleted.
Yes, correct.
So if Ancient bounces, nothing happens.
Yeah, this is not like the Gallant matchup where they're forced to pop you. There's actually a little bit of more nuance behind this where you have to be a little bit more aware. And so going into like that fighter mode or the dragon mode, then we'll see some value, right? What I am really curious about, however, is, from this position, you look at this. If he goes into the dragon mode combo, what is your response? Right? Like you have Uko and back, you have one Koji, you can't sack. Okay, well, never mind. The discussion's mute because we're boosting instead.
You're gonna add Dino B. Man, that deck is expensive. I don't know how much the fighter modes are right now. I think the last time I looked at them, they were like 500 a piece.
I bet. I saw somebody pull it in my locals, and I was like,
that could have been me.
I bought 2 starter decks, and Zero bought 2 starter decks, and we were like, okay, cool. And our friend who's gonna buy 2 starter decks was like, oh, I actually don't want these. And Zero bought both of them, and then Zero pulled the SP Agu and Gabu.
Nice.
And I was like, that could have been me.
All right, so we got Kendo coming in, attacking, coming in hot with the Koji underneath. You're going to gain a memory because a card was drawn.
Yeah, so a card was added to hand, which means you do gain a memory off the Koji. Ukomon swung over the Vmon, which was played because of the Shadermon suspended, and then Ancient Garu is going to go ahead and bounce the Shadermon back to hand, burn 1, and it's going to go ahead and do 1 check as well. So yeah, actually a really strong position immediately.
Yeah.
That being, and the Gatsu. Ooh. Yeah, that might just be a wrap.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, Boko and back already. We have float into Tamer, so we're presenting like various forms of lethal because it is grab back a card and then also play out a Tamer. So he guarantees has the hybrid on the following turn. Because of the Gatsu one, he's not able to do any funny Shadermon shenanigans to actually stabilize and recover a board. And generally, you're relying on that Minomon in order to actually get rid of the Gatsumon. The best case scenario that Rose Duelist has in this situation, I think, is you either, I guess it has to be what? Evo, Rookie, and back Louis, move up, swing, don't die, pop Gatsu, and then make a play.
I don't think that's going to work.
That's asking for a lot, yeah. Alternatively, no, that's really bad. He could Crimson Blaze, I guess. Crimson Blaze
I double-checked. The fighter modes are down to 285.
Okay, well, I mean, still pretty dang, but like...
yeah, it's like 1K for a set. It's...
Which, hey, again, if you're interested in picking up singles, be sure to check out Nerd Rage Gaming, locals at 6:30 p.m. on Mondays and Saturday at 1 p.m. They do sell and buy cards. That being said,
yeah.
Yeah.
That Gatsu might be the game ender here.
Yeah, that Gatsu is rough. Definitely rough.
Are you on 3 or 4 Gatsus in this deck?
Ooh, that's a great question. Gatsu is really good this format, I think.
It's a meta call because it also hits.
Meta call.
It hits in Royal Knights. It hits the
Omni. It hits the Purge.
Omeka.
It hits Jess. It hits Omeka. It hits like 4 different things in Omni.
Yeah.
It's good into Levia. It's I'm trying to think what else it's good into. It's good into like most green decks.
Fenry.
Dead.
No one plays Fenry now.
Oh, wait. Oh, does XV pop? Oh,
it can.
Wait, does XV pop on Evo? It does. So actually, there is an out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But
so
that requires you to find it, and I think they run like 2.
I mean, maybe yeah, but yeah. I honestly forgot that XV even popped something. Yeah. So they technically do have an out. Let's see. Wait. Double checking.
Because I know if we know that the Rose Duelist is probably running the 4 Shadramons that are promos, and probably
Mhm.
4 of the purple Shadramons because they're the other ones that facilitate the DNA digivolving elements.
Right. Yeah, we
Which
do see
means
he does have the XD in hand. We actually do see it. So the go
okay.
ahead is going to pop the Gatsu, and then now if he wants, he can slam the worm. Worm evolve into Shadramon, and then Jogress. Or no, wait, no. Does that XD Jogress?
No.
Ooh, it does not. So it has to be purple Shadramon that he has to evolve into, but no,
Correct.
yeah, it's not gonna have it. He might not have it in trash.
Don't worry, that Gatsu will be back.
How?
Shenanigans. Another copy, something.
Well, that being said, currently Nile is representing lethal on his board at the current moment, right? Because you swing Uko, you swing Boko, and then you use like hybrid for game.
Yeah.
If you want to make it a little bit safer, you could go into like the Kendo Garuru mod into Ancient Garu play and then burn one, and then reduces the odds of a security bomb like blowing you out. Because like technically you could just like hit the Crimson Blaze and that could be like really detrimental, like blowing out your board. It looks like we are just gonna go ahead and go for that Ancient Garu play, it looks like potentially. Oh no, that would pass turn actually. No, he can't do that. So he has to swing. He has to swing one and then go Ancient Garu combo, right?
I think he wanted to use up the effect of Boko first.
I suppose, yeah. Okay, no, we are gonna go ahead. So he has enough memory actually to go into the Ancient Garu.
Yeah.
Bounce, burn, swing. As long as it's not Crimson Blaze, he's fine. Jet. Ooh.
Bro, Crimson Blaze would suck.
Okay, so we're actually no Ancient Garu shenanigans. It hits the jet. It is going to die because that is not but like that is not the jamming Koji. Right? It's been so long. All you hear nowadays is Koichi. But
why? Why go into Jet Sophie? Why not attack one by one first and then just hybrid for game?
Omni X. Either way, I don't know, but it's fine. Okay, so going into game 2, the adaptation is really interesting here that I feel like you have to make. I think on one hand you can go first and like set up your combo as soon as possible and like deny them from being able to float into like any tamers or anything like that. But at the same time, going second does mean you get the additional card draw, which in a deck like Red Purple Imperial, where you need so many combo pieces to facilitate, the extra card draw is pretty nice.
I've always been a second type of player. I like going second versus first. But I also
yeah, go on. Oh, go on. Sorry.
Oh, but I also tend to play decks where I'm like, I need my opponent to have stuff on board first because they promote out first, I promote after, and then I can do stuff to delete either their Digimon or affect their board in game state. If I'm going first, I'm playing a deck that I want to just beat you as quick as possible.
I mean that's very valid. I think as I've grown as a player, I've definitely taken a lot more time to like slow down and think about like the different nuances in terms of like how I want to approach first and second. Like I don't think it's very cut and dry, right? Like it really depends on like your matchup dynamics and stuff.
Yeah.
But that being said, I love going first and I love swinging at security.
Like if I'm playing Tribal Greymon, for example, I will always want to go second.
Right, extra piece is always nice, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is you promote up, and then if I promote up an Agumon and I go into that BT17 Greymon I was telling you about, I delete your stuff.
Right.
So it's kind of like, okay, cool. I just cleared your board. You have nothing in the back. I have basically a turn or two to kind of just do whatever until you can, get back something on board.
Yeah. All right.
Oh yeah, the Gatsu getting a
alt art.
Yeah, really nice.
Hopefully champion alt art, perhaps.
Don't make my collecting life hard.
Ben, please.
Please, please stop. Even those signatures, when they first revealed them, I was like, please stop doing this.
Do you own all the signatures yet?
I have 4 or 5 right now.
Were there 6?
I don't have Taida.
Oh, okay.
I don't have. I'm not double check.
Okay, so turn 1 Uka opener. He's actually elected to go second, probably valuing that additional card piece. And then he's going to go ahead, slam the worm. Choking your opponent to 1 here does mean that there is no funny Koji shenanigans, like no Evo Lobo. unless he goes into the BT18 Lobo, which adds a card on Evo from security. Alternatively, he could also Hammer Spark into a play. That would also Solar Mons. Ace Serafi. Okay,
We're
very,
playing
very good information.
everything.
That is
Everything.
very good information to have at this point.
I mean, if you go into games 2 or 3, you're prepared for like pretty much different matchups.
Yeah. But yeah, so being at 1, unless you have Hammer Spark, you really can't make a play here. So I think it's smart on Rose's end to set up this Wormmon, knowing that it really can't be punished. Yeah, so gonna go ahead swing the Uko.
Aguni and Tide are the only 2 I don't have.
Oh, nice. Okay, Calling from Darkness being added to hand. That's really nice. Facilitates some combos. And then we are going to go ahead and see that Flamemon dropping on down. The one thing I will say about the hybrid cards that is kind of cool is that they're a lot of times generic. So they kind of like just function like hybrid, hybrid trait to like play around with. So it makes like some really cool like mix and matches and whatnot.
And then they added that mix and match ability in BT18 by adding that secondary color.
Yeah. So it really opened the avenue in terms of like deck building. But here, Rose, I mean, he's set up. He's actually going to swing the Shadramon over the Uko, which totally valid. It's a safe swing. And he's going to Wormmon. Oh no, and then the Minomon discard 1 allows him to pop a body as well. So we're going to go ahead. It looks like is he popping the Uko? Yeah, so he popped the Uko. He popped the Uko with the Minomon effect because the fighter mode is just going to end up popping the Flamemon regardless, right?
That's fair.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. And then, yep, here we are. We're going to go ahead, Jogress, show us the Dino B. Dino B has appeared on the board. All right, and then we're going to go ahead. He's going to spawn the second Dino B, which does work. It is a red-purple component, so that's all you need. But no Sec Attack +1, unfortunately. So this is only going to be a 2 damage fighter mode effectively.
And if you were to delete any or either of them, you won't be able to immediately go into the... Oh, weird.
Louis from security. Do you use it? Do you care about that Uko coming on out?
I think if you do it's actually not a bad idea to do it.
I'm very interested as to why Rose felt safe to swing on the 8K. I'm curious about the logic in regards to it. Because like when you think about it, like if that died, could you still have like extended the play? But yeah, we're gonna go ahead. He's going to go into the dragon mode. The dragon mode is going to go ahead and evolve into the fighter mode. Fighter mode is gonna go ahead, burn the security, pop the Flamemon. Yep. There we go. Promo Uko is going to go ahead and get hit. So the really scary, check. And that is the BT18 Lobo. So that would be a way to facilitate going into the Koji while at 1 cost, because again, it does add a card from your security. That being said, that Louis does mean he is going to start at 2 memory regardless, so that he has enough memory to go into his hybrid, revealing the Heaven's Judgment as well. Good information to have if you are Rose, and then adding the promo Lobo to his hand. 2 memory, go into the Ancient Garu, but you are under the Floodgate effect, so there is no floating to be done from the Ancient Garu end of turn delete.
Unfortunate too, unless you had the Takuya Koji.
What do you mean?
Because Takuya Koji would be able to keep it in play, but
like it misses timing, yeah.
Which is a thing. It's so weird.
It is weird. It's a really weird nuanced, All right, but I'm going to go ahead, gain the additional memory after evolving into the Kendo Garurumon. Will we see a Lobo Ancient? Jet, actually. Okay.
You got to recover that life, boy.
And it's pretty helpful, given that he was running low on just before that.
Why are we tacking into security?
Oh, he has to get the free Evo reduction, I believe. I guess that's what he was shooting for. So maybe the gamble from his position is that he's looking to survive the check and then Evo into a 6. And then he feels like maybe he needs to catch up in the damage game, otherwise he's going to be behind.
It would have been really interesting if there were like a Gatsumon and then you were to like Ancient Garurumon the entire stack away, because then they can't partition.
Yeah, with the Gatsu, but he wouldn't be able to do Gatsu Slam plus the play because he didn't have enough memory.
Yeah, you need 3 memory minimum for that, and then you'd have to Digicross.
Yeah. Which the Digicross is what? Without Ancient Defender, it's what is that? It's -2 for each, and it's a 12 cost, so it'd be 6 cost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
6
some
costs for
Digimon
his door.
having that removal is pretty nice.
So he's going to go ahead. He's going to set his opponent to 4 with the Takuya Koji. Fighter mode here. This is a 1-check fighter mode because it doesn't have Pyodramon actually. So not pressing a lot of damage. The question now is, how are you able to combo and get your opponent out of the way? He does have Calling from Darkness, which will allow him to pop his own stack, recover pieces, and then float using the Shadramon. Shadramon that can then float
Ooh, that would be good.
into Worm, Evo, Shadra, pull back, go combo, and then recombo all over again using the pieces he grabbed from the Calling of Darkness. Calling from the Darkness? Yeah.
Yeah, Calling from the Darkness.
So, pretty interesting lines that he can go for here. The question is just now, though, how are we setting up lethal, right? So we go ahead, we swing this. He's probably thinking on like the Minomon effect to see if like he needs any additional like discard fodder to set up his trash. Yep, discards Pyodramon. Pyodramon has now been set, so now he can go with the Dino B to get the second attack +1 if needed. Hits the that's
the Lobo, the
BT 18.
17.
Yeah, BT, is that 17 or 18?
17.
17 Lobo. Okay. And here, yep, we do see the Calling from Darkness. Gonna go ahead, grab his pieces, float with the Shadramon. Partition does not trigger because it is by his own effect.
Yep.
And right here we got the fighter mode plus the dragon mode. Alrighty. And so all he needs, I mean, he could go what? Jogger's Play, swing with the Dino B rush, and then turn that into dragon mode for game. There's like a couple of ways you can go about this, but here, yeah, Worm, Shade, and then Shade, Evo, Worm, Evo, Shade. a lot of worms and shades.
I'm looking for shade.
Yep, and then show us the Dino B. Dino B Pyldra. Yep, there's a Dino B. Dino B float into, or actually Dino B can attack because it has Jogras, and then the Pyldra can attack because it has Rush.
Correct.
So actually that should just be game, right?
Yeah, because then at this point, if either gets deleted, you just DNA into the other.
Yep. Okay, and then yep, DNA, Dragon
Burn
mode, Fighter
last.
mode, Burn 1. Yep, that's game. All right, so gonna go ahead into game number 3.
Who knew that this deck would be so obnoxious, especially after revealing it in the Liberator comic?
We all knew because of the Liberator comic this deck would be pushed.
Have you? Are you up to speed on the Liberator comic?
I am not, unfortunately. I'm behind a little bit, so I'll have a lot of reading and catching up to do.
Yeah.
But I do know that season 2 of Liberator looks very exciting because Zenith decided to become a Final Fantasy 14 character.
He got super edgy.
Yeah,
The way that they introduced like kind of like the most recent chapter was very much like, okay, now we've hit the Sword Art Online moment.
I'm very interested to see just how long Red Purple Imperial kind of like sticks around, because like I feel like a lot of people would be playing this deck if it wasn't so
expensive,
gated by Shadra. Yeah, right. I feel like it's a really powerful deck that's hindered by a low play rate with cost. So in a universe where like cost wasn't an issue, I wonder if the Shadra, like this deck would see like a lot more like a ton of representation, right?
Yeah, I do like that with the LM set they are reprinting the Flame Dramon, because that really opens up doors. And funny enough, one of the questions I wanted to ask you, because you asked me about Lydramon, what's your opinion of Flame Dramon from BT8 to promo to BT21?
Well, promo Flame Dramon just like does an entirely different thing, right? Like just
Yeah.
entirely different. So
like it's just great. Like it's the best Flame Dramon.
It's a card that doesn't necessarily conflict with either of the other existing Flame Dramons, right? New Flamedra. Let's see. New Flamedra is plus 2,000 DP till end of opponent's turn, and also can attack twice if it gets blocked. So it hits 8,000 DP with Inherit. It can hit up to 10,000. And then Old Flamedra is Armor Purge, or they both have Armor Purge, but like the Old Flamedra is plus 3,000 DP on attacking. 10,000 and 11,000 DP only breaks a threshold when it comes to specifically crashing into level 6s. Otherwise, it really doesn't matter. You crash into a 6 and then you Armor Purge. Like, that's not too shabby, but I think Unsuspending has better niches. So, I don't know. It's a little bit. There's merits technically to both, but I don't think you play either, to be fair.
That's the thing. Like Flame Dramon, just it's my favorite of the armor forms because Steve Bloom voices all the
Right.
forms. But anyway, like it was kind of like the opener of Adventure 2, you know, and that's what I really liked about it.
Right.
And anyway, so we saw the Uko play like we did in game 1, I believe.
Yes.
And then we saw Worm into Analog, and now we're just finding those Lobos that we need. We just need a tamer.
Yeah, so Ancient Garu plus Serafi Ace getting bot decked. So knowing that is no longer in the picture at the current moment is kind of giving you peace of mind. XV is going to be hit from trash. That is a Jogger's piece if he chooses to do so. So probably really happy to see that.
I mean, that's one XVmon down, which means that if you don't have many ways to get rid of Gatsu, it's kind of going to be problematic.
Which is where the Minomon egg boils down to, right? Being able to pop a level 3 on swing, discard 1, set up your trash, really good. Muchomon Hard Slam. This to me reads, I don't have a tamer that I feel comfortable playing right now, or like I don't have a tamer I like to play right now. Because like maybe he has like 5-cost tamer and he doesn't want to drop it.
Yeah,
I get that. But dropping the Mucho to me is it's like telling your opponent, I don't think you have anything. I don't think you have a way to respond.
I feel like I would have passed because at this point you're just gonna you're gonna Digivolve, pop it, and then
maybe Niall feels like he's on the back foot at the current moment, and so he feels the need to have to try and like hope his opponent doesn't have like the full combo like turn 2.
I believe those are champion.
They are champion, yeah. And Rose doesn't feel the need to have to combo this turn because he's like, okay, well, you don't have a tamer. You're going to be at 1 memory. I can just spend this additional time setting up. That fighter mode is able to evolve black text box over any of the dragon modes, actually. So really
pretty nice.
It's a really interesting inclusion to add. Similarly, we see blue-green Imperialist running red-purple fighter mode because, again, black text box.
Yep. Such a great introduction to the card game, too, because I think that came in around, what, BT8?
The what?
Black box text? Or black text box?
Was that BT8?
Or was it BT...
It might be 9. It's at least 9. 9, I think 8 might have it, but 9 for sure. Let me see. I'm curious now. Yeah, BT8 had black text box. Because of armor.
I don't think 7 did.
7 did not, no. So yeah, started in 8.
History of the Digimon card game, everyone.
Yeah. So this Crimson Blaze feels really good, clearing both bodies, preventing your opponent from like comboing on you this turn. And you have Gatsu in back, so you're feeling pretty solid about it.
Closer.
But you do know that this Minomon is primed and ready to shoot the Gatsu. We do see the Worm come on out. And then at this point, I mean, you just spend some additional time setting up. I don't think you're really pressed about it. If you have something like double analog, I think you're in such a great position. But what are the odds double analog pops out? Not likely since I didn't see an analog period. Like you ever just like say something, realize that's not actually like happening, and then you're just like, oh, never mind, JK. Like I've gone crazy.
Nah, it's okay. We find more pieces. We find Dino Bee. We find Shade. We find Promo Shade. Opting not to add any of the level 4s or 5s. We added the level 6.
Yeah, which I mean, if that's the piece he's missing, and now he has everything to like go full Exodia, then like, hey. I just realized Rose is wearing a Wormmon shirt with Imperial sleeves, with for the most part max rarity red, purple Imperial. I don't know.
Analog.
Wait, minus analog, minus mem boost. Ooh. I
think that worm has a stamp from Usagi.
Oh yeah, those are nice.
Yeah, great quality.
Yeah. Okay, and Evo Shadra. So with the setup, I think he should still be able to jog rest because you could just slam Worm Evo and then like go DNA.
Well, don't you have to attack with Shade first?
Oh yeah, so you have to kill the Gatsu. The Shade of Armor Purge, I think it does, right?
Not that one.
Oh, it does not. No, but none of them do actually. Really?
Oh, really?
Really? That's interesting, given that it is a armor Digimon.
There are a handful of armor Digimon that do not have armor purge.
Really?
Yeah. I forget the others.
Let me look real quick. Now I'm curious. Hold up.
Male Dramon does not have it.
Really? Okay. Well, to be fair, I feel like that Male Dramon wasn't designed to be an armor purge mon, right?
I mean, now
Like
we're being
like
well,
like Quetzalcoatl has it. Oh,
but like but
Quetzala.
then you've got like Possumon and Yazimon who don't have it either.
So weird. Whatever.
Sorry, Yusayamon.
Yeah. All right, we're getting sidetracked.
No, we went down the rabbit hole. We're just waiting to see.
Yeah.
We're waiting to see what happens in this because man, hitting tamers with the Gatu attacked and lived is crazy to me.
I mean, he could just like swing at the Gatsu at this point, right?
So I guess you evo into the XV to delete is your only
Yeah.
option.
Swing XV. Yep. Well, couldn't you just swung Shade Dramon into it?
Oh yeah, you could have done that too.
Yeah, I think Nile recognizing that he needs to just like end the game before Rose has full combo, I think is like a smart adaptation, right? Because you recognize that like if he goes full combo, you're probably not going to be able to like stabilize from that position because like all your like tamer floating is turned off. So he's going for like a more like aggro rookie rush approach to try and just like set him like into game.
I don't think if Nile can get to memory, can't he potentially win?
Yes. Well, so Uko dies, right? So then he has solar plus hybrid. Yeah, so that possibly is just lethal on the board, depending on how much memory is passed over here. And we do know that he has the BT18 Lobomon as well, which is able to evolve over the Koji for 1 cost. So actually that could facilitate lethal as well. So he either needs to win the game currently at this moment, which I don't think is actually possible, unfortunately. Her threat probably not threatening an ace either. So I think Nile really adapted pretty well for this
Yeah,
matchup. Yeah,
I
that was
agree.
a
I agree.
little head shake. Yeah. So really great adaptation from Nile, recognizing that he has to put his opponent into a checkmate position fast enough before he's able to find the full combo. And yeah,
I think
Rose really thinking.
the only issue though is at 1 memory, Nile can't win here.
Well, like I said, BT18 Lobomon adds from security hybrid. And whenever you add the card to your hand, you gain a memory. So that's actually a 1 cost Eco Lobo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so technically, and then I think we know he added it to his hand as well off an earlier Uko search.
I guess the other question then is if you run out of security, you can't use that.
It doesn't matter because Takuya Koji just popped on out.
Oh.
Adding additional salt to the wound.
That just made it worse on so many levels.
Yeah, and so I'm not really sure. Red Purple Imperial doesn't have any blockers to stave off this lethal. It's not like he can go into a 7 because the turn has passed over. He's just debating like whether or not he wants to like do any last minute shenanigans with Red Purple scenario. But this should just be game. Takuya Koji really just sealing the nail in the coffin at this point.
Yeah. Because Imperial doesn't have a blocker.
No, it does not.
Um,
He could Dragon Mode Ace. That is true. Dragon Mode Ace would allow him to pop a card with 11,000 DP or less. I believe it's only 1 target though.
Oh, nothing. So they didn't go into the level 6. So
yeah, so he's probably angling for the Imperial play. Imperial Dramon would be able.
Why?
What?
Why would you do that? Why not just attack first?
Okay, Ice Wall. Interesting. So yeah, so if he goes Imperial Dramon Dragon Mode Ace, he would be able to pop a body and then Jogress immediately after, and then that would burn and pop another body actually. Oh, but here is the Ancient. The Ancient is going to head by bouncing 1. That does mean he can't do the Joggers play with the Dragon Mode. And then burn the last security, and that should be game, I believe.
Wait, why would you return?
Because it doesn't matter what you float into, right?
Yeah.
Because that's just game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that just should be GG. Because if he swung the Solar Mon, then he opens himself up to becoming susceptible with the Dragon Mode, which, I mean, like, I guess technically you could just wait, you swing the Solar, then Evo afterwards. Like, I think
that's what
like,
I was thinking.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that you can go around the different configurations. We are going to go ahead and see that Dragon Mode come on down. Oh, no, he blasts DNAs from hand, right?
Yeah, he blasts DNAs from hand.
Wait, so he might be okay because Dragon Mode, yeah, comes on out and pops the Ancient Garu, puts on the Floodgate. Wait, he's okay. Burst Ace. Wow. Okay, so pops this, no float because of the fighter mode effect.
I think he misplayed.
Ooh. Okay, Ice Wall is pretty significant though, deterring his opponent from trying to end the game. Yeah, here's the Ice Wall. Well, this is a 2-check Imperial. right? So how much security is Nile at 4 security right now?
3 or 4, I can't tell.
Yeah. I think according to our producer, he's at 4, which puts him in a really good
3.
position. Or 3.
Yeah, 3.
Oh, because one just got burned, right?
But 2 checks is still gonna eat 4 memory.
Right. So gonna go ahead. You're gonna go into the Dino B. The Dino B is gonna spawn the Pyldramon or something back
Oh,
out.
that's it.
Is it? Because he's under Ice Wall.
Because they can theoretically DNA and then burn 1.
Right.
And then that puts him at 2 security. The fighter mode attacks for 2 checks. And then the last body can
Oh,
start the game.
true. That's true. Yeah, that might actually be it. Hold up. Let's see if he has all the pieces necessary. Because I think you are correct. If he actually is at 3 security, then yes, because you can go into fighter mode for 2 costs. Oh, he's swinging.
Oh, nope, that's it.
Wait. Ooh. He dies. He doesn't have the right Pyldramon to Jogress. I think. Okay, gain back memory.
Oh,
Analog.
no,
Wait. Fighter mode.
Fighter mode has 2 checks. Yeah, that's it.
This is a 2-check fighter mode. Yeah. Hold up. Check everything. Check all your resources.
Like Nile needs to have Hammer Spark in that security.
Okay, this is a 2-check. Lose 2 memory. All right. Akoji, Jet, and then Pyldra swings for game, right? Because it has Rush due to Dino B?
It should. Wait.
Am I crazy? Am I tweaking? Oh, it doesn't have Rush?
Oh,
no, it does have.
One of your Digimon gains Rush for the turn and may attack a player. He had to attack with that Digimon.
Well,
but he attacked with Dino B instead.
Wait, no, it's May attack. No, it works.
It has Rush.
Yeah. So the Dino B has inherent Rush because it's a Jogress. So it's a brand new Digimon. It's a misprint. Really? Is that did we have to errata Dino B?
I don't know about this. What?
I don't know. I'm sure the players figure it out though. Yeah, but either way, you must attack if you give it Rush. Oh, I know. I think I do recall this actually.
Oh, that part is errata. Okay, yeah.
I do recall that. Yeah. So he was playing for getting the analog proc back. Okay, I do remember this. I do actually now remember this. Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead. The Vmon is gonna come on out. Yeah, that Ice Wall is really sealing the game here.
No!
So close yet so far. Yeah, I forgot that Dino B had an errata because the Dino B that I'm looking at on my screen is pre-errata text.
Same.
Yeah. He could go for another Dragon Mode play. The Vmon being on board does mean that he can't Ancient Garu. Because Ancient Garu will bounce the Vmon.
Wouldn't you just attack? Wouldn't you just Evo into Hybrid and attack?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he has Dragon Mode Ace again.
But, like, you Evo the oh my god. You Evo the Koji first. Attack for game with Hybrid.
Right. Oh, I'm just saying, like, what if he doesn't have double Hybrid? You know?
Oh, yeah. But, like, it's a Hybrid deck. What do you want?
Hey,
why do we keep doing this play?
Hey, are you Ancient Garuing here? Or we are Ancient Garuing here. Well, no, because it can't get popped. It's 12,000 DP. If Virus Imperial only pops 11.
Oh, okay.
No, there's no security to burn either, so there's no Jogress, right?
Correct.
So there's no security to pop, so there's fighter mode wouldn't pop anything. Yeah, DNA Dragon doesn't save you here. Wait, old fighter mode. Oh, he bot decked it. Wait, no, but then he can go Evo Hybrid and then Blitz, right? Yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
unless there's another battle trick.
I don't know another battle trick here to
say. Is it a blocker?
Are we doing this again?
Oh my god. Wait, no, what would give it blocker? And some kind of inherit?
And then overflow?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Good, yeah.
Congratulations what a roller coaster of a round 5. That was round 5?
That was round 5. So congratulations to Nile. He's going to be playing in the finals.
Dang.
Yeah. So good stuff for him. Yeah, no. That was an intense game 3. Yeah, really back and forth. Ice Wall really like putting it like down to the wire, right?
Yeah, it definitely did. And what I really liked about that match was it showcased you didn't have to play the newest stuff to actually be competitive. You can still play old stuff and make it work.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And
Definitely.
it wasn't a conventional list either that we saw, because we saw like Serafimon, we saw Jet
Yeah.
Sylphie, and we were all kind of like, what?
Wait. Was that BT12 Imperial Fighter mode we saw, or was that BT16?
It was BT. Which one?
The one that he went into just the bounce just
No,
last?
the Ace?
Was that the ace? That was the ace, right?
I mean,
I
hold
don't.
on.
That was that's the ace. Yeah.
It should be the Ace.
Okay. Yeah. Because I was. Wait, no, was that 12?
Yeah. That was 12.
Really? Okay. Because that inherently has blocker. Yeah.
Oh, but he can't Digivolve in. Oh yeah, he
Oh
can. He
no,
can
he did.
Digivolve
He
into it
did.
with. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
I assumed it was. Wait, is that really the 12 one? That's 12's art?
That is 12's art.
Oh my god, it is. I assumed it was 16 because we had
I
just
thought it was
gotten
16
because
too.
we had just gotten that art in this most recent nationals, right?
Yes.
So like I assumed that we were getting I assumed we would get 16 from the newest Imperial, but I guess not. Yeah, he couldn't block because it got bounced by Ancient Garu.
Yeah, it was bounced
Um
by the Ancient Gar on the second one, which
yeah.
is funny, but
I mean, yeah, like really interesting stuff from both players. Like the fact that that if he didn't have another copy of Ancient Garu, that would have clutched it is super super funny, right?
Mhm.
Because then he could just block out the Kendo.
Yep.
So really close like margins for both players,
You
like
did it
down to the
to
wire.
yourself. But yeah, we've got about probably 5 minutes of break before the next round. Stay tuned. We'll be
Yep.
back for round 6. I don't know if this is final round, right?
Going into the final round, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Nerd Rage Gaming Store Regionals. I'm here, your commentator Huang Zero. Joining me today, we do have DigiPanda,
Hello.
co-commentator. I've had such an amazing time so far. How are you feeling, Ben?
I'm feeling great. You know, normally you and I do this for like 8 hours, 10 hours, and it's a slump at the near end. We're on
Yes, it
round
is.
6 right now.
Six?
This is
Yeah,
final
6.
round. So for us, this is pretty much like the halfway point normally, or like close to like we're just hitting our second wind.
Yeah, and we're gonna jump straight into the game. That's 4 Magna X's on the table. What was happening
What is
here?
going on here? Why do we
Uh,
see 4 Magna X's?
We're flex. Ben, I think they got your collection, bro.
Is this Zeke?
I think Zeke was flexing.
I think Zeke is flexing. Yeah.
double Omni X, 4 Magna X, serial Metal Garurumons. Dang, like okay.
Funny thing is, I had everything in that he just had on that table.
God dang, Ben.
Yep.
Alrighty, but yeah. So going into the final game, this is Royal Knights versus this should be Blue Hybrid.
Yeah, the red blue hybrid that we just saw
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
sure
last
they'll
round.
correct it on the screen. Yeah. So this matchup is really interesting. Royal Knights, historically, while being a very powerful deck, it struggles into decks where they have the ability to they don't have the ability to interact with the board state, right?
Correct.
They don't have any ways to actually interact with tamers, which makes it a little bit tricky versus the historically like purple hybrid, red hybrid, etc.
Yep.
Blue hybrid could be somewhat similar to that, where it's like, okay, well, you can't interact with it. The Ancient Guard is going to be bouncing your Royal Knights. Not a lot you can do about that, since what are you really removing, right? So if I had to, really put my money where my mouth is, I think Blue Hybrid has the edge here.
I would agree. I think Niall, we've seen already in his deck that he has a lot of different things that are pretty much toolbox tools, if you want to call it that. He's got the floodgates of Solarmon. He's got the floodgate Gatsumon. So Gatsumon stops a lot of things. And with the fact
Solarmon shuts down this
Solarmon
deck super hard. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, it depends on what Niall finds and how he can anticipate, after you see the opening egg, of course, you're going to know what you're playing against.
Right.
For Dino, I think it'll actually be a little bit different because he'll see Koromon be like, what?
Well, they're in a small enclosed space. I'm sure at this point they both know what's happening.
Mhm.
Also, just for all the viewers at home, regardless of the winner, both players have earned their national. They should have earned their nationals invite. So congratulations to both Dino and Niall. And we will be having an interview as well if all things go according to plan. So be sure to stick around after the game.
And at the same time, once again, we are hosted by Nerd Range Gaming, located in Council Grove, or not Buffalo Grove, I believe. God, I had this written down. I'm so bad with this. Buffalo Grove, Illinois. They host locals every Monday at 6:30 p.m. and Saturdays at 1 o'clock p.m. And they are also here for your trading card game needs.
Yeah, so definitely be sure to check them out. They have been an amazing host, giving us all the support that we need. So shout out to them, which I mean, we're on their channel. So I guess shout out in general, right?
Shout outs to them. Shout outs to the judge staff on site. And also shout outs to our director today for, keeping everything running so smooth.
No, super rocking it. Yeah, really great stuff. So I know he can hear us. So kudos to him. Looks like we're getting ready to hop into the game. Both players are probably just getting all set up, getting the green light. And yeah, here we go. All right. Royal Knight's going to go ahead, take the first turn. Magnamon coming on down for 2 costs. There's a really interesting debate here where whether you go Magnamon turn 1 or Cool Boy turn 1, if given both in your hand. A lot of players actually really like Cool Boy turn 1, but I actually think Magnamon is better as a turn 1 play, specifically because if you go Magna and then there's no way your opponent is able to interact with it on average, so then you absorb it and then you go Cool Boy, which is basically a free absorb at that point.
Correct.
If you go Cool Boy turn 1 and then Magna, the odds that the Magna gets answered are a lot higher. So I think it's actually correct to go Magna turn 1 than Cool
I
Boy.
agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
The logic is sound. We tuck the Magna.
Draw an additional card. Love it.
And then the reduction cost is currently
it's 5. No, it's 6 off the Yggdrasil, 7 with Magna.
Okay.
Yes. Bokomon being on board, no tamers to interact with. We're gonna go ahead. This Jessamon is going to cost 4. It will pop the Boko, will spawn the token. Is that wait, what character is that? Is that Toka? No, not Toka. It's Kurumi. Is that Kurumi? I can't tell because or is that Datalive?
Man, you probably watch more anime than me, so this is a you question.
I can't tell with the foiling. Like, the foiling's throwing me off here.
I call it Atho, Portho, and
Renee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Uko Rush, love to see it if you're the blue hybrid player. Hasn't gotten any
game is that?
White Shorts.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. But here, no tamer just yet, which is really scary. But, I'm going to eat my words because here it is. If you're wondering why the Ukomon did not swing, it's because the token from Jessamon does have blocker. So Ukomon would have died in vain. But the Jessamon is going to be absorbed, currently at a cost reduction of 9 at the moment. That hybrid... What's up?
Decoy?
The absorb? No.
Okay.
Yeah. The only way to prevent the card from being absorbed by Yggdrasil is either through BT13 Alphamon, who has a win-leaving effect, or the Last Guardian Omni.
Is that Medieval Gallant we just saw? Yes, it was.
Yes, Medieval Gallamon. Really, really great card. Going to go ahead. It looks like we're adding the GX to hand. GX giving you an additional way to pop any floodgates that might be detrimental, assuming you have Purge, or you just hard slam it if you're willing to pay that 9. And the Last Guardian being set up is only a 1 cost with triple Yggdrasil underneath the Digitama. It's weird calling Yggdrasil a Digitama because it's literally like an omnipotent god, kind of.
Yes.
Here we are going to go ahead into the that is BT13 Gallantmon Altart reprint.
Yep.
And that card does not get the cost reduction because there is a body on the board. We are going to go ahead and find that Solarmon. You saw Niall snatch it up so quickly. He's like, yeah, I need this. I already know what's going on. Let's go ahead. What's up?
Hopefully Niall has an Uko. Okay, no, we don't have the Uko. It would have been nice to have Uko because then you could attack with Uko, Digivolve into Uko, and then play out Solar. This is also good though.
Don't forget that is a blocker. Token is a blocker.
Yeah.
We are going to go ahead. The Kendo Garurumon is going to come on out. Do remember the token does not have a level, so the Kendo Garurumon Ancient Garu combo will actually end up bouncing the Gallantmon, since that is technically the lowest level on the board.
Yep. Interesting that we have more Digimon like that too.
Yeah, and so at 3 memory, that does mean that he will be able to retain turn on the Ancient Garurumon evolution because that does cost 3 to go into. It does hit the Omni X, so it is going to go down. But you're totally okay with that, realistically, because it was going to die at the end of turn anyway, right? So you're going to float into your tamer, you're going to grab back your piece, and now, you just drop the Solar, and you're just like you're Bing chilling, right? Yep, there's the Solar.
But do you have to pass though? Because that's 3. He was at 3 memory, right?
So the Ancient Garu should have costed, if I am not mistaken. Let me double check. Yeah. Oh, he should be at 3. Bounce security, swung. Okay, hang on.
Okay, we're at 1.
Okay, but also he should have bounced security. So the Omni X should have been bounced to the hand because of the Ancient Garu bouncing the Gallant, and then he should catch on
Yeah.
limits.
Why was that?
So you'll go ahead. We'll just let the staff know.
I was about to say they bounced Gallant and then checked security, but shouldn't it have been bounce and then add to
Correct.
hand Omni and then hit security?
Yeah. So I'm sure they'll yeah, they're fixing it now. It's all good, guys.
It's also getting late in the day, and
Yeah, it's pretty late in the day. They've been playing for 6 rounds now. I'm sure they're tired.
and sometimes venues don't have food. Be aware.
Yeah. All right. So the Omni is going to go to hand, and then instead the Blanc is going to go to trash instead. So the Ancient Garu should have lived, but at the end of the day, it's going to pass turn regardless.
Yeah.
So the really important thing here, not really important, but like what's interesting is the Blanc. What Blanc does bring to the table is that it has decoy for all of the Royal Knights, but additionally, what it's able to do is that Gankumon, if BT13 Gankumon plays either a Royal Knight from your Digitama stack or it plays a Sistermon from your trash. So what that does mean is that if he ever uses Gankumon as a way to start dealing with or like on an Omni turn, if he uses Ganku, he can actually revive the sister and give it rush.
Ooh.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. He is going to go into the Lord Nightmon with the GX. Unfortunately,
I think
passing
they
over a
GX and then
lot.
tucked.
Yeah, that's what I meant. My bad.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And so at this point, I mean, you have so much memory to work with because that token again does not have a level. This GX is the lowest level. Ancient Defender or Ancient Guardian is going to grab back the Ancient Garurumon. That means this GX is free to bounce back. So yeah, really good position for Niles to be in. We are going to go ahead. He is going to also play out the Koji for free because, or not for free, technically it cost it too, with like air quotation marks because of Ancient Defender or Ancient Guardian. But yep, here's the Beowulf. Beowulf's gonna swing. Evo, Lobo, Evo, Ancient Garu, and then bounce GX, Overflow 5. It's a mouthful.
Yippee! More memory!
Yep, there it is. Alrighty. Go ahead, Overflow 5. Make sure we bounce that card to hand. I actually saw a quick peek at it when he was taking it. It was actually Omeka to hand, interestingly enough.
Huh. I got a block here. I'm getting low on life. Oh no! Oh wait, did they trigger? Have they been triggering Koro effects?
I don't know. Oh, Last Guardian is really good here because this does mean Omni is live. Because you can play out Omeka because he's at 1 or less security. That does mean he can go into the Omni X, and we do know he has Omni X because it got bounced. So if he chooses to, he can get rid of this entire board, which is exactly what to do. He can nuke the Mucho, nuke the Uko, and then bounce the Ancient Garu, denying any float. So this is probably best case scenario right here, actually. Yeah, so he has to declare bounce first. Oh, no, it's pop first. It's board wipe, pop first, and then bounce.
And the reason why that happens is because the Omekamon is also treated as X antibody.
Correct. Yes.
Which is the important factor here.
Mm-hmm. So definitely best case scenario for Dino to hit from the security here. And also being at 1 security does mean that his Omni X, he could do an Omeka Omni X play again.
He has Crimson Blaze in hand though.
Yes, he does. Let's go ahead to Takuya Koji. But Crimson Blaze for 5 is a lot.
No, I'm just saying that it stops him from like playing Omeka out again.
Right. Well, so if he goes, so Last Guardian, keep the Omni on board if he wants to, and then he could go slam Cool Boy, and that means when the Omni X would be removed, then he can go Omeka Omni X. What having all of this tamer setup does mean, however, is depending on the amount of memory that Nile is passed over, he may be able to just like play around the Omni X combo with Omeka, because you can't nuke tamers. And this is what I was saying originally, is that not being able to interact with tamers is definitely one of the biggest weaknesses of Royal Knights. So he's going to go ahead and expend the Last Guardian in order to keep the Omni X on the board. with the cost reduction currently at 789. Yeah, 789. Alphamon, the heal coming on out, really good.
Hey.
Love that. And what's your follow-up play? You could go Cool Boy Omeka. That would be pretty good. Looks like he's going to instead Purge, though. Purge put his opponent to 3. What is he going to tuck? He can tuck Omeka. Or you can.
So you have one blocker with the Omni.
Yes, you have one blocker with Omni. Once the security is removed, Alphamon will do a mandatory minus 8,000 DP as well.
Unless you were to bounce it. But then there's also the protection for the Omni with the
Last Guardian. Right. At 2 security, this is gonna and only 3 memory to work with. This is gonna be really interesting because remember the Takuya, not the Takuya. Wait, I mean yes, the Takuya Koji does give you Blitz effectively. The Kojis all make it 1-cost hybrids basically. Interestingly enough, he's actually going to immediately evolve over the Takuya Koji into the Lobo, grabbing the Jet Sylphie. Also for chat, the Omni is not mandatory. He can choose not to swing. The fear is that likely he didn't want to swing because, like, what are the chances that you hit something along the lines of, like, another Tamer, potentially, right? Or, like, some kind of combo piece. Probably just afraid of, like, what might come out of security, right? Which I think is a totally valid concern. And so, wait.
the security was removed.
Oh, because of Alpha.
Yep.
Oh, he nuked his own stack. Ooh.
Yep.
Okay, so the Muchomon is going to go on in. Do you block this?
Why not?
Fair enough, I suppose. I was thinking, like, do you hold the block for one of the Kendos or Logos? But
God, that's so funny. I didn't actually think about the Alphamon. That's the one I was like,
huge.
oh no.
That going into that Lobo, I don't think he realized it either. Otherwise, I don't see a reason you go for that play. And he doesn't have enough memory to go into double a hybrid, unfortunately. Right? Because he's gonna pass turn on the Ancient Guardian. Ancient Guardian go into Ancient Garu for 4 cost.
Well, he has a Tamer, so he's good to play that without.
Oh, Takuya Koji. Grab back. Does he go into the Ancient?
Can you play the...
So for chat, he couldn't drop the Crimson because he didn't have a red source. So unless he just chose not to drop the unless he chose not to swing the Mucho, but he did swing the Mucho. So that was oh wait.
So is he going to play the with Ancient Guardian Deity? He needs to finish resolving whether he's going to play a Digimon with 10 warriors or the Tamer.
Can Ancient Guardian grab a Tamer? It cannot. It can only grab Digimon. So
yeah,
that should be corrected very shortly. Hopefully, Ancient. Yeah. And this Koji specifically, I'm trying to remember which Koji. I think the new Koji is jamming and the old Koji is unblockable.
Correct.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
One of them gains. Do they both gain memory too?
Yes, I believe so.
Rip.
Yes, they do. They both do gain memory. Yes, that's correct. But the Omni turn is going to come on out. That is a lot of swings coming on down, and that is probably game.
Does anything have security attack +1?
No, but the Jesmon's going to generate an additional attack.
Okay.
And the Omni X effectively represents 2 attacks.
That is also true.
Yeah. Yeah, and so Judge, going ahead and correct this, grab back the Kendo instead of the Tamer that he had grabbed by accident or mistake, however you want to. All right. But yeah, that should just be enough to go for lethal because the Oryukin is allowing him to gain back the additional 3 memory whenever the security is checked. Yep. Jess is going to go ahead, spawn the token. He's going to swing with the token. That is the least expendable. Ice Wall.
No!
It doesn't matter. Gain 3, Oryukin.
That's so tragic.
Now, what is he hits a Hammer Spark?
That'd be funny if it was.
If it's a Hammer Spark Ice Wall in security, then it's a different story. Okay.
That was almost funny. That was almost funny.
If his Omni turn costed 1 more memory, it would have been cooked. All right, not Ice Wall, Ancient Garu. All right. Oh, did he already expend the Hammer Spark? All right, then he's good.
Oh yeah, he already spent it. Yeah.
Okay, and all right, so that is going to be game number 1. Going over to Dino. that Alphamon doing the minus 8,000 DP onto his Lobo was very significant because
that was the misplay of
yeah,
this
because
round.
that's an immediate -2 memory, and like you just can't work with that, right?
And
That memory was so crucial.
in essence, Dino hammer sparked him.
Effectively, yeah. All right, so going into the game two, again, I do still think that Blue Hybrid has a little bit of an edge here, just in terms of like how the matchup dynamic normally goes.
Agreed.
But I think the Omni X combo is definitely something that is going to be really, really important to keep in mind. Just because if you sequence your Tamer evolutions incorrectly, you will end up getting sent to the bottom of the deck and/or trash.
The big thing here is if Niall can get those floodgates out quickly, it'll force Dino to really just match after match to kind of like get them off the board. You're gonna have to use Jessamon GX. You're gonna have to use pretty much every ace that's in your arsenal to do it.
Yeah, I think what's also going to be really interesting to watch is how soon is Nile going to find the Gatsu, going to find the Solar, right? Because that's kind of like also a big factor in this matchup. Yes, you do have Ukos to find them, but that's really the only thing you have to find them, right?
What do you prioritize, Gatsu or Solar?
Definitely Solar, for sure Solar. Gatsu, while annoying, you can still play your knights for reduced cost and then remove it. Solar, you don't even have that option. You have to rely on like Purge or Hard Slam.
Yeah, because the Omeka was kind of like what really shifted the tide of the last game.
The last Guardian from security.
Yeah, in favor for Dino, because then he literally played Omeka. Omeka then triggered its effect because there was one or less security. As a result, we got the Omni X, and then we wiped all of Niall's board in one go.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you want to play around that, you just have to be very careful with how you utilize your tamers and their sequencing, right? That's just like the most important part here. Alrighty, and now we are going into game number two. Niall has opted to go first. Uko turn one, love it. Always choking your opponent to one, and you're setting yourself up for a great early game.
No Magnamon here, but we are going to get a Omeka.
Don't love the Omeka. This is a pretty feels bad turn one play.
Yeah.
It's really slow is the issue. Like,
yeah,
for the Omeka to get additional value, it has to swing into security and die, but into a tamer heavy deck like Blue Hybrid, that's kind of spooky, right? Because if it hits a tamer, then like you're just thrown all of your tempo away.
Ooh, that's the promo Uko too coming into play.
And we love to see that. All right, Analog is going to come on down. Analog being used to combo with the Ancient Garurumon self-delete to try and attempt to retain turn. Yeah, grabbing the Uko. I'm interested. Did he draw the Analog off the
Uko? Probably.
Okay, I was about to say, because otherwise you Analog then Uko, right? To like see what you hit.
Oh no!
There's the Solar.
Answer it. Do it. Do it.
I mean, yeah, like, okay, so obviously nothing. Okay, it does actually
go down. Get deleted.
It does get deleted. All right, nice. And he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna tuck away the BT13 Galamon, one of the few cards that is able to remove the Solar. Actually gonna go ahead and slam Oryukin. This is probably an okay position to actually slam it, since Niall doesn't have a tamer established, so it's not like he can go warp into Ancient Garurumon necessarily. He could just like evolve directly into it, which is a little bit spooky, but that's probably not the worst timing to do it. Just that being said,
man.
Also, he can go tamer. Ooh,
no, not the Gatsu.
No tamer though. No tamer. Yeah, so he can go slam.
Dude, yeah, you just slam the Ancient here to bounce the Oryukin and keep turn.
He could just slam. He could slam Ancient. He could also slam Tamer, Evo for 2, and then Evo into Beowulf for 1, and that should also still be enough memory, right? Yeah, that should also be enough. Yeah. So there's 2 different sequences that he can do in order to get rid of this Oryukin stack, but he's going to go ahead and keep turn because of this. Back to 0. Yep. And this Ukomon is free to hit. He already got the draw off the Koro. He's going to go ahead and swing out, putting his opponent on the timer immediately. Omekamon to the trash, which is, if it's going to be stuck in security, you'd rather be stuck in trash, because now Last Guardian can grab it back if you already didn't have it.
Oh, no.
So now if you Spark Analog, yeah.
So now if you delete the Ancient Gar, you're going to get 2 more memory from that as well.
Yes. Yeah, it's really spooky there. In Ancient Garu, the effect to burn your opponent is whenever a card is added to your hand. It's whenever a card is
Yeah.
in your hand. And so with that being said, that Ukomon has a Koro inherit, right?
Yep.
Meaning that it's almost guaranteed to resolve that burn. Wait. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
analog.
he bottom decked. He bottom decked the analog stuff.
Yeah.
But
Sure,
yeah, the moment you promote the moment you promote Uko's gonna reveal top 3, and then add 1 to hand.
Yeah, that also works too, right? Uko's immediate proc as well.
Yeah.
So what knight are we going to see come on out?
Dino shaking his head. I don't think he has an out for this
Yeah,
game. I think
there's not a very clean answer necessarily to this.
like that last security has to be Last Guardian.
All
Because I'm
right.
guessing what's going to happen is promote Uko, add a card from the top 3, Ancient Gar adds Dino's top security to hand, 1 security to go. So you have to somehow get rid of that last security.
Yeah. So okay. So if you're in the position of Nile, you move out Uko. Uko burns 1. You have, assuming the board doesn't get removed at 1 security, Jesmon comes on out. Is going to remove the Boko. It does have a blocker as well. So you are able. That's not enough because of the burn 1, unless Jesmon GX comes out.
Crimson Mode Ace 2 could be another option.
True. Crimson Ace or just GX could both be viable ways to deter lethal here. Play to your outs, right?
Uko raises next egg, and because a card was added, we should be seeing that top security get added to hand.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there it is. Alrighty. And okay, so how do we play around this? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna spend 1 memory on the Uko. That does mean we aren't able to slam Tamer or anything funny like that. There's not a lot of setup on Dino side. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know
I'm
how
gonna
he.
go Dino. I said Dino. I think Dino.
Yeah, I don't know how you prefer to pronounce it, but either way, it could be a Ancient Guardian into a second Ancient Garuru. That could be a thing, right? And if you go ahead and if you do that, then that would allow you to set up double stacks that have a lot of you can't really interact with this. Ancient Garu is going to go ahead and swing out. Okay, it hits a Last Guardian. That does play an Omeka.
No! It's exactly what I said.
But does he have Omni X? That's the question.
I think he does.
Okay. Also, I guess oh, no, I miss he does Omni X. I miscounted lethal. My apologies. It because of the block, he doesn't have enough to actually lethal, even through a GX. So he should not have lethal unless it's his like. Yeah, no, because it's his bot deck anyway. Because Omni X.
Yep.
Yeah, so he should be fine actually. He could just Last Guardian into an Ancient Garu. That wouldn't be too shabby.
Do you just Tamer here? Because
Yeah, I think Tamer is super safe, to be honest. Because it's like, again, like what are they really doing to interact with it? The answer is nothing. And he's super behind in terms of like his Yggdrasil account. So there's not like a threat of Omni coming out like last game.
and they burned a Last Guardian to keep the Omni X in play.
Well, he hasn't decided yet.
Oh.
Okay. Yep. It looks like we are going to go ahead and expend that. So he is going to go ahead. He's going to retain that Omni X on board, probably wanting that additional blocker to stop the Ukomon because otherwise that Goji is unblockable due to the effect.
Did you see Dino has his own Gatsumon?
He does. I did see that. So Gatsumon is a really good really good in the deck actually. You could use it versus Levia, you can use it versus the Mirror, you can use it versus Adventure. It's very versatile actually. I personally play Pomumon in order to ensure that I personally play Pomumon because it combos with Leopardmon, but yeah, Gatsu works. Omni X is going to go ahead and swing. It's going to gain an additional 3 memory because of the Oryukin.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
By the way, when the Omni X was in play, there was the Jestmon and the
I think he had a Last Guardian already on board. And so he targeted the Jesmon to survive, and then Omni X is the target for deletion, and then Last Guardian his Omni X.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they're fixing the memory count. Okay. So at this point, I mean, like, your opponent is sitting at three security. You've already used your cost reduction for the turn. He could go for this purge for 3.
No
All right.
alpha? Could alpha have been the? I guess they didn't have alpha in play.
All right. So go ahead. He goes purge, goes to 3.
There is a Crimson Mode Ace. I see it.
Nice. All right, and then Omekamon is going to come on down. This Omekamon is a blocker. Oh, okay. So I don't recall, but people are asking why is Jess in trash. It's possible that the Omni X selected Jess as a deletion target.
It deletes everything,
It
and
delete
then
yeah. You select one Digimon
on each player
on
side.
yeah, exactly, to survive, and everything else gets nuked. So I don't remember if he had a last Guardian to protect his Omni X in that way, but I'm about to say it's a while ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
Kendo
that,
Garurumon. Oh, gone.
yeah, the Jessmon is. I think it's in the right place.
Yeah. So, gonna go ahead.
Oh,
Kendo.
unblockable.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And it looks like the judges, they are resolving some stuff right now. But yeah. It looks like we're just going to go ahead. They're going to go into a game 3 because, I mean, regardless if Jess stays on the board or not, Kendo is going to be able to seal the game,
Yep.
because it's just like, it's unblockable.
The thing about Omnimon X that even I failed to read initially when reading it is that if you have Omnimon or X anybody in the sources, you choose one of both players' Digimon, you get to choose, and then you
Yes.
delete all of their Digimon.
Correct. Yeah. All right, so we are going to go ahead. We're going to go into that game number 3 for the coveted first place championship pack, as well as, again, both players have their nationals invite already as of this event, right?
Yep.
So again, congratulations to both of them for making it this far. We love to see it, and I hopefully will get my nationals invite as well sometime this month when I go to Dallas, and I will hopefully be joining these fine people in the event.
Let's see. Predictions on where you think nationals will be.
Hopefully not Los Angeles again. I'm hoping.
We've had Orlando and we've had LA.
I don't want Orlando. I really don't want Orlando. I don't know about, maybe this was just like unlucky on my end, but Orlando water tasted awful and it smelled awful. And like maybe it's just like unlucky. Like it was just sulfury. I don't know, but
I mean, didn't they do away with the fluoride?
I don't know, man.
I think you'd want it in Texas.
I would love it in Texas. I mean, play TCGs in Texas, you know?
Yeah.
Like
I think
surely.
Texas is a good spot. It's centralized-ish. Illinois is also a good spot too.
Yeah. I would love New York. I've never been to New York. I would love an excuse to go.
You're not missing out on anything. I only say that jokingly because I visited, I think, like 7 years ago after I traveled to Iceland and Belize, and I was visiting a friend. Anyway, before detracting too much, we see the standard Ukomon play. We saw the Magnamon again, like you've just defined as a great opener, and the Lu is what kind of promoted that Uko to new heights.
Yeah. So I'm really interested to know why Niall decided to go for Louis turn 1. Perhaps he didn't have like a better turn 1 opener that he felt, because like you promote the Uko and that's great and everything, but like obviously nothing in back for you to interact with there. Dynus is going to have a reduced cost of 7, so it's going to be 3 cost. And this Dynus is getting away unpunished. This is accelerating your trash. Wow, geez. Triple option. I imagine it's just plus an option. Yep, Last Guardian.
Last Guardian. You
Yep,
definitely
love
want
to
your
see
Last
it.
Guardians.
I will say purge is very important, knowing that your opponent is on like floodgates, because generally speaking, playing out a Royal Knight with purge is one of your best ways to get rid of the Solarmon, get rid of the God, no, not Godsu, but get rid of the Solar. So if you're willing to get rid of 2 of your purges, I feel like that says to Niall that like, okay, he might have a purge already in hand. right? Because if you expend all of your purges or you get rid of all your purges or you don't have it, then like if he
Mhm.
slams a solar, then you're just in a really bad position. We can go ahead, slam the Takuya Koji. Memory Setter has effectively Blitz.
Them
And
fixing though, that's good.
yeah, it is really good for sure. This Yggdrasil currently reducing for 9 cost. Cool Boy is going to come on down. So now it's effectively reducing for 10 cost.
Yippee!
Dino, yeah, he's in a really great position right now. This is a 1 cost Jessmon, which, obviously memory tamer, so really doesn't matter too much since it's going to go to 3 regardless. But the fact that this is a blocker that cannot be bounced because it has no level is really good. Since it will be able to stave off multiple forms of lethal. Hammer Spark has been eliminated from game 3. You don't love to see that.
No, not at all. But we are going up to 4 memory every turn when we promote. That's a good thing.
We love that. Yep. Gonna go ahead. Promo Uko making an appearance in the back.
We're gonna go to 5 memory next turn.
Oh my god, there's so much resource to play with. It's gonna go into the Kendo actually. It's 2 cost. He could go into the Ancient Garu, bounce the Jessmon. Yeah, set him behind a turn as well as burn 1, and then he could be
Portho, Renee can decoy, right? Or is it only deletion?
No, decoy is only deletion. So
okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And he's also gonna set his opponent to 1 as well. So yep, Jessmon's gonna get bounced. The Omekamon does come out. The burn resolves, and Omekamon is not unfortunately gonna nuke the board because he's at 3 security. But he can choose to block if he does want so. He could block with the Omekamon, and by blocking with the Omekamon, that would go into the source of Yggdrasil, increasing the cost reduction by an additional 1. Alternatively, he could give up his Jessmon decoy, but I think you do choose the Omeka since it will just add to your game plan.
End of turn. Wait.
What's up?
Doesn't it live?
No, because he's not using the blitz.
No, it wasn't end of turn. It wasn't end of turn when it digivolved.
Yeah.
That's the difference here.
Yeah, because it misses the end of turn timing, so it doesn't register that it needs to like nuke itself.
Yeah, I couldn't remember whether we digivolved before end of turn triggers happen or before.
Oh yeah, I mean before. And hey, he plays back out the Takuya Koji, so love to see that. Going back to 5 memory.
Yeah.
Jessmon reappearing. It is effectively going to be for 0 cost, thanks to the Omekamon being added. We have double token. That is, was it Sicila from Sword Art Online, I believe? It's been a long time.
It is. Like I looked at it and I'm like, God dang it, Huang is right. My Sword Art knowledge is nothing.
And we are going to go ahead. We're going to see Purge of the Royal Knights coming on down. With Purge, what that does mean is that if he has a Royal Knight with the ability to pop Solar, he has himself set up in the future. Unfortunately, the only Knight that could attempt to pop, because on-plays are disabled, is going to be that Dynasmon, where you play out Dynus, and then you play a Royal Knight following the Dynus, which then nukes the board. We're going to go ahead. We are going to see the Crimson Blaze coming on down because he does have the Red Tamer. It is going to nuke double sources. Really good, actually, right there. Goodbye to those tokens because they are 6,000 DP, so they fall under the threshold.
And no Omekamon play with Cool Boy now either.
Correct, yeah. So we are going to go ahead. OmniX is going to swat Ukomon from the sky. He's going to go ahead, grab back the Ancient Garu. And, I mean, you can go for the combo here.
No. End of turn? We got to keep it?
Wait, is it? No, because all the effects have to finish processing, right? Because he's doing the combo before end of turn.
Yeah, he's doing it now. It's before end of turn.
Right,
now we're at end of turn.
Yes, so he's going to pass over to 3, bounce, burn the last securities, swing for the last check, and no Mekamon can save you here because you are under Crimson Blaze.
Oh, no.
So there's no chance of Last Guardian coming out of security to try and interrupt this play.
And now at the same time, we're starting our turn again next turn at 4 memory.
4 memory. Yeah, 4 memory plus the Mucho. Yep. This is a pickle. This is a bind. I'm trying to think what Knight could you possibly get out of here? This is for 1 cost.
Can you hard slam Omeka?
You could, but
instead of a blocker? Oh, but it's only 1 blocker.
Well, because he would swing Mucho, Omeka has to block, and then Omeka wouldn't die, so there's no like shenanigans. Yes, that Crimson Blaze, to be honest, just sealed the game.
The Atho, I think Dino's misplay would be the second Atho Portho Renee token.
Yeah, he could Alphamon to recover 1, but I'm not sure if that would necessarily. Oh,
Actually, that's a
no,
good
no.
play.
Alphamon recover 1 wouldn't be enough unless he was able to Jogress. I mean, blast Evo into Just GX. Because Mucho would swing and hit the security, force the minus 8,000, and then Evo hybrid for game.
But then wouldn't you play out the Omeka?
Oh, that's true. That's fair.
And then you'd have a second blocker with
unless he goes Ancient Garu bounce.
Correct.
Yeah. So there's a couple of the details down to the wire right now. This Alphamon really trying to hold the game in here.
Oh no!
Hold on. Hold the door.
Alphamon, the Hodor of the deck.
All right, so Muchamon is going to come on out. We're starting at 4 memory. We're starting. Okay, I mean Ancient Garu bounce, but the Omekamon would come on down. Omni X. Hold up.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right play. I don't know if this is the right play.
Okay, Alphamon is going to be removed. That's
Wait a
going to trigger the Cool Boy. He could Omni X here.
Something ain't right.
Okay, that's not the right Omeka, so we are going to go ahead.
Have it?
But he has Omeka. He has double Cool Boy. Omni X, come on down.
Security, and now Omni X.
No, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have Omni X in hand.
What? I thought he did.
That's game. There's no Omni X. He GG.
What a great game.
All right, so congratulations to Niall for winning the Nerd Rage Gaming Store Regionals with Blue-Red Hybrid. Throwback from the past, BT17.
Never going away. You thought Promo Lobo was important? Don't need it.
All right, and we're going to go ahead. We're going to bring the winner on for an interview, so be sure to stay tuned for that. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is our beautiful faces. And so right before we go into the right before we go into the interview, I just wanted to say thank you to Nerd Rage Gaming for having us on the stream. We really do appreciate it. It's been a bunch of fun. I've had a fantastic time commentating with you, Ben. So thank you.
Of course, same with you, Alex. This has been great. This has been the first time that I've ever commentated with Alex, and it's been a blast, a real joy. 10 out of 10 would do it again.
Hell yeah, dude. And so I just want to say before we hop right into the interview, I just want to say Huang Zero. Be sure to come check out the Huang Zero YouTube channel. I also do have a Patreon where I offer what I'm hoping to do some more of competitive oriented articles, videos, as well as coaching. I do offer coaching. I've had a pretty good track record about coaching as well. I've had multiple people with my coaching get top cut as well as second place recent regional or whatever. So be sure to support the channel and the Patreon. So that's my plug.
Cool. I'm DigiPanda. I like to do, deck profile videos. I do occasional Liberator reads. Those have been on pause for a little bit, but I am diving more into merch side of things with sleeves, playmats, and more. If you haven't checked out any of that, do check out my content at DigiPanda. And I also have a Square store, which is also in my channel. So thank you so much for everything.
All right. And so we're going to go into the interview.
I don't know if our director was ready for that.
He said we're good to start.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right. So whenever Niall graces us with his appearance. I hear. Okay.
All right. Now, can you hear us?
Hey.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Love to hear that. Love to hear that. So I got to ask, how are you feeling right now that you have not only secured your nationals invite, but also you've won the whole store regional?
What's crazy? This is my first time doing.
Hang on. Sorry. Chat's saying they can't hear you.
They can't hear me. They can't hear me.
Yeah. So we're waiting for our producer to fix that.
Yeah. Give us 1 second.
Yeah. Sorry about that, folks. But he is here. He is not an imaginary voice in our heads. I promise.
Second imaginary voice for Huang Zero.
Yeah, the voices are expanding in my head. This is what happens when you wake up at 6 a.m. to record content.
What's that movie with James McAvoy?
Yo, can you hear me now?
Okay, chat can hear you now. Okay, cool.
Okay, dope. Well, first and foremost, I just want to say this is my first regional ever. So I took a really big chance today because I was telling some of my guys who we all play like back home in Milwaukee, and I was just like, yo, I would love to try to take a card game serious because I used to play a different game,
Hmm.
and so I was practicing and preparing for this. I came to I think it was a box tourney the day before, kind of got a little practice in, and again, like my hands are like in cold sweats, like I was so nervous, but I'm glad everything worked out. And there was a couple of slip ups and maybe a few games, but overall, it was a great experience, and I definitely enjoyed being able to do something like this for the first time in my life.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
love to
And
hear that, man.
it's definitely a huge accomplishment, especially for your first regional event. And I guess one of my questions would be like, what made you pick uh, blue red hybrid? Like, what was kind of the thought process for that?
Well, first off, I'm in love with red, right? But the problem is, a lot of red decks, or at least at the time in the last like few months, was kind of not really as good because you had stuff like Royal Knights, other decks that were like high roll and stuff like that. That was kind of more efficient. So, I was playing red hybrid for a while, and then I told my friend like, "Yo, do you play blue hybrid deck?" And he was just like, "No, you can have it if you want." So I wanted to try how fast and how efficient that was, and I felt like playing Uko was pretty good, being able to draw so much, and again, like even for today's matchups, like after being here yesterday, I seen that I probably was the only person playing blue hybrid. So I don't think a lot of people had protection for bounce, but they did for deletion.
Hmm.
And I think that is what set me apart. It was like you guys were looking for a way of removal in a way that would benefit you, and if you don't have a way that will help benefit you, your plus plus, then I'll probably be smooth selling a little bit.
Nice. I mean, obviously the choice worked out for you, right? You won the whole thing, so congratulations again on that.
Thank you.
Um, so you said you're a red player, right? And obviously we have a lot of new sets coming out on Digimon, right? We have BT22, 23,
hmm
EX9, EX10.
Hmm.
Is there anything that you're looking forward to?
To be honest, I'm just gonna say this statement, and I hope that the Digi Lords hear me. Make Terriermon great again.
Make Terriermon great again. All
Yeah,
right.
that's all I'm really waiting on, though. I'm just waiting on my favorite green deck of all time to get more support and love, so that way I can, go back to playing a little bit more control.
Mhm. I mean, hopefully, right? Soon enough, we'll get like Tamer's Part 2 Electric Boogaloo or something like that, and
Man,
Terriermon. We'll get a new Mega Gargomon. It costs 3 this time, like surely.
Hopefully 3, maybe 4 tops. I mean, technically the starter deck Mega Gargomon is the one that can
Technically,
devolve for cheaper.
BT3 Mega Gargo also cost it 4. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it was beautiful. I even spoke to the homies, and even though we've been hypothetical,
Mhm.
maybe a Mega Gargo X and T body. I mean, I don't know,
True.
man. That'll be
I
It's
mean,
the
it's
dope.
not the
only one
first
that
time
doesn't
we've had
exist.
custom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. All
But thank
right.
you so much again. We really appreciate it for coming out. We want to thank all the players. Huang, anything you want to add?
Anything that I want to add? Let me think. I have regionals at the end of this month. If I don't get my invite, you will not be hearing from me. I will be going into a deep, secluded cave somewhere, like training under a waterfall or something like that. I don't know. Well, we'll see what ends up happening. But
Mental training.
yeah, mental training, dude. Really,
Mental
I'm really,
training.
I am Galmon, right?
Yeah.
Um, but no, I just wanted to say again, thank you so much to Nerd Rage Gaming for hosting this event. I really do appreciate it. It was a total blast. The staff was amazing to work with. It was a bunch of fun games to commentate. And Ben, you're an amazing co-host, co-commentator, however you want to go about it. So thank you to everyone.
Same to you. Thank you again to the judges and the staff. Thank you to our producer. Most of all, thank you, Alex, for being a great co-caster.
All right. And so I think, Niles, is there anything that you want to say to the viewers watching from home?
Any shout
uh,
outs?
yeah. So first and foremost, I want to shout out to my Evolution Gaming family back home in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Shout out to my Imperial gang. All those players helped me get to where I am today. Really practicing and really honing my craft. Also, side note, I am also an artist, so I make hip hop music. So check my actual gamer name out, Nile X Now. You should check it out. Music just dropped. It's a lot of dope things happening. If you're in the Milwaukee, Wisconsin area, come to a show and support.
Real cool.
There you
Thank you
have it,
so much
man.
again.
Thank you
Yeah.
guys. Yep.
All right. And so I believe that is everything that we have for today's stream. Once again, thank you to everyone for watching. I know it's been a while now, but if you've managed to stick around for this long, we really do appreciate it. And if you are just hopping in for the last few games, we also still appreciate it. But yeah, thank you everyone so much. And hopefully we'll catch you all around. See ya.
One last plug, actually.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
One real quick last plug.
Okay, yeah,
Again,
yeah.
thank you for Nerd Rage Gaming. You can find
Yeah.
them in Buffalo Grove, Illinois area. They have their locals every Monday at 6:30 p.m. and Saturdays at 1 o'clock p.m. Check them out. They sell all forms of trading card games and also buy.
There you have it.